Spot Mimi showing everyone that they are the elite of Americas.
SEN lost in that close final and then went to Bangkok and had a really disappointing showing, losing this match, going out in the way they did, getting absolutely obliterated 13-1 by Team Liquid. This is a team that had really high hopes to be up there with G2, competing for the top spots, but went home and have since then had to really recompose.
I think it's crazy to see two teams that had such different showings at Bangkok sort of flip positions coming out of that, right?
Yeah.
Sentinels had a lot of, coming to terms talks about getting back on the right page, switching up their positions, they're sitting on stage, getting everything aligned for them. And yet it's them that are coming in as the top seed, as the team out of the upper bracket into this event. It's G2
What's
that
up, Cash?
lose
What's
a
up,
map
Ruby?
until the finals of kickoff that is
Angels.
playing 3-game
What's up,
series
everyone?
on repeat, maxing out the amount of games they're actually playing and barely squeezing in here.
Yeah, I think the journey aspect of it, Wyatt, is so fascinating. Both of these squads, all the trials and tribulations that they've gone through up until this point, really does make this final feel, kind of weighty.
Absolutely, and you're given last year when we saw SEN come back from Madrid, and then they had a pretty steep fall off.
The worst fall
We were
off
thinking
ever.
that could happen to maybe G2 because they made such a deep run, or SEN again. But it actually didn't. Both teams were able to play extremely well.
We are early today. Look at us.
Except
Look at
maybe
us.
a hiccup here and
I don't know
there.
why, but the lighting makes Wyatt look so white right now.
They are still our two top teams.
Maybe
They
it's
have
the
not
hoodie.
fallen off at all.
What's so good about it, though, is that SEN
Maybe it's the
takes that
background.
really hard loss, and instead of letting it kind of kick them down and end up like they did last
The
year,
prediction never
they
got
use
paid
that
out.
to go and have those hard conversations to figure out what they need to fix and to come back a way better team than they were when they made it to that first final of the year in America.
Yeah, and we had highlighted it before, but there was I would say a pivotal moment, a nexus point, if you will, for this Sentinels lineup.
Bro, Ender looking like a vampire with that fucking jacket.
That honestly kind of gave them the motivational boost to be where they are right now.
The vampire fit.
Gonna be emo. This blows.
Oh yeah, this was.
But I'm gonna say some stuff and it's gonna be kind of harsh. But if I don't say it right now, it's gonna eat at me. And the things that I say apply to me as well. I'm not just yelling at you, like lashing out at you guys. Like, it also applies to me. But like truly, we should be embarrassed and disgusted with how bad we looked. Like there were so many rounds that we threw, and this series should have been an easy 2-0. And even when we're at our, like, it should also be a bit positive that like even when we looked this it should have been a 2-0. But like truly we looked completely fucking terrible. And I think our biggest thing is we have no adaptability. Like Cap can give us a bunch of game plans and Amin can micro us however much he needs to, but when we're in a situation that we haven't seen 100 times
This was
already,
such a
we
wake-up
crumble
call.
and freak out and lose. And that's gonna be the biggest thing going forward. Like we can go back in VOD and be like, this round's never gonna happen again, this round's never gonna happen again, this round's never gonna happen again, but this whole game is rounds that will never happen again. Being able to adapt and do it on the fly in the moment and do it together, that's what makes the good teams good, and we just don't have that right now. And I mean, I don't have a fix-all solution. Like we can work hard and get better at it, but I think we need some urgency. Not like in the server, in the match that we need to put up urgency, but like in our regular lives, like we need to get better at this, and we need to work together to get better at this if we want to win these tournaments. We get in so many good spots, and then we just throw. And we can get in these good spots as much as we want, but if we don't know how to close them, if we don't know what to do in a 3v3 or a 3v2 or a 4v2, we're just gonna lose. Like we can close these rounds so easily and make these games so clean. We just need some adaptability.
And that right there was
That
a
was
massive point
such
for Sentinels.
a big-time
They needed
turnaround moment.
adaptability. They needed to know what to do in those
Not
pivotal
saying they were
moments,
terrible.
and given where they are,
They really weren't. But there's a clear difference in how they approach the game after like that tournament. And I'm not saying it's all in the back of that speech, but I mean, fucking hell. That was right after this game. That's where that was. So, you know, they really activated after that shit.
everyone else wants to look up to and match in his own ability, but also when he's having those talks as a leader, everyone on his team is going to step up behind him.
Yeah, and you know what? We're talking about the players that have really stepped up this stage, right? And on the G2 side, you look at Leaf.
I remember watching this like Crew or the Truth.
Apologies. We'll cover that in a second, but for now, let's focus on
God, Crew in playoffs, man.
This guy has been absolutely bonkers this stage.
This match that he played the other day against MIBR was one of the best, I think, in his
My prediction for today?
Dominated the best team in Brazil.
I think we get a lot of maps. I think
and he made them look like one of the bottom tier teams.
Yeah.
Even with the double ban going Sen's way, I still think we go like 5. I think G2 are going to take this series. I think they're like motivated because Sen beat them in the uppers. I think they have the hot hand coming from lowers. They're so battle tested right now. I got G2 today.
Stepping up as a leader as well to help Valen for the team. It's so impressive what Leaf's doing right now.
Yeah, that's the thing that has shocked me the most from both watching Leaf play, but also hearing him speak and hearing other people behind the scenes talk about how much of an impact he has had on this G2 team. He is a guy that is constantly trying to buff up the confidence of his teammates, tell them to hold forward lines, like say, don't be cowards, don't back away, and he's also doing it even in the Sentinel role, right? Like this G2 team is a team that plays with a lot of confidence, and a lot of that is coming through from Leaf.
And then you round out that top 3 with Trent, who is seemingly winning every possible clutch position he is put in, has been the best Teo player in VCT Americas.
He plays nothing else.
And this is a team that has Georgimo and Valen, players that we're normally talking as like MVP contenders.
League drama.
Yeah, there's so many like battles
we're
here
definitely going to dive into that shit.
All these different players, right? Especially, you know, the duelist battle or however that may shake out. But for us as well, one of the things we love to focus on, the IGL battle, because the thing is, John QD and Valen facing off again, right? These are IGLs that came up together. I mean, Wyatt, these guys have been on the
young and full of life.
That's crazy.
In these clips.
And yet here they are. They find themselves facing off against each other again and again and again. It's been an incredible journey for both of these guys.
This was 2 years ago, seeing John QD on M80 and Valen on the guard before they ended up being signed by G2. This was in the Ascension Grand Finals. It was a super close matchup. Of course, the guard were able to take it, and then John found himself still getting into partnership, joining Sen. But that is just one of the early days of this rivalry between two IGLs that they're like from the same graduating class. They came up together at the same time and have rose to the top together.
Because even if you go back further, before VCT Americas existed, they were playing in North American Challengers, right? With the guard and with Ghost Gaming, respectively.
Okay.
Like, it is a very similar mirror of their evolution, even to their success they found on the global stage last year.
They were playing all the way back in 2022. That's when John QT was still like coming over to Canada from Morocco to get a degree, got that opportunity to play online. That's when Valen was getting signed to his first contract as well. These two have been like the prospects from the early 2022 days of Tier 2 leadership that have now evolved from these young guys taking a big risk to now 2 of, if not the 2 best IGLs that we have in this region, who have led both of their teams to international finals. For John, to an international trophy, and now a second final in a row for both of them. That journey is so damn impressive.
I'm with you. I think they are our 2 strongest IGLs. If you just look at the accolades of them both, making it to that Ascension final, but then also on the VCT stage, winning kickoffs, each of them, right? John winning internationally, consistently being in the finals. I mean, Valen has led this G2 squad to his 4th consecutive America's Finals appearance today. That is ridiculous.
And that's only 2 years after they were both playing in Tier 2.
I think seeding will matter.
That was the first kickoff.
Well, let's go ahead and check in with the 2 captains who've seemingly done it all practically. We got Riv standing by when he had a chance to catch up with them earlier today.
Yeah, I am joined by John QT of Sentinels and Valen of G2 here before the game today, the finals matchup that is, and I'm going to ask you both basically the same questions. I got to ask, with the history of Ascension, you guys knowing each other for so long, calling against each other, what's one thing you really respect about Valen?
Oh shit.
I think he's a great leader, good individual player, and he's always been kind of at the top with me, and it's been like a little rivalry, so I definitely respect him a lot.
And what about you? Same question. What do you respect about John?
Thanks, bro.
Thanks, bro.
I would say this is kind of the same. Like John QT, whatever team he's been a part of has always been at the top. So I just respect that leadership quality of him to make sure not only him but his teammates show the best. And so it kind of, I try to do the same. And so I have a lot.
Yeah, I was pulling it up.
It's no surprise
so
that we're both here again today.
That's awesome. And I'll stick with you as we start the second question. With Ascension, with being able to play against
it's easier
each
to
other in
explain if I show
finals
examples.
before and
That's
finals
what I try to
since,
do.
Did you think you'd keep seeing John in finals when you were doing this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we were in Tier 2 together, we both were kind of dominating Tier 1 at the same time, like in practice. Like M80 and guard were insane. So I had no questions.
Dude, I actually I can't believe I forgot
Kind of
John.
same question.
The
Were you
M80
hungry
phase.
to make sure that happened?
It's been so long.
Yeah, it wasn't a surprise to me, especially with his core, like the guard core. They've been through a lot together, and like obviously, I think we both deserve to be Tier 1, even when we're Tier 2. We're better than so many teams, and yeah, it's not a surprise that we're here again, and will be again here.
Gentlemen, great to hear from you before the game today. Best of luck.
Damn, I like John showing that confidence.
Valent's been crafting this G2 core for years.
So yeah, like you guys were saying, so in Bangkok, yeah, the seeding didn't matter too much, but it is very different, right? Because in Bangkok, there was 8 teams. But when it comes to these Masters events, they've upped it to 12. And so the example you can look at is Shanghai last year, when the 8 teams like brawled out in this Swiss stage, but then there was teams waiting for them in the bracket, right? Like there was teams like Fnatic, I think 100 Thieves, Heretics, maybe it was EDG actually. Let me go back and yeah, so like Heretics did play through this actually. G2, who am I missing? 100 Thieves, G2, EDG, yeah. So 100 Thieves had a bye, Fnatic had a bye, EDG had a bye, G2 had a bye. But then the rest of these teams, they have to go through Swiss. So it is a huge advantage, especially given the fact that we're about to be out of the Teo meta. Like if they're not, imagine not using the Teo patch. Imagine not using the Teo patch and getting to watch the teams play. That is a massive advantage. That is a fucking massive advantage. G2 was 1 seed here. 1. SEN was 2. So it says it all right here. This is before Bangkok. Sorry. And then, wait. This is Bangkok. Where's Shanghai? I was in the wrong bracket. God damn it. That's why it was so confusing to me. It says it all right here. Here are the 4 1 seeds I was looking for. PRX, Fnatic, EDG, 100 Thieves. So you can see they all got placed into the bracket, and then the Swiss stage teams like advance into there. Yeah, I actually favored this.
Individual masterclass. Obviously, Zekken was great. Players stepped up. But what really impressed on both their Ascent and Icebox was how good their preparation was for G2. On Ascent, they were ready for every waylay set play. They were constantly shutting down Jojimo. And on Ascent, they showed a brand new comp that was highly successful at countering the way G2 plays.
It was a solid showing from Sentinels, but I also don't want to overreact because this was a close series. G2 crushed the first map and then played 2 absolute nail-biters. And Icebox, where Jogamo was virtually absent, that was decided by 2 rounds, and then Ascent that almost resulted in an 11-2 comeback for G2 that ends up being, again, a 2-round decider.
I would not be surprised at all.
This series today is going to be insanely close.
Yeah, but of course, thinking about maps as a broader whole here, right? There's also the bigger map ban advantage.
That would be such a fucking funny scene, I'm not gonna lie.
And the only team that has lost with that advantage was G2, which is also like, come on, man, storylines. That's kind
unlucky
of silly,
because
but
G2 hasn't been playing Fracture
why is
either.
it such a big thing, like for those who may not understand
this map is right
I
here.
mean, it's very straightforward. It's just the ability to remove the best maps of the other team. I think one of the unfortunate things in this particular situation when we're looking at the map pool with SEN in this case is that G2, one of their worst maps that they play is Fracture.
I think SEN
and that
take out Lotus and
so
Fracture.
if they get rid of that kind of feels like a waste of their advantage to some extent. But that's a situation they might just inevitably find themselves in.
I think you have to, because even if it is if G2 is not the best stat map, they still have a strat book.
It's unlikely we get a 3-0 because SEN control these vetoes.
And then I would expect them to get rid of the Lotuses.
Yeah, I agree with Mimi. Because you can see the win rates over here on these maps that are remaining. I mean, Icebox is like, I don't know. I never really truly trust SEN there. Ascent, can they pull off a defensive half like last time? I don't know. Like, man, they've looked very good. And there's a lot of counters in that Ascent game plan that now G2 can like make those adjustments again. And now they understand how SEN are going to approach them. Unfortunately for G2, there's not a lot of time to make these adjustments. Like, they went the distance yesterday and the day before. And the day before. So it's like G2 are probably just fucking exhausted.
This year, right? Kickoff finals, Bangkok, lower bracket here. Like, they've got depth.
But there is something that is worth mentioning here, because G2 has played an offensive amount of rounds.
Yeah,
today
we're doing fracture.
The numbers are silly. It's like an insane amount. What is it, like over 100 rounds separating,
it's like
I think.
4 times the rounds, damn near.
Yeah,
it's something along those
there's an
lines.
endurance question.
Having gotten a bye to start this.
Okay,
it's double the amount of rounds.
Double the rounds.
I was misinformed yesterday, but double still crazy.
That's
I mean,
still
look,
crazy.
I have
G2's
never
played
seen
so
Josh,
many
who
rounds,
is
bro.
typically a very calm coach.
Yeah, Josh is so
had
like
so many
calm,
moments
stoic.
of looking frustrated,
Just despair.
despondent. Look at him right now. We did him dirty with the zoom in on his
We really
face.
did, man. Come on, guys.
He looks way more upset than he typically would be.
It's easy to contrast this to last year during kickoff when Sentinels was that team who played every single round, where Kaplan was the guy despondent, head in hands every time because of how exhausting the gauntlet they had to run was.
Who won that kickoff final, though?
It was Sentinels.
Who won them? Curious.
Curious. Now, guys, of course, everyone wants to know who is going to win, what the predictions are going to be. Well, we'll start with the talent predictions, the broadcast team.
Oh, thank you, Sean.
Because
Appreciate you.
we got, I actually did not expect, so Brendan Sideshow, clearly, I just don't trust them, so I'm just going to ignore that.
I feel like, whoa, this is just whether, Mimi's the oddball, but if you're Plat Chat, you're Sentinels. If you're not, you're G2. That does not bode well for Sentinels.
Yeah, I'm the only smart one on the show.
Were you on the show this week?
Oh, well, there you go. Okay, so
Happy
look at
Senda.
that. As a representative of
Wait.
Chat, Wyatt,
Let me see. I missed the picks.
I'm honestly surprised that SEN, now it is only a pool of 7 people, but I'm surprised that SEN they had the minority of prediction to win in this situation. I think that this is the best that we've seen them, and this is the most beatable that G2 have looked.
Yeah.
But honestly, the thing that pushed me over the line was thinking back to 2024 when they had to do these kind of runs every time, right? Where they were going down through the lowers,
almost
where the
like a
pressure
full
was on,
Plat Chat
that experienced
consensus.
BO5s had to pull through. And I really trust this team
I'm going G2.
to still have that last bit of energy in them to win this one out. But I think it's damn close. And
no, Mimi expecting them to have energy in them. That's not good. That's not good. Energy is inside G2. We are fucked. It's over. It's over.
So let's actually get some last-minute predictions from our co-streamers. Check it out.
Not energy, anything but energy.
Guys, so my hot take for this grand final, of course, is that Sentinels going back home with the trophy. They're gonna win this VCT.
No bias.
And of course, I'll be cheering for them.
So my prediction is G2 winning. I think it's gonna be a 3-1, 3-2. Jojimo and Trent just destroying every single one of them.
3-2 G2, 3-2 G2.
Alright everyone, so my pick for the winner of VCT America's Best One is gonna be Sentinel, because the way they perform in the playoff is so strong, so let's go Sentinel.
Hey guys, good evening here from Brazil. I was hoping MIBR, but my prediction is going to be G2 3-1 over Sentinels. See ya.
Hello America and the world, I'm TMV here, and for the G2 versus Sentinels grand final, I'm gonna say that Sen City win it 3-1 and the game ends with a Zekken ace. Peace!
What? He's just going to get clout. Okay.
It really is the Plat Chat.
That's actually insane,
Hey guys,
bro.
I'm going to tell you about this today.
That's insane. The intro with the name combined with the clout chase at the end is just shameless. Actual shameless fucking behavior.
But alternatively, if Sentinels were to win, they also would be two-time champions of Americas.
Yeah, Americas thus far has not had a lot of longevity in teams
Says me,
making
excuse me?
it back to finals. We've had different squads come up and down, but G2 has been a consistent force. This is their 4th final in a row they're in, and their chance for a second trophy. Prove that they're done with that second place nonsense.
Oh yeah, and remember the off-season buzz, right? When this team made the decision to pick up Jogmo, right? This team was supposed to be
suddenly it's we.
to win absolutely everything. This stage 1 is tough, right? It's been a lot of close games.
I have been supporting Leaf forever. I am rooted
And that just goes to show how competitive the region is, right? I mean, it's
in
insane,
G2 love.
How absolutely stacked all these players are, Mimi, because genuinely, you're seeing these teams really take it to G2, even though they're really at the top of the pack.
Earlier in this stage, you heard
Say what? Say what?
talking about the fact that he wanted dominant wins, proved that they're better than the rest of the competition in Americas by far. I think they failed to prove that, not by any lack of trying.
I got whoa.
Are damn close at this point.
We can.
Well, guys, this is it. You see the countdown.
What are we at? 8,800. We got to double up. We got to double up. I got to bet this.
About to begin. Who is going to lift the trophy over its head? Is it going to be G2? Is it going to be Sentinels? Let's do this. The VCT America Stage 1 Grand Final starts now.
Almost became a SEN fan. I mean, I got the SEN mouse right there on Wingman. Right there. That's him. That's him right there. Look at that.
Sentinels, G2, it's like fate nowadays. We are 100% defending our trophy from kickoff. I mean, we stole it from Sen the last time, and now they're coming back. They want it, you know, just to prove to themselves that like they are capable of this.
I think we've learned a lot and we've come a long way by now, and we're a much better team.
2 players fighting towards main.
That's 2 kills, 1 on each side. It's gonna be enough. 1 second will as they collect the 9.
Going into this final, we're coming from the upper final. Yeah, roles are reversed, and I mean, I'm looking to get that split 1 trophy.
We've played them so many times, even in just this year. They always fight back.
Now he knows the drop is there. Zekin answers with 1. They're looking to take the round. Only 2 kills away. 1 more. It's just gonna be it. Bang gets the kill.
They've improved a lot since Thailand, and I think that this is like the best they've looked this whole year.
I think the G2 is super strong just because they've had the same core between Valen, Trent, and Jonah for so long.
Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members? Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch from Trent!
For our team, I mean, we want the trophy. We're all in the same boat that we just don't want Sentinels to have it and have it over us, but, you know, we want to be known
I
as
love
the
that
best
hate.
team.
Sentinels is definitely.
It's not about us. It's just about them not having it.
Especially G2. My team is unbelievable.
That's hate I can get behind.
I think beating G2 is going to be a walk in the park.
Man. There's only so many teams I can root for in NA, guys. You know, like, I have too much hate in my heart to root for them all. You know? I gotta get this hate out. That's what these coach streams are about. It's cathartic. It's an emotional release for me. You know? I leave here feeling good.
Riot Games Arena, welcome to the Stage 1 Grand Finals. Taking to the stage
Big
first,
Zekin!
It's Sentinels. Welcome, Zekin!
Let's go. Individual walkouts are fire. Flex it. Wait, then double thumbs up.
John QT!
Why are they all doing the double thumbs up, bro?
And head coach Kaplan.
Oh, he prayed. Oh, yeah. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch
Opponents in
it.
this best of 5 series. Give it up.
That'd be so hard
for
though.
G2.
Leaf just touches the trophy. EG style. We didn't do a one lead? My go.
And head coach Josh RT.
That's pure Orote. You're a hater.
Let's hear it one more time for your grand finalists.
The stage is set. We have our finalists, G2 Esports and Sentinels, the best of the Americas region, here to throw down one final time, and we're so ready for this one, Mimi.
It was the same final back in kickoff. G2 took it there, but it was a test for this team. Since winning there, they've suffered their only loss in Americas at the hands of this Sentinels team, and now coming back to their lower bracket,
I look
need
different?
revenge
Wait.
to get the back-to-back.
That was a 3-2 win for G2 when they were in this exact same situation in kickoff. And I feel that Sentinels, since then, have really improved, integrating Narrate Bang into the roster to a much greater extent than they were able to with that shorter time frame at the beginning of the year. In this playoff run, we have seen Sentinels at their absolute peak with this new iteration of their roster.
It's been so good from them, right? And it was doom and gloom at the start of the stage, right? They dropped that series early on to Crew. People were like, this team's fallen off.
No, you didn't miss the pred.
After what happened to them in Bangkok, but since then, it has been domination from Sentinels.
Yeah, and both teams.
Chat.
You heard Leaf talk about it in the video before.
This is a glorious day. A glorious day in esports just occurred, chat. Quite literally, for people like us, goated. For people like these two, not so goated, but still funny nonetheless.
Hot. They're really, really hot, so they want to use what they learned yesterday and bring it up.
Oh my God. Frost is just, nope, he did the nope thing. Oh my goodness. That's the first.
No, that's insane, bro. That's insane. I'm not gonna lie, like, I have a lot of swirling emotions about it, because... hold up, let's see. Okay, yeah, expected bans. Sen want to start Haven. Icebox gets floated to last. Okay. Again, I think it's a pretty good pool for Sen. But there are no true, like, giga weak spots on G2. So, like, none of this will come easy. I think the teams are, like, so close right now. Yeah, like, all 5 of these maps could go either way. I think the rematch on Ascent, I heavily favor G2 with some adjustments. I think Sen are going to struggle on Ascent. I think Icebox is, again, like a map where I think G2 can make the adjustments from their prior loss against Sen, right? Neon Haven. Okay. Narrate Sova. That's what we expect. So here's what I'll say about the I wrote literally a book in Discord when I woke up this morning. Like, literally wrote a fucking book. It's like, I just woke up, I posted this shit in here, and I was like, I don't know. For all the teams to do it against, DRX is like one of the last teams I would do it against. Just because I know how important, like, respect is traditionally in esports, in, like, Korean culture. Like, I've seen it. Until the fucking lot goes.
Of course, 2025, no better two teams, I would say, as well, that are matching up here. This battleground behind us.
Yeah, I know.
And honestly, between the two of them,
I think fans don't understand what happens in this scene. You guys just don't understand. look, I'm not even justifying like leaking VODs or anything like that. I'm not saying that it should happen because I've always been on the team with no fucking friends and focuses inward, right? Like I haven't been the pro player that's like DMing everyone, the content creator guy, like that was all after I became a pro. I was very exclusive to my teammates and working on our game. But every team I've played against over these years has done it to me, and I know how to beat it. And
G2,
I think making a spectacle of it like that, instead of handling it in any other way, really, is inappropriate. That's my 2 cents on it.
Using the drone, but not. Oh, did they catch Jorg? I think they might.
I literally have hard proof it happened to me on 100 Thieves. I have hard proof it happened to this team, SRB. But you guys have never heard me say it because it's fucking nonsense. Why would I fucking say it? Like,
this is designed to draw people away from
half of y'all's goats in the scene literally do that shit. And like, you just don't hear me say it because it's nonsense. And anyone who's not pro doesn't understand this. They just don't.
And immediately the pings are
part
coming
of the game.
Corner, a flash, a clear, and Lee picks up 3. Swinging all the way through here. It's all onto the shoulders of Narrate.
Unless you have proof. If you have proof, damn, big pistol by G2. The stun missed. That's unfortunate. Too close. How'd it miss? The gap in the breach stun. He was too close. Unlucky.
That corner, utterly uncleared.
Wow.
And that's one of the major reasons why you're even using the fault line in that position.
Too close.
A couple of steps further back for John Cutie, and Leaf is caught dead to rights in that situation. And yet he escapes with 3 kills.
Damn.
G2 given a pistol.
So like, here's literally all the fucking drama, bro. Like, both sides of it pretty much. You got like Gov coming out saying there's like hard proof. You got Termi coming out saying like, if there is proof, post it. I'll fucking retire. And until there's proof posted, like,
be one of the first teams to win
until
a back-to-back domestic trophy here in Americas. This is an overload as well. Body's going to be
good try in this flood.
Colliding, clashing here into the front
Honestly,
section of B.
they did
It's gonna
work.
be met with an appropriate response. So G2
damage.
happy to slap it back down. Spikes in their laps.
Last player standing.
The spike is just completely safe here on the site. John left to do it all. He found a weird timing, but he's going to have to get through 3 players with much better weaponry. And at this point,
are they even allowed to post proof if scrims are part of it? Well, why would scrims be part of the evidence? It would be a chat log, right?
Some weapons would be good out of the hands of G2.
It wouldn't be like a scrim that would show the evidence. It would be a chat log or a verbal conversation.
Completely catching.
Like, that's the only way you would find proof of this. And again, like, so on 100 Thieves, this 100% happened. 100% happened to us because we were the type of team that, like, literally had enemies. Like, people, I don't know, because there's certain people in the scene, like, that would talk mad shit about, like, Asuna. And then you'd have all these people, like, sending info. Like, it doesn't need to be the scrim VODs. Like, think about all the pros that are friends with other pros. They'd be like, yo, what comp are they running? Or just not even ask that question. What if someone's friend is just like, oh my God, we played XYZ today. They were running double fucking duelist on Icebox. It was insane. They're so good on Icebox, dude. Like, that's fucking crazy. In Valorant, that level of like leaking is insane. And it happens all the time. All the time. So if you're gonna fucking side with Frost, like, he has to post proof. Like, because this shit literally happens all the time. And you can't do this he said, she said type of shit.
A feign.
Let's focus on it real quick.
Fakes on fakes.
Big
And Leaf is going to be squaring up to him, but dropped at a moment's notice again. So Zekken has already wrapped his way around. That was a pincer maneuver. If Leaf didn't go down in that spot. Yeah, this is a beautiful round for Sentinels to pull out. Off the barrier drop. That pathing. Seen a lot of the Pacific teams actually running that, where you send your duelist in through B, and they've left an insert of Zelsis. So Zelsis is going to hear a lot of this. Can play as the backstab. G2 would have to hit some outrageous shots to win this round. Zekken's already going to be drawing blood there towards CT. Zelsis, that backup policy, striking from behind.
What a
That's
round.
flawless round 3 here for Sentinels, denying G2 any chances of that strong beginning.
It's a great strategy. My only qualm would be, could they use it on a round where it would break the economy of G2? Because that was just a bonus, but it allowed them to be extremely clean, get up good economy.
So, like, my stance is this. The problem is that Riot makes a big ordeal about these fist bumps, right? It is the... I know from working production, this is like the signal for certain things to happen. And so when it's missing, it's like weird. It's a weird vibe. And yeah, okay, you're doing like some silent protest. Cool. But you're affecting your fucking players. Like, you are literally coaching people probably half your age, and you're putting immense pressure on them. And your job is to win, not to make this silent point that literally everyone in the scene is dealing with. Like, I don't know. It's just very inappropriate in that moment. I don't think it's necessary. And this is someone that I empathize more than anyone with Frost, because it's happened to me so many times in my career. Oh, shit. Good bait.
Might just be dropping and toppling. Valen is caught in a corner, stunned up.
Holy
oh my god! Aftershock is just going to be rinsing him. Jonah P sidestep and good at the crosshair placement. Able to return with that fire once more, straight down the cut. Jonah P offloading all sorts of bullets.
Fuck.
Just dropping the round and a lap.
Good thing Sen had that flawless bonus.
Valen will be very happy that the rest of his team bailed him out of that situation. Bit of an embarrassing
Did he
spot
stun
for him to be in.
himself?
He did. He Astra stunned himself. He thought that the rest of the team was starting to get in for Sentinels. Chose to try to make sure everybody was stunned there rather than let them through the choke point, but got caught by an aftershock. Nonetheless, incredible awareness from Jonah P. And actually, Valen's done his job in that round by calling to have a triple stacking garage because he got the read. And again, that round just kind of typifies
Yeah,
everything
John's
Valen's been
stuns
talking
are
about
slightly
recently,
off here.
Focusing on himself as a leader rather than a player. What matters it if he's stunned? If he makes the right call.
Ooh.
The round goes the way of G2 here.
Get a
bit
chance
of
for
an
that.
exchange of the fire. Just trying to earn up the orbs here. Zeltis' job is to try and contain a bit of presence over towards A. Long that re-clear attempt by G2. Went a bit missing.
And recall that Jorgamo got the push out through A lobby last time. So Zelsis might be feeling a bit more pressure than usual to make sure that he stays boxed inside.
A flash play here, Zekken.
Hubert mentioned boxed inside.
But all of this a feint. But a feint
Okay.
from two
One
important
flash.
players for Sen.
Damn, nice shot, Zekken.
Placement, though.
TP'd out.
Zekken. Jorgamo getting one as well.
Got one, though.
Backs
How did
himself out of there
Jog
on top
get
of it.
one? I didn't even
Has
see him
pulled a
peek
bit of the
out.
attention away here.
He got the
G2
guy
are
in the
quite
corner.
scattered in terms of the defensive setup. And Valen, luckily with the Thorns by his side as well. Those are going to be detonated by Leaf, so it has slowed down the approach by Sentinels, but they do have 40 seconds left to play with. And this game of cat and mouse has just
Oh
gone
my
the wrong
God,
way,
that
but Leaf is
timing.
absolutely going to be reciprocating. That's a steel guard and expecting an instant response, but Senna slowed
Yeah, they're
themselves.
off of that big
And
time.
here's Jorgamo
See
with
it
this late
coming
round
in.
repush. They're so confident right now, G2. Clearing out. Valen walking down mid. They've got great
Dude,
information that this is going to be ending C,
Good
but
smoke
Leaf
by
cannot
Valen
die.
mid-site.
Sen need to root him out.
It's a flurry of bullets. Leaf is barely alive. He's going to be limping towards the back of the side if he wants to try and make a play to push this one back here, but seconds to spare. Sen get themselves into the post plan at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Valen earns himself two, still Leaf back against the wall.
Weird
Don't know roughly the position of Zekken, isolated into the 1v1, all for the A's. Dodging, sliding off to
His
the
ult.
side.
Nice. Holy.
Is his.
I had a feeling he was going to pop that shit.
Zekken has been
Good
a
play.
force of nature sweeping through this bracket recently. And they needed that.
Yeah,
5
that was
kills.
sick.
The fake over towards A long where he collects the first. Coming back in.
Great round
to
by
make sure that
Zekken.
his team is bailed out of a tricky situation.
Holy
a
fuck.
clutch, an ace. Spectacular individual performance.
Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on.
Wait, we have a pred. We have a pred. We have a pred.
Individual decision making. Just excellency on display there for the I by Power Ace.
Okay, triple passive A right now for G2. Eco.
Seeing it slow down here for the opening. G2, no weapons to work with. Zekken just posted up, outlaw in hand.
Keeps all of that momentum going.
Go JP, y'all. Thank you for the primer. Appreciate you. There you go.
Stuns are trying to re-clear from G2, but they don't have the weaponry really to fight this. They don't have the armor to fight this either. Everyone on G2 has been extremely confident in re-pushing out on defense, and SEN feel like they've got the read now. They're holding, waiting for the play.
Taking point is Jonah P, but Trent was supposed to be the
well
backup.
Played.
He was the first to fall in that spot. Elsis, quick dismissal
SEN
down
looking
towards
very
short.
methodical
A lot of
right
the
now.
danger around is going to be gone here for G2, so desperation is what's called for. But it should be locked up here for Sentinels, nice and pretty now, 3-3.
And the more this goes on, maybe the more that John will start to get a read on what G2 have been doing on this defense. I think the macro overall has still been going the way of G2. They've been mixing things up really nicely, but Zeken's ace has turned the tide of this map.
All right.
Brought Sentinels
We might
over
get a
at
timeout
3-3,
from Josh.
and given John more
Maybe.
time to be able to figure out what's going on. You see on
Might
this
give him a
Eco,
round more.
how patient they were. If they can bring that into rifle rounds as well, I think they'll have a lot of
I think he'll
success.
give him one more round, maybe.
It's hard for them to necessarily figure it out, but from our point of view, we can see there's constant pushing from the defenders. And G2 themselves are going to be taking a tactical timeout here.
Yeah.
Josh RT wanting to make
Not
an
a bad
adjustment.
call. Not a bad call. Okay.
Call for the adjustments themselves as well, but sitting at the top
It's a good time for a timeout.
Second.
All right.
You called it, Josh. You know, the
So,
difference being that ace.
yeah, back to like this whole conversation with the coaches. So, again, like this is something I've dealt with a lot in Valorant and Counter-Strike because I'm not someone that like messages a bunch of people. You guys know this from the watch parties. Like, I pretty much am a loner. Like, that's how I grew up. That's just who I am. It's not that I hate these other people. I'm actually good friends with all the pros. I follow them. I talk to them. I have good vibes with them. It's just, I don't know. I just don't have open dialogues all the time with them. And so I've never been on a team that gets this info. But I know a lot of teams do. And so I have developed systems to, like, counter this. And it's either you don't scrim the teams, you understand how to scrim those teams to fuck them over. Like, I do. This is the one that I do the most, actually. Like, low-key, I will call shit and do shit differently in scrims, practice in a different way other than fucking scrimming these teams. Change comps frequently. I did this too in 100 Thieves. Like, I was all over comp changes and strat changes because of this exact reason. It felt like it was the world against 100 Thieves when I was on it, truthfully. And I just never bitched and whined about it. But it was so unfair. It was like, that was the days when all the games weren't broadcast, if you remember correctly. So there would be like open brackets where all of these teams wouldn't have their game. They wouldn't even have VODs. And our team would be streamed. And that sounds cool until you realize the fact that this is a competitive game and the other team has an advantage from being able to watch our VODs. So it's like, you can't bitch about it because it's like your sponsors want this, but then also it's like, what the fuck is this so unfair? Like, but that's something completely different too. Like, I think all of these things need to stay in the team itself. And this is very easy for me to say right here. Like, I have been very fucking frustrated with this shit in the past. Very frustrated. I get it. I empathize completely with Frost. I just, if anything, I think he should have just sent the fucking logs out publicly. Like, low-key, he should have just sent it out publicly. Fuck it. All right, here we go. Breach ult.
We're seeing it. An attempt to flood back in. But
they're playing ahead of the breach ult. Well played, Sen.
Expended on either side here. Does push.
They anticipated it.
G2 can't really make a
double
go.
ult in return.
Fury on top of it. Might be the cherry on top here, but still G2 are going to be drawing that blood. Leap finds that opening. Looking for a little bit more here. Armageddon is all being laid down on top. Sen posturing, trying to offer themselves up here in the raid. It's got so much.
Oh my god! Yo, the timeout! Let's go!
It doesn't matter how well G2 play right now.
Oh,
the
bro.
players are pulling out ridiculous
Oh, bro.
rounds. Round 5 and
That's a
round
big
7,
one.
I think G2 played the better game. What does it matter if Zeken and Narrate are on fire like
That
this?
is a big fucking round. Both teams
my
investing
God, that
multiple
was
ults.
bonkers.
Holy shit.
The quick aim reset is superb. That's
Damn,
why they
bro.
added this guy in the off-season. Oh, if this is how this match is beginning, we're in for a treat.
Absolutely.
Because G2 have had the read. They know what's going on. They set up for the retake.
In terms of macro,
dude, Neri on Sova hits so different, man.
But it doesn't matter. Famously,
I don't know why. It makes no sense. He's like more confident on Sova than ISO.
Take flight. And they do hit hard, these players, when they come online.
Yeah, it's the same. That's why I said in Discord. I'm like,
that's where Sentinels set their sights. And again, the weakened weapon, your G2, going to be a bit of a problem for them. They are trying to pile in with a couple of the bodies out towards the back. Those not to be denied.
Damn, bro.
Flick of the wrist, dodging, or sorts of
Sen
detail
are
coming his way.
shooting right now.
He's looking for more. Jorgamo earns himself. That one, but Bang is so fast to respond.
He's so tight with Zekken, isn't he? Trying to develop that 1-2 synergy that you need. And he's inside the smoke, locking it down. Sentinels have been clean on the anti-ecos. They forced out 2 of them with absurd rifle
taking that
wins
time
in
out.
aces and clutches. And now Trent, the last player alive, caught bang to rights.
And even the little things
I'm sorry, Tay.
As well.
It's been requested.
Even though it's a 1v4 in ad spot,
See you later.
Still respecting their opponents. He's waiting for the garage control. Instilling that discipline at the right times and not getting carried away. This is the Sentinels team that they don't want to be denied.
Look, I didn't decide this.
Year.
And when you're winning rounds like this, it sounds calm from Zelsis, doesn't it?
I think Poltergeist just made an enemy. I don't know if that was an enemy you want to make.
Another rifle round. Another opportunity though for G2.
Tay is very good at hating.
That's how Sen are going to be looking at things.
Tay is very good at hating.
Feign at a quick garage take. The recon dart, I think, might have missed there. Could be wrong. But Zekken doesn't seem confident in terms of
you've made an enemy that you didn't want to make.
Wall, which Leaf has now rotated, hasn't usually been in garage, so that staying up is going to give them quite a bit of peace of mind. And all the time, G2 are rotating the defensive setup. They haven't been running this before with Jorgamo holding C. It's allowed both initiators to be on A.
Oh, jiggle for the info.
Honestly, almost got the timing.
Alan and Trent.
Little base setup, garage, cringe as fuck. You put the Yoru close, Yoru TP's out, you hide the Vice behind the box. Good reclear with the stun.
The reclears are really good from G2. They're constantly getting information.
Smoke long, breach stun, double swing.
Because someone on Sen turns up.
Zekken causing all sorts of pressure.
Did he shoot the body? Did he shoot the body after the kill or no?
3v5 situation now for them, and look, plays called for, bang, cleaned up. It's all watched for.
And if there was going to be somebody who could step up again for Sen, I think he would have been banging this round. He got an opportunity in on A. If he'd won that duel against Valen, they would have been able to.
It seemed like he gave an extra bullet or two right there.
Now, things are looking almost impossible for Sentinels. The clock's against them. The numbers are against them.
10 seconds left.
Surely it's around where G2 can stabilize.
Slow to a crawl here, and it's just second left to stand against it. Being offered a shoulder or two, but the round's already going to be lost, and G2 know it.
I got spike.
Playing this one back. Waiting the timeout here. Slow burn of a round, but G2 really were just picking apart Sen. Zekken staying alive, not going to matter too much. The money is still honestly golden for Sen.
Round 10, and I think John Cutie at this point has enough data, enough evidence to realize how much G2 are re-clearing. The fact that you're constantly in retake seeing people behind you, or you're in the post plan but you're seeing people retake on the flank. The fact that Zalsis got stun re-cleared in A short there, and you've caught them going for mid pushes in multiple
We got them
rounds.
both. We got them both close to each
You've got to
other.
get a read at this point, even with the limited information that the players have on stage, that G2 are getting really, really active on defense side. So you've got a couple of options. Do you try to slam some fast executes? That's really tough into the Vice. So I think Kaplan should be calling here for John to slow things down and try to catch G2 as they're going for these pushes.
Yeah, you've seen it consistently, as you've already pointed out. I mean, G2 re-clearing, I should say. A short, sewers. It's one of the spots, the little peeks through mid.
Okay. Going back into the drama. Back into the drama. I love the drama. I fucking love the drama. I literally wrote a fucking book in here. Let's see. I get his frustration, not the way to handle it, blah, blah, blah. I just think of it exactly the same as the Chet situation. It's like these things happen all the time behind the scenes. You guys don't understand. Like, pros are messaging pros all the time. All the time. I'm not saying it's acceptable, but like policing it and choosing this example to fuck with the whole production and like the aesthetics of this guy, and knowing what I know about like respect in like Korean culture. Like, he just picked a bad guy to fuck with. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Termi's a legend in that scene. And that's just not a battle you should fight like that. It seems like he.
No Omen ultimate, so
It's putting so much extra pressure on the players. It really is. And if your goal is to win, that's not what you should do.
These pushes out, but they're not actually leaving somebody to see if there's a walk down mid or a walk out garage. They're instead 5-person grouping up to try to hit A.
Like, I'm not saying Termi's innocent even. Like, I don't even know. Who knows? Frost could post proof tomorrow, tonight. I don't know.
Here for G2, and that information is there for Trent.
I just think if Talon's goals. Oh, fuck!
Will the timing be missed entirely?
Jonas saved his ass.
Stuns on Util in their
Can't.
faces. In second.
Fucking
Drops
Util.
himself to Flash. Not quite avoided, but a gate crash, okay, will lend you to safety.
Josh, they're
Sentinels
shooting
have access to
me!
the site now.
Use your TP. Use your TP, Jaw. Don't fight them. We have more Util. Good play, Jaw.
They should know that Leaf's been going for this regularly.
It's already rapid up towards A long here. Just a bit of distraction plays being called for these G2 players, though. Stopped in their tracks, and it's up to Leaf here from the side finally. Takes that time into strike here, but a lot to deal with now if you are Leaf. It's that 3-2-1 swing.
God damn it, they're playing well. I'm not gonna lie. The 3-2-1's so fast.
A scrappy affair, but Sen get it across the line. This time, not by any individual hero, though you could give credit for Zekken for pulling off 2 in this spot. But it's more to do with how they skirmished, caught those players on long, and then held good post-plant positions.
Oh no, Polter.
Bang.
Uh-oh. It's continuing.
2 more rounds.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way you're showing signs of weakness, bro. Tay can smell blood in the water. You are cooked. You are cooked. You're dead. You're dead to Tay for this. I promise you.
Walking up alongside them here.
Trent's trying to get a jump spot. Just saw John QT.
You're not worried? I think Tay has a lot of points. I think you might be timed out for the rest of your life.
Pressure coming in his direction. 3 players stacking. Jorg with a teleport. He could be here in no time at all.
Drawing for that information.
I don't even remember the last time Tay spent points.
It's going to be a wall up. It's used in response. Armageddon off to the side.
The Util team.
So road is paved up there.
No.
Still TP quick into the back and bang! Strikes back. Doubled up with the paranoia. Leaf has to be there. Instantaneous. Finally cleans this one up, and it has
the perfect play just happened. That's insane.
Forwards, narrate.
That was incredible.
Finally back in action. Rifles in their hands. Sentinels. Not to be outdone.
Bro, Sen players are going ape shit.
That play from Bang was absolutely sick. Under so much pressure.
Spike planted.
Never not smoked though, still. Bodies are going to be toppling regardless of that one, and it's all left towards Trent. Will he be given that opening? He's found the first. Stuns avoided. Shots rattled. He's got another rough position, but the timing taken there by John.
Oh.
3-round lead for Sen.
And the play from Bang, it was superb. But even before that, Zekken goes in and gets caught by this ultimate, the Teo ult. And the rest of the team take the space, actually, really nicely behind at first opportunity.
You know what I should do? I should literally set a channel redeem to permaban someone for like 2 million points.
What a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
Thank you so much.
It was an excellent play.
Can someone clip that? Someone clip that for me? I'm going to make it my sub noise.
Alongside Zekken.
Someone clip that for me?
And now a follow-up. It's a bad buy for G2.
I'm going to clip that and make it my sub noise.
Here on his A default.
I want that. Final round of this first half.
That is not a crime. What do you mean? He's talking to me, right?
Between 5-7 and 8-4. It's quite a lot in the grand scheme of things. G2 all grouped up.
It's me, right?
The lobby is theirs. Sen might be caught just unaware.
Right?
Cam, though, could give extremely good information. If he taps it around now and sees 3 players, they can just react.
Backs, though, not really watching, not really anticipating. Flash forwards. Everyone walking up onto these angles.
Where's all this hate coming from?
Wait,
what hate?
Time to strike. Brings it true there, at least with a stinger in his hands. Bang, wrapping around now. He's got to try and at least stop this one.
Oh my god, he broke the Yoru ult. No way.
The brain, but Trent is there. At least with the trade and this
Sean's is going insane, bro.
Forwards, crawling. And open access to the A side is what they've earned.
Zelsis throws down that trip that I think he might have been wishing was on the flank, and they've inserted Zekken deep into B. He's going to get good information.
I fuck with it, Poltergeist. You chose hate over love. And in this chat, that makes you kind of a legend.
Already coming to fruition here, still. Plays off into the flank, but G2 don't really have much more control outside of that one. Sight's been flipped entirely here. Sentinel's still in a good spot, and that's a stun for a stun and an ult expended. Rolling thunder into your face.
Overheat.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of miscoordination.
Yeah.
The shot pushed forward, a bit of spam.
A little early on that ult from John.
Still alive for now, but not for much longer. Zelsis and John to join and combine their might to try and stand against this one. Salvos. It's not pretty. The heat's been turned up entirely. John can't deny it into the 1v1. Time! Barely there for Trent, I think.
I think he has it.
It's going to be on the wire. 0.06.
And how much did that breach ultimate end up meaning? Zekken getting breach ulted by his own team, wasn't able to fight them properly over towards short. Madness in the final round as G2 get up to 5.
Sen feel like they're outplaying G2 right now, Chad.
Crazy things happening there. The flank all the way
The
through.
pistol
lobby,
was
undefended
required
by the
here.
Cypher. The push is working again for G2, and the defuse with 60 milliseconds on the clock.
And it's just been non-stop the entirety of this first half here in our grand finals. Electric gameplay on both sides. Two teams just taking chunks out of each other. There's plenty more left to be said as well on the other side of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon
380
announced that
pounds,
everyone gets a free
5'8",
phone on any plan,
8 foot 4 inch arm
Count me
span, 468 ACS, 78% clutch percentage. This guy is fucking crap.
try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
He's actually goated. He's actually goated. Well, what if the girl was wrong? Well, that's why the clutch percentage is only 78. Bro, Harambe was like huge. Back to the drama? Yeah, let's go back to the fucking drama, actually. I love this shit. This shit is just goated. Anyway, so yeah, like doing this in that position, I totally empathize with Frost. Like, it makes me like sick to my stomach that these fucking teams in Valorant do this. But there's like no hard proof. And until there's hard proof, I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should fuck with the whole broadcast, because knowing this as broadcast talent, chat, the reason why the coaches always fist bump like that, you'll actually notice it maybe now. It's like a cue for like 4 things from production, like audio, visuals, like shit just goes with like that fist bump. And so I don't know, like fucking with like the whole production and your team's mental, it's not the right place. It's not the right time. Like, anyone who's been inside of a pro team understands this. I get that it looks cool. I get that someone wrong did something without saying anything, blah, blah, blah. Like, I get it all. I get that perspective. I still think it's wrong.
Americas has never had a repeat winner of a domestic trophy.
It's the
it
same
feels like we have
same
had
thing
huge Titan teams
that I said with the Chet
This
drama.
would be history in either direction.
It's like,
G2 on the
I think
pistol,
stuff
playing
in a
it slowly,
team needs to stay
expecting
within a
some kind
team.
of aggression
There's
from the
rules.
defenders.
There's rules you got to
Really
abide
common
by
to
in
do
these
some
pro
kind of
teams,
push
especially in a
off the
small
barrier from
industry like
Haven
this.
pistol defense.
There's ways to handle
Nobody
things.
from Sentinels overstepping themselves. This position from Zekken is really good, but you'd imagine it'll get cleared by the drone.
I don't think it did. He missed it.
Yeah, I'm not
Zekken knows
100%
it.
sure about that.
No, it didn't look like it. Broke it in time.
Oh, no, he has. Look at the ping there.
Okay.
So ping in the corner. They did spot just for a
Damn.
moment Zekken's position.
G2 going to be swarming though. This is a quick
Poltergeist
reaction
coming
outboard
after
over towards C. Sen is
Indecipherable.
still gonna
That's
be reinforcing
crazy.
this one here. Plenty of bodies. Time to stand up to the test. It's going to be sent your way. Salva's in for the back. There's not really much safety. TP into the back. That is risky. But G2 looking to fill this one up again. And Zekken is there. It's rapid,
Big
isn't
pistol.
It? Wrapping around and trying to put that pincer into motion. Still, he's fired off a couple of shots and revealed the hand entirely. And G2 are calling for reactions of their own. They're taking space. They're taking names. It's a feed that's filled up entirely with red. But Zekken's still alive. And with that, a chance The pistol round win. He's already caught that timing here, but double down found the one. Not quite the second.
Damn,
Trent
bro.
shuts him down, and for G2 it means all and everything in the world.
G2O pistols.
Huge for G2 to get both pistol rounds here on Sentinels map pick. I'm wondering whether Zekken gave away his position slightly with the stun that he threw rather than trying to get a pick with the pistol, but I can't really doubt what a beast he's been. 16 and 9, top of the scoreboard, and Trent had to put the beast down.
Okay, I got you.
Both of these players have been phenomenal this year, and it's G2 who are looking like
wait.
they're going to tie
It's for
things
Poltergeist. Okay, I'll give it to Poltergeist then.
SEN are not the kind of team to force after losing pistol, and we haven't even seen that from G2 on the defense, really.
Yeah.
Teams only liking to do it when they are on attack. They get the plant money, get the spike down.
Drink, bro. My name is Joy Boy, and all I can afford is to have my streamer drink water. I can't even afford the good stuff.
Is that Leaf can do this kind of buy where he only comes in with a pistol.
Respectfully, of course. Thank you for second round viewing.
The rest of G2 are going to try to be super cautious not to run into the stack, and Leaf can play with a little bit of freedom, looking to see where the danger might be. So you might see Leaf solo kind of work through garage, especially after Vice flashing it there and realizing that nobody's home.
Why should dude? Chat today is wild. Actually, it's a totally different vibe, bro. I blame the coaches.
Proactive play.
I blame Frost and Termy for this shit.
You're finally seeing it. Signs of life. That's what G2 were hoping for. And well, quick wraparound. I think the rumble of the
footsteps. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, Leaf.
The fucking poor fucks trying to make me drink water.
Has the wrong read on where G2 are going to be ending here. So
I actually hate, by the way, that I don't have any true water.
Migration pretty early on, actually, way before the spike has been committed. So they'll have time to fight over this.
Leaf hearing a lot of it, just backs himself out of there. Doesn't want to give away his life for no particular reason, but straight into the smoke. Wrapping around to the side, Valin. Stinger into the sidearm. Deadly combination. Okay. Bang. They'll try and do a lot from this spot, but again, the weaponry wasn't really handed off.
It's not true water. It's fucking
dissipating, and no one was really ready for the swing. Still to reload, punished by it.
It's one of those like Celsius packets. Like, bro, this shit got caffeine in it, man. You guys trying to kill me? Like dry scooping pre-workout right now. You got to chug it. You want me to chug this shit?
A little bit of pressure on after how well they played in the first half. Scores dead even.
This is my sustained energy.
Valen's the closest to
I'm gonna crash by map 2 if I just. All right, whatever. Fuck it. Your fault.
That's a pretty big ultimate to play around on Haven. You could definitely craft ideas.
There's no more
ult rounds based off that Astra. It's pretty uncommon to be running it on this map. Almost everybody favoring the Omen.
Early beginning here. Oh my, just spotted
jump!
It.
Jump! My God! No! I don't think he knows he's spotted, bro. He didn't even look. There's no. He's so dead.
Valent is so fast up onto this line.
And by he, I mean John QD.
Nothing to really support that peak. And the refight is called for by Sentinels again. They are not willing.
That was a pretty bad peak by John.
Second just unleashes.
Ooh.
Well aware now that Valent could have taken that time and once more, but he's trying to regroup once. Up onto that.
Damn, bro.
Watching it.
I don't think G2 expected
all
that.
Possible angles that these G2 players could have crept into.
Okay.
It was looking a bit disastrous to
I
begin,
hate when I
overall,
chirp after a
Sentinels do
first blood,
manage.
and it all crumbles.
Zekken
Makes me feel stupid.
Great shots. 20 kills for Zekken here across 15 rounds.
His
form's looking remarkable, unbelievable. Dominates Trent and Leaf there. And Narrate does a good job of covering his back and shuts down Valid.
I'm balling, boys, I'm balling.
Tough to lose when you have a player in this kind of form, and yet the lead only one.
It's an expenditure to util here. Sentinels winning out. Battle line's going to be redrawn, so they have A lobby control. No re-clear by G2. They're setting their sights all the way over towards C.
Did you guys see the Cypher in Pacific?
To contest with.
Amazing shit. All right.
The trips don't even matter at this
Asher
point.
Wall is kind of goated
No
because they could hit B or
C
C with that one.
It's like Cosmic Divide. Denying a chance.
Pretty good job blocking off.
And this post plant is going to be so difficult to crack. Zekken is going to have to do magic on the flank.
That's re-cleared. They heard it. Presence in towards Garage. Sanama getting as well to push them forwards. Bang! Barely getting the hell out of there still. As the curtain drops.
He actually did barely go out.
With his head just clean off. Valin again wrapping rounds.
Another missed fault line by John.
Oh, not quite John. Just
3v3.
slacking in terms of that crosshair placement, and now to game it his timing once more. That's going to be a pull. Forced out of them just from the tap there, bang. We'll be able to get second and not to the half, not quite, but the salvo is
Just
pushing
put
back
the missiles on the spike, bro.
Great util from G2. Discipline on show, top form on top of it. Now Bang's getting kills, but honestly the time has already ran out.
8-8.
And G2, they play another perfect post plan to be able to put themselves level again, 8-8. Sentinels had the right idea there, I think. They didn't allow for any safe location for Tejo, for Astra to play inside of. Look at second on the flank here, but Trent controls it. And so they have a vice wall set up, and then Trent swings off it. That gives him a safe spot to be able to use salvos. Valen has to fight Garage, but once he gets the kill on John Cutie, then he has a safe location to be able to use his pull. And Trent, in the end, gets the credit for the Red Bull clutch, but I don't think that was very likely to go the way of Sen after those 2 kills happened.
Too much stall here. Fast timing taken by Zekin, though. Benefited the Neon.
And this is a great way of being able to get past the Tejo. The Tejo is going to be doing that kind of short salvo for control. And if you disrespect it with the Omen teleport or with the Neon,
We don't know for certain if they're using Teo patch in Toronto. We also don't know for certain if it's Fracture or Sunset. So, like, I actually do think it's kind of like a really big point, too, because Americas ends so much earlier than, like, some of the other regions, specifically EMEA. It's a big advantage.
That's where they've inserted Jorgamo.
And then also you would need to know, because if you get the 1 seed, you might go straight past the Swiss stage into the playoffs, and that's another huge advantage. We need to know that answer, actually.
Camera going to be broken. So maybe not intended for that one, but
Yeah.
still they clear out Garage, nevertheless. Now with the stars down, it's starting to spell it out. Nice and pretty here towards Elsis. Playing around, weaving in and out of the cages, and he's caught that timing. Bullet to the side of the head. They could be said of Valen.
30 seconds left.
Bang all the way up through, into the back now. There could be a timing to be taken. Zelsis still hanging on to a bit of that backside control, calling for the flood attempt, and here it is with a bit of the util. G2 though! They were lying in wait, and they pounce on the timing. A chance to strike.
Backside right there. I love that backside clear.
Now. Zekin and John QT left into this 2v3.
John 2 flashes.
It's the Outlaw toppled up with the bodies. G2. Swift
Damn!
And what a shot by Leaf.
Wow. All right, Leaf has ult, Jonah 2 off.
To shut down Zekin. Trent also with a super important 2K. Both teams had such great awareness of what the other wanted to do. Zelsis got in front of his own setup to be able to pick off Valen, knowing that there's a small gap on that C-split execute. But then G2 on the other side of things know that Sentinels want to flood into the back of sight, and they just hold, wait for the util, and then pounce, spring the trap. And the whole of back sight gets destroyed. At this point, round 16 and round 17 have started to tell a story. And the story is that G2 want to be running C-splits, they want to be trying to get onto Zelsis.
I'm thinking about it right now. I'm heavy thinking about my pred. I said 3-2. But if G2 end up taking this map right now, I don't know if we're going to go 3-2. Because that would require... Well, I think G2 take Ascent. That's the problem with the 3-2. So if G2 take Haven, that would mean Sen would need to win both of these 2 sandwich maps, like, in the middle. They're capable. It's be very difficult. But good maps for Sen, good maps for G2. I think G2 take Ascent, though. It's one of those maps that's like, the casual fan sees like, oh, Sen won this last time. There's a lot of anti that went into that, and a 10-2 half. Can they replicate that?
Next rifle round, they need to find a way.
Not many teams can replicate a half like that against G2.
Not much information here. Flash. Seconds postured off the angle to Salvos, though, remove that first layer and wave of a bit of that util. Trip's going to be broken.
There.
Bang isn't IGLing. He's just sitting in the center. They just tried some new stuff out. Probably to help out vibes, comms.
Might not be checking. At the same time, though, here comes the drone.
Some of my teams have fucked with it in the past.
Broken early makes you pretty scared that somebody's in a corner, but you don't know which one.
Fear in the back of your mind. Jorgen, we're going to be using this now. Dimensional Drift. Clears it out. Spots the one. But only the one here. Zekken and a lot of pressure. Trent anticipating that one.
Oh my god, bro.
With a stun. Aftershock. Cleared away out towards Garage. This is G2 that have found that opening.
Bang, and Omen ulted to try to get onto the flank. Valen, he's aware of it, holding this.
And still, it is better guns into the hands of these G2 players. Past it.
The timing.
Form. Valen just catches it. Bang.
Wow, G2 are running away with this shot.
No clearance onto the corner, and everybody from Sentinels is just toppling and dropping. Flawless here from G2.
Are they cooked?
2-round lead.
But this is the round 19, where Kaplan took a tactical timeout to try to adjust things for Sentinels. I think it's really important that they put Zekken in a position where he can win the round for them. He's been the
hell is Sideshow coming from the future?
I mean, Bang and Narrate have also been, I think,
this is the round where Kaplan's
They're trying to be like us. They not like us.
They not like us. They not like us. Tell him, Jonah. Tell him, bro.
Zekken gonna be playing. He's playing a pretty standard spot over towards A lobby.
He said it so casually, bro.
Zekken blinds up though. Jorgen's got to be here in this one, surely.
Why do you get timed out a second time?
Zekken is happy to oblige and draw some blood out of it. Still Trent.
There was another redemption. A second redemption has hit the chat. I'll put it that way.
They're not bothered about that at all. You take away the
Mr. Streamer,
21 kills.
A third timeout has hit the chat.
And G2 have got big ults.
I'm just kidding.
It's going to be tough now for Sentinels to even cover the whole of the map.
Giving up all of A, instead looking for that re-exploration in through mid. And okay,
big trade by Salsa. That's a very big trade by Salsa.
So G2 can't do some kind of fast reaction. They have to go and recover that.
Salsa has ult, but he can't get to that.
Slowed pace here from G2.
They're now going to realize that those players that went down the mid push were previously defending A.
Careful,
should be a gap.
Valen
again! It's Valen who wins this one out.
Both times.
Dude, Shanzo's getting out-snaked.
Checking an angle, and Valen, he keeps the momentum going.
Yeah.
All left down to John
Great map
QT.
by Valen. Fuck.
Who's having a bit of a nightmare over here. Watching the defense half slip away from him.
Picked to pieces. Death from 1,000 cuts here for John, and this rifle in his hands. They have no money really to rebind to the next.
He hasn't even used any utility this round. I mean, maybe the stun at the very beginning, but otherwise, it was all pretty raw duels. You know, Sen pushing up, aggressive towards A lobby, going 1-for-1. Trying to clear out over towards B, going 1-for-1. And you think about all of the success that G2 had pushing out on their defense side. Bang tries to go for it there at Garage, and Valen catches him.
This is going to be a fucking
clean way,
hard round for Sen coming up, chat.
Weird kind of
I don't know how they bounce out of this.
That was very reminiscent of the prior, where he used his Omen teleport. Some slightly unlucky.
Like, look at the ults right now. This is terrifying. And they're at 11? And they have the econ to, like, sustain probably buys for the rest of the game. Probably.
All over the place.
This is a hard game to close out for Sen.
To get a read on what's happening, whereas Sen are playing pretty much the same opening to the round every time. And actually, if I watched that from Valen's POV, he did just straight up catch the timing. It wasn't as messy as it seemed.
G2 fully in control now. I mean, you look at that timeline, stringing together around, as you said. Running away with this open map here in a best of 5.
Why is everyone timing out everyone?
Does shift. Double trips over towards A recon to make it feel like it's the same. Instead, Zekken looking like he wants to try his hand at taking this timing push out through grass.
Zone's going to be expended on top of it, straight up through B. Fault line on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury offloaded by Narrate. It feels like a bit of a Garage take. That's where most of them are going.
They had a stun as well, so John QT stunned. He was trying to catch those players outside Garage to help the Hunter's Fury, but G2 vanished in a puff of smoke.
Real acknowledgement. And all wasted here when really could have used it for Sentinels.
You're still going into double trips, though. So
damn, Neri has 8 kills even with that clutch?
The Raiders hard committed here. The stun's going to be missing him. Just gliding straight past with a blind and a flash. Okay, there's a trip to try and play off Jonah B.
All right, there we go.
The wall, Narrate dodging, weaving, ducking away.
Damn it.
And dominating the spot that he's in.
Oh my god, it's like this foot.
Stop Trent. Yet still that side is going to be opened up. I'm going to watch G2 now in that 2v3. Damage barely done, and Trent survives for now. Plant down. Jorgamo, he knows he has to take those risks and loses the fight out.
120.
John QT barely alive for it, and Trent is in a very difficult spot still. Sentinels needed this one near side. Fantastic connection and a good cleanup in the end here by SEN.
And it's the one round where they change their defensive setup that makes all the difference. Zekken didn't end up being the difference maker here. It was actually the trips and narrate's position that he could play off. A more passive approach to A, with the help of Zellsis utility that he took away from C, and narrate delivers. A sick 3K anchoring in this spot. It's always going to be a good position to play from as it's over. Especially with that meta smoke that Bang is throwing in on the site for him to play around. SEN need to be varied. They need to show a different look again here.
Shit, Marsh. Let's go. One round at a time.
The gap is 2, and SEN, they try something different again. Zellsis this time with Bang, hard anchoring over towards A, as Zekken pushes C.
They've left the entirety of E open. Defensive setup, no one watching for it. Still, it's a bit of util to set Zekken up, like you said, but the reaction is called for by G2. See signs of it. They're going to be going straight into the setup. Sitting tucked into the corner here. It's a cosmic divide.
They're probably going to expect these trips to be for heaven.
Bang spamming! He's just caught with a bullet to the head there. Zeltis tucked low into the corner.
They overstayed their welcome here.
Not with a steel guard and overlapping Armageddon. Everything is being used by G2 to secure this round up.
He fucking hit it!
Chip damage.
A bunch of damage at the end there. Half HP. John has ult, but they're going to need healthy players to follow up on it.
Fun to Gate crash backing away here, but he has to shot. Caught into the corner. It's a good combination. Stunned up there. Second wave of things, and he spotted it. Target acquired.
Oh, no.
Shuts it down. It's all left up to John now. He was supporting from afar with the Util, but now all left to step up.
Good shot, John.
Earns himself the first one. Damage done to Valen and Jorg. It could be done, but a tap, and it's ice cold by G2.
Did Valen see him get off?
Not a glimpse. And now with time played, they win it out entirely.
Wow.
The 12th round earns up here for G2.
G2 navigate a very difficult round there. Valen's kills are so important. When you expect the Cypher to be on the site, you're thinking maybe that those trips are for heaven. And yet Zellsis is tucked over towards short. Valen, he gets him. Up to 20 kills. And he's caught Bang's timing so often as well. Towards the end here, he's calling a great attack half, and he's delivering individually.
Rip and tear.
Just one round to stand between them though, and that is aggression! Second punished.
What a punish. That's the play that Zekken's been going for the majority of the half. Going back Sentinels to their more defaulty setup. And Zekken, he had such a start to this map. He was on fire.
The ace.
Now has to watch as G2 try to secure the first of these map points.
G2 have a habit of this as well. It's going to be that slow squeeze over the course of the round. Zellsis, risky business pushing up like this, but risks.
Gate crash going back to Jonah.
Replay it down. Head of the spear chopped right off with Zekken falling early here. Let's see if the clearance is there, and he hears it. Footsteps onto the corner.
Hard now.
Valen just can't be beaten right now.
No, locked in.
They've left this gap over towards B. Leaf exploiting it. John watching for it. Takes his eyes off
Leaf branching out.
But he's got the right idea.
Usually he sticks around front B.
Control of the map entirely.
He's blown into
and it has to be heroics in the raid and John QT. Can they stand up against it? Slide to the angle here. John rattling shots. Found the raids.
Oh no!
One left to do it all. It's Bang, and already Leaf has his mark. Map 1.
Damn.
Domination in that second half here by G2.
I think that's all off both pistols.
They leveled up and found a different gear. Sentinels, they relied, I think, a little on that individual prowess to be able to get them through the first half with the lead 7-5. That kind of cooled off a bit. And the macro from G2 ended up being the difference maker, especially with how well Valen and Trent were playing.
Yeah.
There were so many moments where Sentinels could have just found that glimmer of a hope, a push out on defense, a timing to be taken, and G2 shut it down every time.
That string of rounds towards the end here. This is a G2 that do not want to be denied a chance of making history
It does
in Americas
feel.
domestically.
It does feel like the Teo got a lot more value than the Sova here, primarily because of probably the missed ult. But also like just getting map control just seemed a lot easier for the Teo, which is kind of what you would expect. Like low key, I don't know. I was reading in chat. I agree. As a G2 fan, I'm kind of gutted about this change. I think they should buff Teo, to be honest. I think they should buff him. What do you guys think? Let's buff him. Let's buff him, dude. You know what? Ryan Kusar, I actually started drafting this email right here. I was drafting this email actually when I was watching Trent pop off. I decided I'm gonna take this into my own hands. I'm gonna get this guy buffed. I'm gonna just write some diabolical email to Riot Dev asking for Teo to get buffed. Teo is so insane that literally it's the only agent that Trent has played in 60 fucking days. I mean, those are just incredible starts from G2. The defensive half just wasn't it for SEN though. Like this attack half was goated. Like they were playing so well. I was dishing out compliments left and right.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Damn, they didn't even have great first bloods. Like even though this half was so fucking good, their first bloods were terrible. Valen, if Valen has like halves like this series might be a 3-0. Like low key, Valen can't be overperforming like that in a matchup like this. Scary sights for SEN. Now we go split, which was G2's pick here. If we look at like, let's see. Yoink, yoink. Alright. Here's our line. First time they played SEN, they lost, they switched comp. They went to the Omen at that point. Beat SEN the second time. Honestly, it's not like G2's best map by any means, but they're very, very good here. As are they everywhere, to be honest. But it's one of those close quarter maps. So because of that, their util feels ridiculous, which is truly the problem. Like their util goes kind of crazy here. SEN look very good here as well.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards
this is the Sage comp loss against 100 Thieves to start off their year. No comp changes all year, but they learned how to play against the Sage comp after this L. They went on a huge run, and their only loss was that last time to G2.
All right, everyone. So
this
with
is a banger.
G2 picking up that win, up 1-0 in this series, we decided we're gonna have a little bit of fun right here, because you know when I come out here, it's usually carnage and chaos. So what we figured is we'll chuck some stuff into the crowd, but the good news is that we actually have a game here, because Riv, well, we got people holding some buckets. Where are they at?
We do. We have Gianna here for Sentinels, and just on the other side, we have Tyler holding for G2.
All right.
So we got the competition set.
And we got London and Edward here who's going to be throwing. So here's the thing. You want to get into the bucket, but here's the thing. If you don't, no big deal. All right, everyone, count it down for me. 3, 2, 1, throw.
All right, what do we got?
All right.
Oh.
Let's see. We got one. We got one there for Sentinels.
Ooh.
Oh.
We can't even see
We got
them.
2 for Sentinels. Oh, but he's
stolen.
catching him. He's catching him. It seems like teamwork
Oh,
is
she got
working out
one.
over here, Riv, with G2.
Oh my God, bro! In and out.
Wait, did it
Is
bounce
that
out?
second up there? Good God, the aim.
Oh, that's a good toss. Good toss. Okay. Oh, that was off the rim.
Bro, the Sen squad are throwing
What do we got
bangers.
here? There's so many.
How we looking on Sen? How many we got here? We
Five in there?
done?
Sen
Are we
definitely
done?
won.
Oh, how many got,
There's
Riv?
4 in there, but G2 did take the first map.
Oh, so 4 and how many was over there?
5.
5.
So it's
Sentinels
looking good.
wins. Oh, could it be a sign of things to
G2
come?
took the
We'll
first
find
map.
out. But for now, let's send it over to the desk to break down what we saw in match 1, guys. Give it up for our throwers and our catchers. Let's go.
We'll have to see how much of an omen it was, because we started off this series looking like it was going to be domination for Sentinels. But the second half, G2 only dropped 2 rounds to take the first one of this series. Wyatt, when we looked ahead at this one, you said this is a must-win map for Sen, and already they're down 0-1.
I think of the 5 maps in the pool, this is the one where I definitely give them the favorite going in. And I think it was a must-win. We're going to Split next, where G2 had a dominant win over them prior. Things are looking tough to start for Sen.
Yeah, and especially the fact that G2 get their huge win, only dropping 2 rounds on their attacking side, that's usually weak for them.
And this was a game defined by big moments. The
I
first
think
half
John's
was all about
util was
Zekin
slightly
and
off.
Narrate, but Trent, he's one of the contenders for best player in Americas right now.
I do think it
he was
cost
huge
them
in that second half.
Trent is playing the best
flood
Valorant
round
of his
for
career right now. He has been absolutely
it probably cost him like 2
on
rounds,
fire,
so
and
pretty
so
big.
consistently too.
Including
We're
attack
talking
pistol.
multi-frags all over the
Pretty
place. Him
fluky,
taking
actually.
Aggressive lines consistently too, because Jogmo had a rough start to this game. It was Trent that was doing all the heavy lifting for G2.
He did. Sen were pulling off some heroics before Trent really heated up. And I think that it's honestly bad for Sen that they were relying on heroics
Normally,
to stay in this game, because
John's coordination with
success had
Zekin
come from a
is
lot of
really good.
regimented.
And actually, throughout this playoff run, it's been better than I've seen it like ever. I mentioned after the MIBR series? Yeah, after the MIBR series, I thought that was John's best series ever, IGLing from the initiator role. Like, his util in that series was immaculate. It was so good. This feels like a slight dip in form. Like, definitely things didn't go his way. The pistol fault line, though, was an interesting one. Because I know he knows better about that. Like, the gap in the fault line shit. Like, that's just... He needs to just lock in. Truthfully, like, he just needs to lock in. Focus up.
In that game, they ran over Sentinels when they played.
He knows
this
he
map.
fucked that
I think
up.
in particular, that attack side
The
looked
breach out
excellent.
round, that's like
Again, it
so
was another
fast.
13-5
It's like,
performance from G2 and G2's execs
I can't
were
even be super
really
upset.
class. Again, the way this team has sort of pre-planned a lot of their ideas, and you know they play similar agents on most maps, right? The Breach, the Tejo, the Yoru. Jogamo's entry pathing in particular around the supportive utility of those breach stuns and missiles coming behind him makes it so hard to play defense against.
My hope for Sen to keep this game close, or maybe even steal away this map pick, is that against MIBR, they were so much more decisive, flooding into the sites and stuffing MIBR at the
It's so
chokes when
fucking
they were
hot in that
trying to
room.
get out. That being said, that's a team running a Jet versus a team running a Yoru that can get completely past any utility that would be coming in at the choke. I'm hoping that we're going to see a better Sen here today, but this could be G2 just going up with a clean 2-0 to start this series.
Sen start on defense again this map. What are you looking to see change for them to win it this time?
I want to see them getting in front of G2's attacks, right? If G2 set plays the things that really defining their attacking side on this map, you need to benefit the fact that you're playing with the Yoru, right? That has the get out of jail free. That means stepping up into B main. That means stepping up into A main, preempting those fights, and especially in mid rounds. Sentinels can't play passive, deep lines on their sites where they lack information. They need to take those calculated risks to figure out where the hit is going to be coming in and lean to that side of the map.
I want to see more from Jojimo as well. Had a pretty rough first map. He's generally excellent on the Yoru here, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. But if they're winning Haven 13-9, Haven, which should have been the best map for Sen in this pool, with Jaw not even having to really get in the game.
He was bot fragging
this
completely.
is really worrying for Sen. They need to come to life here, but not individually. They had those moments of heroics. Narrate had that sick 3-piece. Zekin was white hot for most of
his
that game.
ace was gnarly.
It's about the team play here. It's about them as a unit.
We talked a lot about the leaders heading into this one, that Valen was really bigging up that he wanted to be a better leader than he was when he lost to Sentinels. It was clear that he showed that in their lower bracket run. And now I think this is where John has to dig deep. Sen has to go back to those hard conversations they had after the Bangkok loss and bounce back in this series.
Yeah, again, this is going to be the hardest map in the pool looking at it for Sentinels. So going into this after losing Haven, you're at a serious risk of falling down 0-2 in this finals already. Remember kickoff, that was a 5-game burner of a match, right? Going the absolute distance with Sen testing, but falling down 0-2 is so tough to come back from, even if you have maps coming up that you've won on before.
This wouldn't be the first time, however, that we see when two teams play a back-to-back series that one of them dominates on the map so they feel comfortable, and that's the one that the other team focuses the most on, and then they win it the second time.
G2, they took away their opponent's best map in this series. Now we head to theirs, their chance to go up 2-0, and a chance for back-to-back finals when we return.
Let's get back into it then here. Map 2 is coming up here for Split, and as the desk has kind of been alluding to here, you know, not a do or die situation, but, excuse me, stuff in my throat, but it is an important one for Sen to try and take away here, considering the last time these two teams matched up, G2 really did just take it by storm.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot about the battle between these two IGLs, Valen versus John Cutie, and all the history that they've had. This last time on Split was a masterclass ante from probably the coaches as well. I don't think you can give all the credit just to the IGLs. But I do really want to focus on what Ender left us with on the analyst desk. When you get rematches right after a game like that, it's the loser that goes away and looks at the VODs a lot more. So Sentinels will be looking at that VOD of how they lost on Split, how they got destroyed on Split, in fact. And I think there's some really obvious changes. I think Sentinels were playing too passively for retake on their defense side. They can swap that up easily. And the analysts were talking about that, fighting them in the choke points. And I think one of the other things that they weren't quite able to do too on this map was really just get into positions where they could handle G2's anticipation of the post-plant aggression. When Sentinels were getting aggressive in post-plant situations, whether that be on retake or on the attack side, G2 were already one step ahead. And the more that you fight them, the less you play for retake, the more you're going to force utility out of G2.
I had to get it.
And that means that they're going to have less tools to be able to deal with your post-plant aggression.
Why me?
So
I'm innocent.
It all kind of connects together.
Who picked
so
up on
Sen?
Sen had double bans and pick.
Just don't play as passive on your defense.
Hey, I have that hat.
Normally immaculate from this team, but you can't play for them every round.
It's something I'm on.
See if there's lessons learned as well.
Jennifer,
John QT can get a handle as well in terms of what
I can take it back, right?
In terms of that head-to-head. It's something that the desk was also talking about, I think, into the pre-show. Wyatt mentioning it, the history between John QT and Valen playing against each other in Ascension, M80 versus the Guard.
No raid bosses.
Here they stand once more, facing off against each other with it all to play for. And Walker, yes, going to be catching some bit of damage done here.
Ooh, it didn't suppress him.
Not suppressed by the drone, so able to get the hell out of there.
Ooh, I've seen so many Yorus fucking lose that gate crash.
Plan this time might be to try to apply pressure to Zelsis. We've seen quite a few teams run that kind of strategy against Sentinels on Split.
Walking all the way up though, that's okay, acknowledgement of a bit of lead still. Second!
What the fuck?
Goodness
all
me.
right, first pistol
Rapid
maybe going Sensor.
He's just seen a shoulder, might be hunting for a little bit more. Three
piece
for him.
Going for more?
Four. TP's back to safety, rejoining.
Play numbers, smart.
Rest of the pack.
He was seeing red for a second though.
And when you have a player that's on form like this, white hot to begin the map, why wouldn't you want to fight? He looks super confident. Utilizing Zelsis as bait and put Valen and Jonah P in an almost impossible spot.
Yeah. Walking but spotted. Just to the side here in a flash. Great peek! Wow!
Great pistol by
He's
second.
Gonna steal his ace.
All right.
Zekin could have had a second ace of the series.
1 to 2 pistols right now.
Just swings in and cleans it up. Fair enough. Okay.
They needed a pistol. They needed a pistol. All right. Stinger by time shot. It's time. It is time.
Gets them up to the pistol round win. Very important.
Actually, no plant. They might not.
Well, of course, they lost both pistols on Haven.
Yeah.
It was 13-9.
Come on, boys, come on.
Off
yes, sir,
chance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's not even mad about losing the ace. He's locked in. They might have
didn't
thought
do
that
it.
G2
See,
were
yeah.
force this. G2, though, with no plant, no kills, they don't really have the money to go for it. So
yeah, they didn't.
They
didn't get enough.
As much as they can.
Second owned them too hard.
But it should make this round extremely one-sided.
Salvos. The stun does force.
Narrate's alone.
Back out, but Narrator's just going to be trying to hold down that line.
Oh,
but
dear.
Cleans up in the end. We'll see if that gun is retrievable. Might have just dropped down.
Where are the other players playing in sight with Narrate?
Oh, dear.
A bit fearfully, I think, as well, with that aftershock's going to be pushing them back and away. And now doubled up, grouped up, bit of stray spam, but right click jumping in your face, classic, and that's going to be gun reclaimed.
He has a drone.
Another layer to it though. G2 looking to step forward once more,
trying
to fight absolutely every single inch they can get. Sentinels the ones that slowed down here because this retake is just occurring and the guns are not exactly the weapons of choice. Still John adjusts just in time. Over towards the top though, that is the Sheriff singing out.
They didn't even stinger by, bro.
They didn't even force this round, Brent. They came in full as much as you could possibly buy for Sentinels. Nothing for G2.
Unbelievable.
And they've somehow stolen it away.
Talk about just flipping expectations on his head, I think.
Wow. Just truthfully, it's a double misplay by like Bang Neri. It's definitely a miscommunication between one of the two. Shanzo TP'd out of the site because of those missiles, and Neri came into the site.
And point at Narrate as being the player that made the mistake by playing on site when the rest of his team fell off. But I'd like them to do the opposite. I'd like Bang to be actually getting through that smoke and fighting with Narrate. I'd like some of the players in Heaven like Zelsis to be swinging out
You really
Raptors
don't
and
know
fighting
unless
with
you're within
Narrate.
the team.
You can't play retake all the time against
Could
G2.
be either
They've
their
already
fault.
proven that in the last time you played against them. So get out there and scrap with Narrate, who clearly wanted to fight.
You could make an argument that they should play retake. You can make an argument that they should try to break up the head in case of the stinger by. Truly, all that matters is that you're on the same page.
And once more, you know, the hard work of Zekken, he's going to be looking at it like, what more do I have to do, guys?
Yeah.
He's got an outlaw in this round, up against full armor from everybody on G2. So the outlaw force, it won't get you much done. Or at least it shouldn't, but that's what we said about G2 in the previous round, so who knows?
Save from Prior. We'll see though, might be offered a few targets. Still, the trouble is, like you mentioned, that's full armor, so 10 HP, survived. That's going to be a bit battered and bruised, but he's still alive for now, and extra body could make a massive difference with the salvo still alive. He's going to be using them preemptively, trying to slow down Sentinels here. They want to try and flood in themselves. Difficulties. Not really too many safe places to stand against.
If that aftershock was better coordinated with the missiles.
The time is ticking already with his spike. Good luck getting chances into this. At this point, G2 just looking to try and at least get out with the rifles and the guns into their hands. Neither chance of one of them, but we'll see if the rest of them survive. And indeed they do, and Zelsis even just barely getting onto that one, so he does go down with the rest of his team.
They think it is more honor.
Trent saving a stinger there. Not what he's looking for, and goes for the upgrade. But G2 can afford to do that because they're wealthy.
Damn, 15
Zelsis, a bit of a
consolation prize, really.
Consolation prize, a silver line in.
I was aware of that happening, but at the time, I mean, Sen were kind of getting battered, so I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, it didn't seem particularly relevant on Haven, but when they were watching the second half slip away from them.
Weapons up,
and they got to make sure that this half doesn't slip away from them as well, because they started it brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's been a microcosm of the first map. A white hot beginning, and then G2 take it away. Zekken with an ultimate. There's a set play that a lot of teams go for, where they Euro ult out A at the start of the round with a paranoia. That's why you see Jorgamo here playing with Leaf, but that didn't happen. Bang really holding his ground as well, not giving up that space. That's bold, brave from him.
One-way B main, that's good control. Very slow round by G2 right now.
Yeah, I think the rate was there with a good response in terms of
catwalk play from Zelsis, playing off mid.
Oh, just about missed the timing on that one.
Ooh, Zekken is playing
for seconds.
Hella aggro.
Of course he is.
Holding down towards Ventier. Drop down, that's Hearn. Just a few kneecaps.
He got out.
All it takes
Great stun.
Straight down. John QT's there. Salvos.
Kind of wild. John hasn't even died yet
so
this
slightly,
map.
but he's got backup now arriving as well.
If they do end A, Zekin's been deadly in this anchor position. He catches Jonah P. That spike dropped, and he still has a flash to play around.
Tiniest of angles to really work with.
30 seconds
Being played around here. These Sentinels players hard anchoring onto the site in a position here with a drone out wide. You've got to know exactly where they might be laying here with the stun. It's good. Right to the side, Trent. Getting away with bloody murder. Still off to the corner. That's John, yeah, and that prior damage weakened him up. Bit of running, gunning, still it's a 2v3 situation. G2 at least getting themselves into the
Heaven,
plan, but
not a good plan for Heaven though. But if he catches Narrate,
wrapping, and it's a fast play by Sentinels. They're not messing around. Trying to play this one a bit more loose.
Oh,
fuck. No one watching for main. Snake bites walking through Fallon. This is so damn unexpected. It isn't even necessary. Leaf cleaning them all up. Instinctual plays all around. It doesn't matter that you put this G2 team in a disadvantage.
They should not have won that round.
Weasel their way out.
And you just heard that Zelsis had hit 1,500 kills. Valen did it in that round, whilst also doing everything required to be able to pull off a clutch. Had support from Leaf as well, but I love the way that he played around this.
Nice, Jake! Nice call, Jonah. Let's go. Got you.
Jonah there with some kind of call. Might have been the pivot to go over towards A. Could have been something around how they wanted to play the clutch. But either way, giving credit.
It was a 5v3. Zekin got that second. John got the first, got out. Zekin got the second from site. 5-on-3 converted with 2 alive.
Of Sentinels is this control over towards
I mean,
the side
one
of
ended up living there,
force a
but
bit of utility out of
the
G2
two
early.
did the heavy lifting, in my opinion. All right, trap play it in mid from the breach in the back lines.
They're hoping to find a timing. Maybe off the back of Trent's drone, possibly even the salvos that often come through to vent, and then stun, and then spring.
Cheeky idea, but Jorgen was going to be the one taking that contact. He does have a get out of jail card, flash, peek, and a swing.
Dude, I think G2 feel out
really
this
for too much damage to be
aggression.
done there by Sentinels, but
I don't know how they felt it out. Maybe because there's just nothing happening over here. So it's a warning given by Leaf, like, yo, nothing happening at A, careful of a mid-trap. Maybe.
John, though, with a nice read and anticipation of where Valen is going to end.
Great gamble. Wild cut and drops, though, unexpected with the timing. Zekin caught, counts down by the ankles in that spot. Still a wide swing and a face out here with a fault line to try and supplement. John off onto the corner, just offloading all sorts of missiles, trying to slow down this approach by G2. There's 25 seconds left. There is still danger. Rolling Thunder has to be committed. G2 trying to navigate this spot nicely. Hearing that drop down, though, to spam. It's just to try and deny. Zelsis. It's 2 nice ones. Need a bit more time of the essence still. You're going to try and weave your way.
Wow, well played by Leaf.
And John QT has denied that last ditch attempt.
If there was another couple of bullets in the stinger, I think John would have had that. Oh. Jonah was the spike deliverer, and he almost got caught in the choke. It's an eco round that G2 navigate really well, and yet the shots coming out from Zelsis nearly made it winnable. But Leaf, with 10 seconds on the clock, swings out to make sure that Jonah can plant.
Yeah. Yeah.
A timeout here for Sentinels. It's now been 4 rounds in a row.
I hate to say it. I'm adding an emote.
They are still looking as dominant as the last time they played split against Sen,
I fear
but in different ways.
they've
Sen
been
are actually
caught.
trying to fight them. They're not
G2
just playing
caught them.
off-site retakes and allowing G2 all
They got Qbert.
They're trying to...
This little guy.
With trap plays through mid. They're
It's
trying
over.
to have Zekin contest Leaf on the lurks in A main.
It's over for Qbert. They got him in there. He's donezo.
At the crucial moments, it slips away from them. And G2 are still being able to get into the sites. It's a better attempt, I think, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the score. And it's difficult playing against opponents. This is their 4th time meeting G2 just this year.
What?
And Sentinels, the only time that they've beaten G2 in VCT.
It's so beautiful, right?
Was in that upper bracket
I made this
semifinal
this
that
morning.
we just
I was so
watched
proud of
recently.
myself.
As we were talking
It's
about
beautiful.
prior, Valen earned himself up as well to a nice milestone.
So beautiful.
In a huge round for him, too.
The guns in the hands of these Sentinels players. This is the time to strike while the iron's hot. And
Me when I wake up and there's
Them
drama.
even better.
Oh, I love it. I love it so
Different
much.
used here by Sen to try and control B main, but flash through and G2 unscathed.
But at least you get the good notification that they're taking B main control. That flash
I do
tells
not
you
have the tech to make a
the attackers
gritty
are there.
emote. Are you kidding me?
Rather than just allowing G2
You got an
to
emote
contact
for me?
take that.
Oh wait, no, you're trolling me.
Bang jiggling is going to be big exec lined up.
Wait, what drama?
Bang was phenomenal last time these two teams played.
A garden snake?
Already been good individually.
Leaf fan, eh?
No signs of life until now. Bang is going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Still with that paranoia.
Oh,
excellent!
damn!
Nicolas
Dude, that second kill was sick.
Brilliant with the util. Snarate making sure to follow up, but G2 not done yet, not done. By Country Mars still has a team.
Wow, nice 3K by Narrate.
Strikes right back.
Dude, Narrate's been really good in the
That's what you
fights
wanna
when
see from
we watch him.
Bang and Narrate fighting one after another in the choke point, stuffing G2 before they can even get started. That's how SEN got the win on Ascent previously. And this is a really nice strategic adjustment. Obviously, a fumble there from G2 as well,
Sick
with how
play.
Jonah P's flash set Valen
Nice
up.
march. Let's go, boys.
But that is what you want to see. That's what they didn't quite execute properly in round 2.
That's what they needed.
Leaf forgot to buy armor.
Yeah, 2,700 in the bank. Sometimes it happens.
No, I don't need
Keep an
it.
eye on that, see whether it's relevant
He
in the
didn't
round.
forget.
Shows you that G2 may be a little scrambled after that.
It could be a costly mistake, especially he squares up in a fight against Zekken here. Zekken, sole job trying to control the space, and sure that Leaf can lurk. Bullets grazing.
The chip damage, though, actually kind of important because he still survives now 2 Vandal bullets.
Leaf playing loose on this paper-thin defense. Call that
he's
shit
taking a
loose
whole
leaf
load
paper.
of damage in the process. Zekken repositions. Gate crash. Second exit.
Yo! Armor would have been crazy.
Angle, but instant with the trade.
Really good support from G2. I mean, the fact that they're making it
Great
feel
trade,
like it's
though.
a solo 1v1 fight and then Valen swings around the corner to punish. It actually makes it
Double inish.
much
Still
more
at
difficult, I
A.
would say, for the defenders to hold on to this
Missiles
A
on the
area.
rotate in.
Salvas forward here. John QT.
That's going to activate the
Great
mid play.
Proactive reclear
Very,
from John.
very
he
good
realizes
react.
that that's a fake.
Yeah, like that's just a lot of prep work from
Right up
John.
with a snake bite, hopefully. Holding them back for now. It's essential that they hold on to control of B Heaven because anchoring players onto B. This is going to be a tight squeeze indeed. Dropping down at that salvos. Good by Sentinels again, calling for it. Supplementary
Really
util.
They still had the Taeho ult in the back pocket to use as well. I don't think there was really any chance there that G2 were cracking through B Heaven. John made the play.
Yeah.
The IGL getting the information over towards A ramp that was in fact a fake. And as the time ticks down, SEN win another.
Let's see something real
They
quick.
played some good rounds out the back of this tack timeout that Kaplan called. The time was low, only 35 seconds on the clock. G2 spending so much of it just trying to set Leaf up to take a fight against Zekken.
Yeah. Umming and ahhing around the map there. Sentinel's going to be glad for it though, now just one round behind.
And this time, Valen doesn't even have the money to go for full armor. So you can argue about whether it even made the difference for Leaf in the brawl over towards A main in the prior round, but I think SEN are going to be feeling pretty happy about the fact that they've got this gap down to 1 and they still have breach Taeho ult to be able to work with.
Looking for something real quick.
Going to be comfortable playing a retake potentially with it and see what a game plan looks like.
Well, the game plan here for G2 seems to be put
Oh
all
my
the
god,
pressure into
second.
Trying to clear him.
What? Damn, bro.
Easier said than done.
Send 4 next time, why don't you? 3 wasn't enough.
Here's the next test. Jorgamo, not the weapon, potentially for the job, but still he gets it done with a stinger at hand. Easing into it. In through mid. And they've got it all on lock. Sentinels making sure that they leave no openings.
I mean, you can see why G2's game plan would be, let's try to target the weak area where Zekken's holding alone. And yet, it's not weak at all.
Chat, you guys know what time it is, right?
He's absolutely
You guys know what time it is?
body shots onto the player in the back.
Josh, they're fighting us, and we can't use the util. Help! This is where Josh comes in and saves us all. He knows how to use the util. He knows how to make us not fight. We're gonna own them. Here's the timeout. Josh got us. Who is us?
They had to bring 3 and it still didn't work.
God damn it! Wait.
I'm saying, man, next time, bring the whole stack.
I told you, chat.
Zeken might
He's
get
got
an
us now. He's got us now.
He's been incredible. He's at the top of the scoreboard again, 9 and 6. Arguably a slightly less hot start than Haven, but who's measuring?
Yeah, undeniable, I think, in terms of it.
He's been amazing. At the
See?
start of
Look,
both
he's
of these,
yapping.
But it wasn't
Josh got
enough for
us.
Sentinels on Haven.
Josh.
Once the gears really
the
started
util.
turning for G2,
They're not letting us
they
use
found
it.
more and more ways of being able to get around him.
It's okay, guys. Take
and
a deep
abuse the
breath.
gaps.
We're going to
This
go
half,
slower than
Josh
ever.
Artie's been forced to
We're
hit the
going to
red
go
button,
slower
because
than
Valent's
ever.
went into a
We're
bit
going
of
to
brick
walk
wall here. He doesn't know how
at
to
a
apply ramp
glacial
pressure
pace
without
around the map.
running into Zeken.
So that way we
And
can
you
use
could
this
argue, all right,
util.
well, let's do something fast. Let's stun, let's salvo, let's take a ramp quickly. Well, one of the reasons why teams don't tend to do that is, what if the Breach and Tejo are there and then they just ult you and you die and you just lose the round within the first 5 seconds? So fast A ramp takes are notoriously difficult against Breach Tejo comps. They're going to go
They're
for
actually
it, though.
slamming A, though.
Anticipating that
How many of these do they use on this
Still
eco?
leaving that weakness
How
on
many
A.
do they use? And does it work
halfway
against
round here to
these?
G2.
Ooh.
Throwing anything at the wall here, Valen. TP forwards. Already back up onto this line.
This is a massive
Jump spot, looking
round,
for
just
the
for the
info.
complexion
Zeken
of the game with the ults.
isolated into the corner, salvos. It's going to make his position now all the more important. TP doesn't really know where Valen is playing forward. Still, he's going to get out of there.
Okay, 5v5
Side
retake.
opened up, but as we've already mentioned, the use, well, at least the ults should be good, but a pit in your face might be second-guessing things here. Sentinels, they do have the tools to deal with it.
G2 are so good at playing around these ultimates and creating
Alright.
close sight
Double
lines to make the
ults, chat.
spinners
I'm
work.
saying this round is
Even
massive.
used
This
Zonia
round
trying
is
to
so
follow these
big.
Players, 2 up through heaven, 1 just making his way over towards ramp. So Cornelin letting his team know it's all being cleared out.
Zeken
Nice
ult
and
comes
pretty now
out.
towards the back. It's Zeken's turn. Ping's going to be
First
highlighted
blood
all sorts
finally
here, but
gotten.
now it is used. Armageddon on either side here, alternating.
Hits
This
the
is gonna
love.
be a bit chaotic onto the side for about a moment. Kevin, can you pass your way through?
2v2.
Salvos.
Big
Denying
win.
the defuse entirely, but
1v1,
swinging out
11
through back and
HP.
Trick left into the 1v1 ultimately. Time ticking. G2.
Wow.
Keep their heads above water.
And that is what happens when you give G2 a post plan.
Wow.
This is why we were talking about SEN need to be fighting them in the choke point. This time, G2, they barrel through.
I told y'all,
with
Josh
a huge
RT
amount
had
of
us.
utility to push Zeken away. And once they get the site for free,
I mean, Zeken did try to fight it. Zeken tried to fight it for as long as he could. Like, he knew he couldn't give up the site in the 5v5, but he also knew he was going to die. Like, if he stayed at that point, he tried to fight it for as long as possible, draw as much util as possible. There's just nothing for him to do. There's no help. Like, he couldn't hold that.
same aftershock one way over towards B main, so G2 don't get that for free. But Leaf, you're imagining, is going to be playing this one passive. But just as I say that he's calling for reinforcements from the rest of the team. Valen is so determined to make a ramp a weakness.
Yeah.
But if you're not taking it quick with the breach utility, are we not just going to see the same thing where Zeken sprays down 2?
They're contacting for it. Oh, okay.
Damn. He's going back?
Do you really want to take that fight again? Zeken is even thinking about potentially
Is this
taking up the
Omen going to, like,
space again.
paranoia this shit? No way.
Still holding down his ground with a gate crash behind. Leaf was just trying to get set up. And as soon as he is, Zeken strikes.
Zeken
And
is
now
doing
all of that
the work
information is
over
going to
there.
get fed over to John Cutie. They know that they're not
No
ending
info on
It was
A now,
Leaf
yeah.
alone. No trade came through. Sen can get ready for a B pop, a B
You can
split,
see
something like
they
that.
lack
is
heaven
almost
info,
certainly
and
gonna
that's
be
kind of a
happening.
problem. Like,
calling
to
it a
not
little
know
easy here.
what's going on
Be
over here
careful.
is kind of a problem.
Broken.
It's going to make
Taking any
rotates
chances.
very slow.
Salvo's over towards the top here with the paranoia. Lay it down.
Reactive
Alongside,
pit
it's gonna be
gets
offloaded.
every
Practice
plant
pit.
spot.
It's going to be hiding now, blanketing the site ever so slightly here for Sentinels, but time is of the essence of G2. They need that move on. 20 seconds left, a bit of stray spam and hoping, running and gunning.
Wasn't
Some
default.
prayers for them. Jumping down and away, around to the side. Now 8 is handed.
8 kills.
A multitude of kills, all to his liking, and poor Jonah P.
1v3.
Not much to do in this spot.
Good response
They
by
challenged
Sen.
the pit and they lost. Some of those are just going to come down to timings. But Sen had the read.
Okay, they're broke again, chat. Look at
They
this.
knew what their protocol was going to be if they got pushed into a site there. Zelsis was ready with the ultimate. And encompasses John QD and Narrate inside to play 3 strong in there. And in a round like this, yes, it ends with Zelsis's ult on B, but it starts with Zekken locking down A ramp again.
Yeah.
The only round where they've been able to stop him was when they went fast with utility towards him.
I'm getting a lot of word kills.
I'm finding it surprising as well at this point. G2 not leaning towards trying to take
A lot of what
control.
kills? Word kills?
Weaker.
Is that what you said?
Still trying to brute force their way past Zekken.
Well, this is another eco round.
Money's not good.
Lurk kills.
That's a no-scope.
Damn, bro, he's
Okay.
owning it.
Looking to draw there with the Outlaw in hand. Sees the cross though with the bodies and knows that the fight's going to be coming hot, fast and heavy here, but already lead's going to be raining down and bodies
Zekken is
toppling and
doing
falling
so
in
much
through the
right
choke
now.
points.
He
No
really
real chance
is.
in hell now for G2.
And this wasn't even a stinger buy for G2. It was
was
so
hiding in
much
the
of an
cloak.
eco. But they only had the Sheriffs to work with, so not even fast through the choke point.
Bro thinks he's Zekken.
Much less sting, and Sentinels should be good here to get up to 6.
Disciplined. Zekken's holding it. John onto the corner.
They're taking Leaf out of this
Hold of
game.
Breach ultimate. We're about to go into the final round of the half. G2 have been the ones,
I feel like Sen
I
need
think,
this
running
shit.
their heads into a bit of a brick wall.
6-6 not good enough.
And Zekken's been so good. Apart from that one round, he's just had firm control over towards A ramp.
One enemy remaining. Long.
Valen, at least for the moment, pulls his troops away from that A ramp battle. They're not going to go fast in that direction, but he's been doing mid-round setups of Leaf very consistently.
They're going to take mid-control, looks like.
Leaf changes where the orb is, so that's a nice adjustment. Makes it much more difficult for Zekken to play around while the rest of his team is in mid and B.
Yeah, the lurk or
Creeping up now onto the angle. Zelsis. Here's a test for you. Sidestepping most of it. He's got the smokes to try and play around. Stray bullets not catching on to him. And slow going for now for G2, but they are getting back control towards B main.
Okay, Shanzo re-cleared out this lurk just now, like in this corner.
Because of this new orb
but you can
placement.
see how
Now that
annoying
there's a bit of a
this
gap in
orb
mid
is.
as well, Zekken has to pull back, has to watch vents. Because Zelsis
It's
has
taken
let
away
that
the
slip,
line
Senna
that
doing a good
Zelsis
job
or
re-clearing.
Zekken's been prodding around.
Holding up that space here, but they have given up heavy control. This does put the Sentinels players in a bit of a spot.
All up
Well,
hit coming in.
squeeze.
They've got the breach ult though to relieve this pressure. Narrate's got to be good with it.
He's
Yeah,
behind
he
most of
does.
his team, though. He can't really use it to
Narrate.
try and reactively
Oh,
help them
God.
out. And Jogamo straight in. First into the breach. Round to the side. There it is. The team
Holy
started
shit.
action. And John QD not long for the world. Narrate is tucked now towards the side. A double face and
no.
discipline at G2 is all it takes to dismantle it. Zekken and Bang now left. See what they can do. Quick play, flash through against this many players. Nigh impossible. 6 to 6. G2 really finding it tough, I think, to get through. A semblance of those rounds here, saved by the fact that they were able to get those openings.
All right, right now we have a 2-1
Sen
pistol
could have definitely set up a better
in the
triple setup
series.
on that B side to
G2
work
won
around the breach
both on
ultimate.
map 1.
You saw Zelsis, and John basically died before Narrate could get any value out of that.
That's a team stun.
Yeah, and forced to breach on his own teammate because the setup
That's
wasn't really
fucked.
there.
Truthfully,
okay, and even
guys, the problem there is just, like they were mentioning, Narrate was in like the back lines of B with breach ult. He can't really do anything. You can't really do anything with your ult unless it's just a full B main pop.
Even for now, we're going to find out on the other side of this just how
He
split.
probably should have been in John's spot, like pillar, because if you're pillar, you can ult either way and get a like effectiveness. Either that or John needed to be closer.
Huh? Nature
Hey,
sure
y'all.
is full of wonders.
What was boys? Sean, what a play. Sean, what
Thank
a
you.
play. You're so good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Thank you, Zekken. You guys remember when he said that to me? I'm sure you guys do. You guys are in emote only, so you can't really respond right now, but I'm sure you guys remember. What did I say? You didn't... This part. You didn't hear this?
Sean, what a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
Thank you so much, Zekken. Thank you so much. That's definitely about me. I think you could hear it. I'm sorry. Thank you for the 14. Chris, thank you for the 2.
Now we know from map 1
Helicopter.
the firepower on Sentinels
Thanks for
has
the
never
full
been in
year,
doubt.
my
The
goat.
reason they ended up losing Haven came down to the Battle of the Mines, to be honest. The IGLing Valen had John QT's number in terms of the calling. Sentinels finding their footing though this time on split. And honestly, Valen almost outcalling himself to a degree. They were absolutely tunnel visioned on trying to remove Zekin towards the tail end of that half. And so far for Sentinels, if they can keep this up, staying one step ahead of G2, that's where they'll find their first map win in this best of 5.
On the pistol, looks
Huge
like Sentinels
pistol.
want to take
Alright,
some
ramp control.
really quickly.
Ramp control because of
Can
breach.
be dangerous doing this into breach Tejo, because that
Flash line
stun
up,
salvos
off
at the start
that
of the round
wall.
is always a possibility.
TP is right at the corner, right before it.
It's countered up, yeah. You see it re-cleared, and Zekin has no get out here. Barely able to survive, not taking too much damage. And so here it is, double face stop clearance. That's good discipline.
Nice
Combining
shot.
forwards now and paving a way to success. Open access to the A site. Everything's going to be open though, so no safe plan in that direction, but plan for main at least.
And this is where you get to see if Sentinels can be perfect in these post-plant spots.
This is reactive, feeling the heat there from Leaf, and now he's going to be rejoined by the rest of his team, and you're right.
John is playing so safe for the salvos, which are back in 10 seconds.
Trying to drag this one out all the way forwards. A lot of util being expended out towards it, and John
Second at 15 and 8.
Backstab. He wants to play just for the salvo timing.
Got
Realizing
4
that's the big
pistol.
advantage on top of the players that they've already taken
One
out.
here.
Stun forwards.
Wow, great
Over the
support by
swing.
John.
Finally, the time to strike is there. Pistol round.
2-2
Earned
pistols
up
now.
for Sentinels.
Even on pistols for the series. Okay.
That's the kind of round that Valen was envisioning
Chat,
for quite
let
a
him
few
know.
of the ecos that they ran on the
Put the
attack
word out
side,
there.
but it's
We
John that
back
pulls it
up.
off on the pistol.
We are
Fast A
back
pressure,
on
back into sight.
for a series right now.
And Sentinels, a team that are
I
known
was
for
really
their
worried with how this
retakes
map was
on
trending.
This map played the post plant beautifully here.
Wow, did not expect the tail to sit there.
Excuse me?
He's commenting on it. The passive position. G2 were caught unaware here, and this is an aggro play by G2. Trying to get control towards B main, and he sort of follow up. Well, it was there, but mowed down at a moment's notice.
Leaf on a very fast timing behind them. It's unlikely that that's going to be too much of a danger. And
John's
John,
already watching.
super aware. If we're talking about the Battle of the Mines and who's one step ahead of the other, I mean, John just read that one. That's a fast play down mid in the first 30 seconds, first 20 seconds of
So
the round.
Zekin's going to be 3
And
off
he's
of
on top
vault
of
for
it.
next round,
The
assuming he
more that
doesn't
he
get
can
this.
anticipate what's going on, the better Sentinels are going to look. Not necessarily snowballing into any massive ultimates, but being able to get a rifle on board here, they'll have a good bonus round buy. 3 Stingers, 2 Phantoms. If you've got a fast round to pull out of the strat book now, could be a great time to start rocking G2.
Fast strat on G2? I don't know about that one, Chief.
Does G2 go for the same B main?
I don't know about that
So
one.
Sentinels were running a one-way and an aftershock at the start of the round. There's the
Alright,
one-way.
one-way,
Oh, not even.
TP's
Just
past
smoke
it.
in the choke point.
You can
And
see
no
Nary
aftershock
fault
used,
line
so
out,
Sen
ready to
just take B main
support.
instantly. Bang even teleporting into a
Yeah.
spot where the aftershock would have missed. So that's nice. Bang's
Don
already
heard
one
that
step
TP.
ahead.
Ready to follow up on a moment's notice here with the drone broken. Sees the orb. Got to break
Good
that one,
break.
yeah. And suddenly, a lot of the bite taken out here. G2 not able to set themselves up. Or I should say Sentinels not able to set themselves up.
Yeah,
First
not a
wave of
fast
the
play.
hit
I was expecting something
broken.
a little quicker. Instead, familiar scenes, but the sides swapped. The Viper on the attack.
Oh my god, he caught timing on the
Yuri
orb.
On the defense.
Sorry, the gate crash.
Pull up in your face. Okay, just seeing absolutely nothing at all there with the smokes. Langerton most of mid here, but a bit of spam.
Wow, just a spam
Just
kill
up from
with
B
the
heaven,
Viper
John-
molly.
or Jonah P, I should say, looking for picks. Finds it, giving him big control in the process. 40 seconds left though for Sentinels.
Drop wall
George
fight.
forced off the
There it
line
is.
here a little bit.
Time might
Celtics
start
looking
be
to
the
even it
problem.
up.
Trenters have to give up most of control.
This is a
of what
hard
they have.
fight for a Stinger to win
A
right
lot of
here.
room around the map.
Very difficult fight
A
for
lot of
John
time
to
to
win.
work with though. Off the
He
back of
expected
it, they
John.
might
Fuck.
have time for a
Okay.
pivot. Especially if that fight goes the way of John, which it does. He's already over.
Overheat a little
steps
bit.
over it, and Valen just drops him. Cut down at the kneecaps. Paranoia weaves in, Leaf with the peak. to head toppled and rolls. 2 players left now to do all they can. Sentinels with no real time to work with. 12 seconds. Creeping, crawling, walking around, but Zelsis needs to be covered into this spot in the salvos while no access whatsoever to a safe plant. Picked up by Zekin, but at this point, fool's errand to try and go for that one. Swarmed by G2.
Okay. Well handled there from G2, considering how much space they gave Sentinels through mid. It looked like Sen, even though they were down 4v5, could have created a lot of danger. But Valen cleans things up in his anchor spot on A.
Chat.
Rifles on board, both teams.
I fear the ults are building for G2 now. Sen need to front run these halves.
Jonah is going to go for some kind of stun or aftershock to try to control that space. It's the aftershock, bangs past it.
Yeah, tip it again. Does Valen expect it? Surely. Hearing some sound cues. Elsis. Bullet to the head. The wall blocking most of the damage. Lucky to be
4
alive.
seconds of freedom. That's a long time.
A reclear pushes Bang away in the B main. So this is now a huge fight in mid.
They're getting active, aren't they? G2.
8 players.
Holy fuck.
Looking for a brawl.
This is a massive fucking fight in this game.
Who can react faster? That's going to be the question. Utils forwards, flick to the side.
Oh my
God. They've got the fire in line.
I feel like every time I say that, Sen come up huge.
Slowed down though, minute on the mark.
I guess that eco in the first half,
G2
won.
Okay, evacuation call for. Well, you're going to be running into Jorgamo.
Oh, he hears all this.
He hears it.
Oh, God. Dogs have good
Splashing
hearing.
around towards sewers. Drone. Couldn't break it. Had to commit. Had to get all the way the hell back out of there. TP's forwards as well.
Oh, my God.
Up
2
onto the
HP.
site.
I think Zelsis took 140 there.
Seconds anticipated with the pathing. Forwards down into hell. Zelsis is the last one standing.
Man.
They know exactly where he is.
And that's a nice round again from G2, the way that they flood in instead of playing offside for the retake.
Bro.
That really caught Sentinels off guard, I think. Sen, once
It
they
is
pushed
not looking
Jorgamo
good.
away, probably expecting that they'd be able to get a site for free and already thinking about the post plan. Considering that they won that scrap in mid, I think they would have been expecting a slightly easier end to this round. Instead, the score tied up, 8-8.
100%. Nice, boys! So predictable, bro.
Well, there you go. We've talked about it as a battle of the minds. It's all about getting ahead of your opponent and figuring out what they're going to do.
Damn, bro.
G2 going to be giving you... Okay, well, pressure mounting here by Zekin. Dimensional drift. Spots out the one.
Leaf wants this revenge
Essential
so
that Jordan was
bad,
able to get rid of that drone, but he's still
This
going to be
means
stuck
a
up
lot
into the
to
corner.
him.
He's sticking around. Finally TPing back.
What the hell is Valen doing? Spawn.
Okay, TP forwards, or at least a fast flank is called for. Not sure how
Yeah,
Valen got there into the
Valen
end, but it's a
ulted.
plan nevertheless. Sentinels get themselves into a tight, tucked spot. Into the post. Where's the next level of things here? It's an aftershock into the corner once more, but evacuation again. Pulling back and away. G2 just trying to bleed Sentinels out. Time being bought, Util held, and guns not at the ready here. Valen right from behind. Nice with the 3-piece.
G2 take
And
the
a
lead,
round lead
chat.
now for G2.
Valen getting similar impact to the end of Haven on an individual level. He omen ults into spawn so far away from that B hit. I mean, he needed the rest of his team to control the map and make sure that they didn't lose the round before his flank could come through. And they gave him that time. They played with that patience, and he delivered for them with a 3K.
Nice, Jake! That down, boy.
Yeah.
Top of the scoreboard for Valen. Talking his talk. And a tactical timeout. It's normally Zelsis that we see standing up, throwing shade over to his opponents, playing the psychological game. I'm sure this series...
I've seen this before, by the way. Sen fans, let me show you something. Okay? This right here. Welcome. Welcome, my friends. They just like us. They just like us for real, for real. Look at them. Look at them. They just like us. They just like us. Oh, shit. Oh, they're just like us. Oh, well. That's crazy, dude. Oh. Sen fans are like, no, 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 no. We're nothing like you. No, 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 no. No, no, we're definitely not like you.
That perfect retake their opponents are trying. But G2 are incredible at anticipating it. It ruined Sentinels last time they played on this map. And in that round 17, it kind of happened again. Leaf, you heard
yeah,
it say,
100 Thieves got the
way
fucking
too predictable.
Hotel Ice
the previous
Bucket
round.
trophy. G2 is going to get much better.
Jorgamodo, operator in his hand, and he's posted up.
Sorry.
It's a game of reactions. Game of the timing! Just a shoulder or an elbow, barely peeking out. That's all he needed.
And
Throw it immediately there.
Yeah, to try to reset him back up on the angle. Jorgamodo was forced to fall back off. He didn't want to get traded, and the drone helps set him back up again. Pings as well.
Walking up for now, John's going to have that drone. Got to respect it.
Damn it.
Again, Jorg does not want to be caught out into the open as a TP bar. Studs Bang taking a bit of ramp control. Presence
How'd
noted
that
here
bounce
by
like
G2.
that? I thought it hit around.
Most of the map over towards the A side.
Like, I thought it hit this flat wall.
Smoke dropped. They're calling for the swing as that smoke does blossom and bloom. Jorgen was already found the one Armageddon.
Dude, he steps ahead of this.
Past, but locked down into the spot. Jorgen not to be denied. A chance of a bit of argy-bargy. He's already picked up 3 into the round now, and John QT is left to pick up those pieces. Upgrade found, but in a 1v3, what can you do? 20 seconds left, and this is the back end of the timeout. Sentinels just getting anticipated.
Man.
Wow, and he's going to make the difficult decision to save in this spot.
Sen fans, I'm going to tell you now, earmuffs, okay? Because we're about to have a listen-in probably to leave. And he's probably going to be saying some mean things that you guys don't want to hear.
Instead of getting a crazy spray down alone,
it's a trigger warning.
First kill, backs up,
Sen
gets
Society,
supported by a teammate.
Trigger
then he's
warning.
posted up, has to teleport away, gets supported by teammates again for a triple swing. He swung into the site with his op at the same time as 2 players swung from screens. All of the players are focused on those screens
Here
players.
it comes.
And then he's able to take the peak again.
Ooh.
So much,
dude.
so much teammate
Shanta's
support
actually
and
pissed. We didn't get a
distraction
listen in,
there
but
being
wow,
given
that
so
was
Joel
actually
could get his
maybe
wants.
more insightful.
There's frustration showing on the faces of these Sentinels players. You
Shanta
can't blame
doesn't
them.
get mad
You
like
feel it.
like
Losing
that.
grip of the map.
And so similar to
He's
Haven.
pissed.
Second half running away from them. They can't find the adaptation that they need. And you
He's
can't be going
tilted.
down 0-2 in a BO5 where you had double map ban.
No.
It is so tough to run that reverse sweep. And the psychological stuff going on in your head as well. Thinking, how is it going wrong? We had our map pick.
Exactly. I was just talking to Valen yesterday, in fact,
The
about it.
censoring
And I was
Shanta.
saying we're not too worried about going up against a double map ban advantage, because if we take that first map, exactly what you're pointing out, Josh.
I gotta pass up on the uncensored comment.
Thinking, where did it go wrong?
Drone going out.
And that's a spot that G2 have been in a few times as well. G2, this is their 4th time attending an America's final. Back to back to back to back.
Drug spotted, he hears it though. Jumping up towards ramp, it's going to be stun at least to relieve some of that pressure.
Dude, how does G2 not rotate
G2
all? They
only
just
won
keep the
one of
2 on
those,
2.
by the way. The most recent.
Because they're going to Euro ult through.
Lost to 100 Thieves, lost to Leviathan last year, making sure that they don't lose again.
Trying to defend this one, they don't know where the TP is,
good
but
ult
finally,
from
okay, set your
Shanto.
sights onto it, Valen. He knows where this one's coming.
Blind.
Anki-Smoke's going to be laid down on top of it, double TP
They're
into the
blind.
back. That's Paranoia, should be a connection onto a multitude of them. Just a clone, but not going to be faked out for too much longer. 25
Where's
seconds
our next
left.
layer? Where's our next layer?
They call for the pause.
John stun
Temporary the moment
backside.
for just
Where's
a
the
bit.
next layer?
There's so many defenders
Reach
here.
fault line
Here it is,
backside.
Util in their hands. Smokes drop down and Valen.
Oh my
lights them all
god.
up.
The heaven smoke's gone and they're in a high-low. The
Open
breach fault line
access to the
doesn't
bodies
hit
here,
hell.
and a fight
Oh,
going all
fuck.
the way of G2.
Sen just got penned in a corner.
Dude.
Herded into the back of the B
They
side.
stalled out.
And everybody
They stalled
on G2
out right there.
waiting for them.
The double
to make
TP in
that
the
move.
back, and they just like couldn't find a timing to
steps
peek.
ahead.
They couldn't. They had to wait for this
5
refresh,
rounds in a row.
and you could see what they were missing. They had no cover on hell or
Individually,
heaven.
He's having a great game.
Wow.
He found so much impact.
We're bouncing on each other. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Of course, I mean, they're playing off each other.
They're playing off
They're
each other
playing
so
off each
well.
other.
One person pings and the other person pongs.
Exactly. That's what they
Playing
meant.
with each other,
That's
playing
what they
off
meant.
each other.
Don't get
Fucking.
any funny ideas.
Excuse me.
Oh, Mr. John Hyatt. teleport up for some early vent control from Sentinels here. Looking to try to take some skirmishes rather than just end in a massive execute, because G2 have always had the read. And they haven't really been doing much of a pinch onto A-ramp. This could be nice pressure onto Trent. But Zekken and Bang back away.
Okay.
And
that gets all events.
Do you have anything to get out of here yet? Again, there's Zekken barely out of dodge. He's just waiting for the last possible moment. Dramatic effect and all, but Sen need a bit more than that now with the drone to lead the charge. Zekken's there alongside it.
Must win round
Damage
for
to
Sen.
the process. What's the next level to it? Timing taken, slipping past it, in through the smoke, and it's going to piece. Eager to just try and drop down is punished.
I feel like Sen seems so disjointed.
Sentinels though, time to shine for them. Rolling Thunder cleaving its way through the site. Now they've got the B.
Heaven player, no
site
smoke.
open
Oh
access,
god.
but Trent has already weaved his way in through the back and snaps up. Reaction, and there's the follow-up. Valen's right there. Paranoia sweeps through. Narrate. Happy to try and
Where's
step
the
up
double
towards it,
peek?
and Valen almost there with that reaction, but
Jesus.
dealt with. All down to Jorg now. Retake with the op.
Fake clone
Zelsis cheeky with the off angle. Yeah, that's going to get the job done.
Okay.
Much better round from Sentinels.
No, I disagree. I disagree, dude.
Picks before they hit.
I think they did good, like, avoiding the tail wall, but man, that was, like, sketchy as fuck. Zekken gave them a first blood, and they, like, took ones left and right. They were fortunate to have had the first blood, because if they didn't, or if it got traded,
Ground.
it would have been fucked.
And that's how Zekken got the opener. And then the trade out from Bang, that 1-2 combo that we've been seeing from Zekken and Bang. Coming together nicely. Jorg is going to pick up another op. So, pretty similar scenes again. And Sentinels want to start towards A-ramp. Want to start putting the pressure onto him early.
Might be meeting a lot of them again. The drone causes issues this time.
Leg?
Oh,
Leg.
my!
Oh,
Leg shot.
no.
He's not going to be denied that kill. Shorty does the dirty work at the tail end of it, even gets out of it.
That's incredible bravery from Jorgamo sticking around as well. Rather than wondering about getting caught, suppressed, traded.
Just takes the risk, stands his ground.
And rewarded for it. Zelsis, though, has actually got himself into a decent position here. Now, of course, Jorgamo's on the other side of this. I would expect Sen to want to go back to Zelsis because he's got the Viper's Pit.
He's spicy, I'm not gonna lie.
A sight. That's one of the best ultimates to turn a 4v5 in your favor. But it's another first pick that goes against Sentinels.
Did he spot the players? That's the question.
Yeah, I think
ults for the info.
It must have done because Jonah P is starting to react already over there. But this is kind of nice. It's opened up the A site. It's allowed them to come back to Zelsis. And the pit could yet be Sen's favor.
30 seconds though.
30 seconds left.
Is this angle anticipated either from Jonah P? You're hearing it now to rumble up through vents. Surely heard and spotted. Stunned, slows him down. Salvos trying to be used here. Sen are being slow to a crawl. Got to get a move on, but you're really just being bogged down.
This is the
By
player
the multitudes of util the G2 have in their back pocket. There's another one for you. Stun forwards and whipping, hopping all around. You're going to be meeting your match into the blender.
We don't even get close to that.
The stuns were way too much for Sen to get through there. They had an idea, but they couldn't manage to execute it. They had the vision, but couldn't realize.
Rolled out.
Leg shot straight on and finish off with the shorty is how it opens up. We didn't talk about it too much, but on the previous map, first kills, 15 of them to G2, only 7 for Sentinels. So G2 are finding so many of these opening kills that make it really tough for Sen.
They had the vision shot.
12-9.
It's literally
G2 with
no, they didn't. They weren't seeing
like
shit, bro. They didn't see shit.
Exact mirror of the first map.
No vision was had.
Second wants to increase that tempo though here with a dimensional drift. Pings it out where the players could be. Jorgamo forced back out of the fight. Happy to play the retake though. There's G2, especially with that rolling thunder forwards in their back pocket. Pit though might cause difficulties.
Jonah's rolling thunder rotating in, full retake. Jaws
Slow down for now here with the salvos. Paranoia. It's going to be pulled out. Sentinels trying to set themselves up nicely into this one. Random spam! That's the one player that could not go down with it. The pit dropped down. And Sentinels left lacking.
The Viper's playing solo up in the pit.
Just dominant!
We thought G2 were in survival mode in the lower bracket.
Wow.
They barely squeaked past.
Man, look at Trent laughing like that is not okay.
We've got a rematch here with Sentinels, and they've come out all guns blazing.
I haven't been that happy in my life.
Lead in this
Bro, what is that?
And honestly, in the second half, they kind of looked untouchable.
Yeah. It's running away from Sen, putting themselves up into good positions. But G2 are the ones leading by 2 maps here. Coming back from that lower bracket as well, where Sentinels were the ones to send them there. Sentinels were the ones revenge on the mind of both of these players, both of these teams. And a trophy in their sights, right in the middle of the stage.
Looking to try to skip the Swiss stage of Toronto after they grueled so hard just to make it there in the first place. It looked like they might not even be able to defend their opportunity of getting another global grand finals, and here they are in a domestic one, and it's theirs to win.
They just have to take that final step here in map number 3, of course. We could go the distance, we could go even further, but it's going to be up to Sentinels to see if they can stand up to that task. Don't go anywhere, be right back.
All right. Map stats for Split. Holy man. Pearl, they need to win Pearl, Ascent, and Icebox. They need to do it again on Ascent and Icebox. Do not believe. I do not believe. I already thought they wouldn't get through Ascent. Back to the Split stats. Zekken's playing so well, man. It's nothing to do with Zekken. It's literally all of the stuff that I complimented Sentinels on the run to this finals is missing. Like, all of the spacing, the trading, the util, the great mid-round plays, like these impact plays, they're missing. They were there in the beginning, like in this phase, and Zekken carried them through like a lot of this. Even had both pistols here, but like this second round, I think really hurt them more than we even know. It fucked this stretch, and they could have had an insane half without this. Wasn't even the stinger buy either. Like in those other games, this was an insane game by John, util-wise. I thought like their spacing and their trading was so good here. So fucking good. Like honestly, Zelsis throughout the year before like some of these games had been playing outrageous. Like so good. Even when the team wasn't performing, I thought I was giving Zelsis so many flowers for like how well he was playing on the Vice, the Viper. I think he does whatever the team needs. They didn't even need him in this series. That's how good I felt like the others were. Like their coordination was so perfect. Today they're like a step off of that play. Great game by Valen though. 1 for 4 first bloods, 20 kills. I think he had a good Haven too, yeah. Wow, Valen's having a fucking series right now, huh? This is a series for G2 where Dogmo ain't even popping off. Zekken is like hard diffing Dogmo right now. Look at this. Doesn't even matter though. That's kind of painful. So take a look, chat. What do we think? Do you think Sen looked across the stage and saw that? Are they checked out? Someone saw that for sure. You know what that is? That is the perfect face to go along with this. Get your last laugh. Get your last laugh in, Trent. It's over. It's over for you. I cannot believe in 60 days he's only played this agent, bro. He's so happy, bro.
Josh Artzia head map 2, a much different series to start. 2-0 for G2 right now. But you guys seem like you're in a realm that's just been so many games, so much playing, and possibly even like things you haven't seen before. Are there any unknowns that you're working through today, seamlessly, that is?
No, I feel like we've been through it all at this point.
They really have.
But right now, like, yeah, we're up 2-0. We will like make sure. I have to make sure the guys just don't let off the gas here. They could easily reverse sweep us. They can easily just tie the map, and then it gets to their territory. They bring back the momentum. So we'll treat it like another best of one, you know, and just ignore what just happened and just focus on the next.
All right, perfect. Best of luck in the match. Thank you.
Not even he believes that shit.
Up 2-0, G2 Esports in our grand finals here for the Stage 1 playoffs. And the question is, can they close it up with a 3-0, or will Sentinels make that reverse sweep happen? And team, this is definitely territory that I did not expect. I thought we'd be seeing maybe a 1-1, you know, maybe a little bit more of a clash here. But G2, I mean, look at this, 13-9, 13-9. It's looking clean.
It all goes back to winning that first map, taking Sentinels best early in this pool. Now they get a huge advantage of playing from 2-0 up. They go into a map that they are strong at and kind of have a chance to avoid going to the 2 maps that they lost to Sentinels to suffer their only series loss in Americas.
And they're bailed out. Another game win that comes off the back of, again, multiple eco rounds. They're able to take down Sentinels during, and also just really strong post-plant play on the first half. I was really impressed with what we saw from them here in round 4. Even in a 2-on-3, the way Valen and Leaf approach these fights is so nice, working off one another.
And throughout this map, Sentinels did not win a single retake. G2 won every post plant that they were put in. And this team, if it's the Singers, if it's the Gun, they always have really great ideas of how to play off each other.
And I love, like, Valen walking through the enemy Viper to get in.
This one is on an eco. They get into the site thanks to, I think, having the best util discipline of any team in Americas. They're very often putting Jaw in positions where they're letting him kind of contact up, TP out, while not using anything. They save all their ults here and get a 5v5 post plan on an eco round that they then win out because of those ultimates that they did not waste on a site hit.
Yeah, that just, Sen also have ults to play with. You understand them giving up the site, but it hurts when G2 are allowed to get such a forward position. And then again, you have Trent in a clutch situation. He's going to do it every time.
And you look at this, and G2 is winning 13-9 in back-to-back maps, despite Zekin putting up an incredible series performance. These stats are from the entire series thus far. 160 ADR on Zekin is outstanding, and that's in the face of a Jaw who's he hasn't been playing very well this series. He's not been popping off.
It's been underwhelming from Jaw, but honestly, what we saw in the second half, once he got the operator in his hands, it just made the map so hard for Sentinels to play, because he kept playing really forward over in that A lobby space. Sentinels tried to walk into him a few times because he's having a tough day, and he's shutting them down. Then they start playing away from him. Used to start sacking the B side of the map. It was tough.
And this is how it went last time. Jaw started slow in the last finals here in Americas, and then those last couple maps, he went crazy to close out that series.
Yeah, that being said, though, of course, massive shout out to Jogama for how he's playing, but I do got to commend Zekin. There were rounds where they were just clearly, like, just being fed to him. And he was
Zekin is tryharding. He is dragging up Sentinel's round score up to 9 these maps.
He is destroying, but it is a testament to how good this G2 team is that they're able to shut him down not once, but twice in this BO5. The question is, what answers do Sentinels have next? Good news is we got Kaplan standing by Riv to talk about just that.
All right, here we go.
I do have Kaplan here just ahead of map 3. Looking at how things have been going, it's been a nail biter, but it has to be perfect from here on out. What's been preventing Sentinels from keeping that lead that they're getting and also just closing out the game in the end?
I think we're doing a really bad job executing the plans we had going in the first place. We need to just be more disciplined on that. When we do get them right, we don't close out the advantages right. So there's really not a lot of room for error when we play such a good team like G2. And then people get frustrated, me included. You know, I think we need to loosen up, but we need to dial in. We really need to be better. It's a letdown to not play our best game for everyone out there. Luckily, we have double bans. It makes it so that a 3-2 comeback feels very real. We've done it without the double bans before, but we're going to do it right now with a little bit of map advantage, hopefully.
Can't wait to see some awesome games. Good luck out there. Thank you.
Dang, man. He's pissed. I can feel it.
That was exactly what Coach Josh Artzia
Man,
on the G2 side said.
I can feel his frustration right there. He's like, they're not following my game plans. They're not even doing the late round shit well. Like, no one's playing together. Like, this is Very frustrating. And he sees like probably the Shanzo thing. Like there's more frustration that he's witnessing, listening to these comms and behind the scenes, right? SEN are kind of tilted here. Clearly, they're just not vibing. They're not playing well together.
Final 3 maps because it's not going to be easy.
You heard it as well from Kaplan. They're the only team, Sentinels, to have won from the lowers with that double ban advantage going against them. G2 now a chance to do that themselves. If they can win this 3rd map, they could 3-0 Sentinels, put a statement on this team heading into Toronto and win their 2nd trophy, be the first squad to go back-to-back.
Hey, look, guys, G2 is just 1 map away from locking up the grand finals. Sentinels are going to need a Herculean effort to get back into this one, but if there's one team that can pull it off, it could be the Sentinels. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we come back, we're jumping over to Pearl, and we'll see how this all shakes out. See you on the other side.
Dude, the drama for the coaching is just it's so deep. Like, it goes so deep. Because, like, the whole fucking, like, Korean scene is, like, coming out basically like, no, never happened. And so now it's like,
all the emphasis is going to be placed on the shoulders here.
I feel like Frost is in a rough spot right now because there's a world where Riot has said, like, do not release this shit. And if you do, you're going to get banned. And there's also a world where, like, he would want to protect whoever did leak this info to him. Like, you don't want to give up who gave you that info. And it's a rough spot for Frost to be in right now, for sure. Feels like a lose-lose.
Pioneered, and almost every other team has taken up as the meta comp on Pearl, including G2, who moved away from running the chamber and have now started copying Sentinels in the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 times that we've seen them run it on Pearl. I don't think they run it quite as well as SEN do, but that might not make the difference here, because trying to reverse sweep is a large mental barrier, I think. And no team has ever lifted that trophy twice. We've had a different winner every time in Americas.
Yeah.
And G2 might be ready to do it back-to-back.
Sentinels were denied their chance of lifting a domestic trophy this year by G2 themselves. It's a feud that runs back deep between these two teams.
And if you think about that one, the finals of kickoff, we expected G2 to run away with it. We thought it was going to be
look at
a
this.
2-0, maybe a 3-0.
A Cypher was the cameraman in Pacific. How crazy is this?
All the way to 5.
How crazy is this?
And really made people take notice.
Okay, that's it.
This time, G2 look a step above right now. And SEN needs
Oh, it's
those
China. That's right. That's right. VCT
to come
China.
to the forefront.
Did I say Pacific? I'm going to say China.
He's sticking around for quite some time. Very final moment before he eventually evacuates.
That's fucking dope.
Clearance in through mid and a timing, potentially there. No!
Brutal.
No way, man. No way.
They might think, though, that that was the backstab, and it's actually going to be a full B split. And that's not the case. Sentinels are running a B fake and slowly taking A main control all throughout this time. Now, Trent is often going to be using his drone to re-clear through A main. But because they heard so much noise towards B earlier on, he hasn't done it yet. Only just now does he drone.
Broken potentially only by Zekken, which could make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he's not calling. Well, Jogamo starts rotating over, but yeah,
Salsa's lurking art needs to get this kill. Needs it.
Wrapping around here. Critical with the kill, and Jonah P.
Bro, these kills that are happening against SEN this round are wild. They're actually
Give it up,
wild.
Zekken. Looking to see if he can reclaim a bit of that territory. It's going to make all the difference.
Good
to Sentinels
timing here by
here.
Zekken.
Pistol round to get the plant down, and damage has been done prior, so easy cleanup, but I didn't expect this one.
Put the team on his back.
Around again, second go of things, Leaf. Salvos potentially to push them back at Zekken. Handed, potential chances.
Big double
Bang.
fist.
Potentially stealing away, but Leaf has slipped
John
it
on a big
all the way
flank.
through into Art.
Feels
John's
obvious.
the playmaker, though. He's got all the way behind. 8 seconds on the salvos.
That's going to make a huge difference. He's missed it into the timing. Bang, though, might be able to deny at least with that damage. Then surely Valen onto the defuse. Timing's been missed. Salvos lay it down. Valen, hop feet. He's got a lot to ask now in this spot. Smoke. Dropped up and bang!
3 pistols in a row for SEN.
Him out.
3-2 on the series
Through
right
the
now.
smoke there, I think, towards the end. And Bang rights the wrongs of so many of his teammates. SEN had 3 separate opportunities to catch one of the G2 players. First of all, Narrate coming through mid.
SEN are not playing their A game today. That is for sure. This does not look like a SEN A game.
Go their way. I think that was Zelsis, but Bang throughout it all in A main.
They might elevate in this series and start playing better.
You did a really good job that round of shooting them. You should do that more.
That is incredible advice. That's why they have Zekken on the team.
That's why I'm hard stuck. Okay, Zekken, he's in. There's a fight to be taken here, but Stundo, oh my, Jonah B's working with barely anything, just that free weaponry at hand. Slowed down, a bit of a stalemate chord 4. Horn broken.
But SEN deal with the chaos quite nicely. Yeah, they've taken a bunch of damage, and John, QD, and Narrate's health, it might come back to bite them later on. Especially because Leaf has that Marshall playing from Flowers. But they avoided getting overwhelmed by the
crazy opener, by the way, for G2.
It would be devastating for them to lose this.
And there's a lot of damage done to these
Don't love this stinger line.
They're not out of the woods just yet. Celtis, you have to claim this kill. He does eventually get onto it.
Just fall.
Not the range that the stinger wants to be played from.
No need.
Gets the info though, and he's going to be pressured regardless. Picked up onto a different angle. It's a hard clearance, but he does snap to it. Head's going to be found. Jorgamo does answer back.
In the meantime, Bang has taken all of this room towards B.
What
He's
are the rest of
there's
SEN
nobody
doing,
anchoring
though?
the site at all.
Like, they're not even
He's got to
reacting
be
off of
playing on
this.
the opposite side of the map. Jorg might be able to find another timing.
Series of unknowns though. Bang has, as you already said, call for the rotations with that time, and already expecting that Jorgamo is going to be waiting, walking straight back in. Leaves it up to Leaf. Marshall in hand. 2 players will go down to a single shot. SEN have got to play this with a bit of discipline. Leave no room for mistakes. Bang is the most healthy player, holding it first most. Off onto the corner, to the angle. Anticipates, okay. Does land it.
And
Three guns carried
back-to-back
through.
rounds where he's been massively important for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Kind of recovering these rounds, actually, for them. A little bit rocky, but SEN get up to 2. And Bang's done such a great job. He has a cosmic
So
divide
long
event
ago, I
already.
can't even remember it at
This
this
is
point,
the
bro.
out of
I don't even remember how
all
good
when
that
the cosmic
felt.
divide feels the best, I think.
It's over.
Definitely run some strategies.
Did I even
Sean,
shoot?
once again, great job of shooting them.
Thank you so much.
But also a really good job of finding a timing through
Thank
on B
you.
and finding an entire empty part of the map.
Thank you.
So this time I don't think Zekken's analysis is spot on. I don't know.
But still, Sentinels now should be set up for pretty decent bonus round. Jonah P. God. Bumbling into the walls a little bit there, but still gets away. Nice and healthy. SEN are not shy whatsoever here. Willing to try and step up, Zekken.
Yeah, Zekken
Side
dodges.
steps.
They're double facing this shot. Here we go.
Fight call for here.
3,
G2
2.
trying to make sure that they can remove this space.
Oh.
But a rifle in hand.
Live, take advantage,
Bonus.
Zelsis.
Has a lot of danger
Holy
towards
fuck,
it.
the wide swing. Good
Zelsis.
backup, though, by
How
John.
the hell is this guy still
I'm sorry,
breathing?
Neri.
29 HP with the regen shields.
Great support
This
by Neri
round
to
was
run in
supposed
there.
to be going over towards B. You could see because of where John was taking the spike. And instead,
I don't agree with this spacing.
our players find so much success.
They
but
could have
with
just-
Narrate falling,
Yeah, surely leaves
Celsius
caught here.
again.
Indeed, yeah, again. Wrapped from the side. 3v1 now for
This is
Jorgamo.
winnable. This is
In the
winnable.
right place at the right time with the weapon at hand. There's a chance with
I'm a
Celsius
little
low
scared
enough as he
here.
is.
Spike planted.
To the post plant though, plenty of
Okay,
ults.
that'll ease it a lot.
Angle watch 4. Finds a first. Zelsis goes
Okay.
absolutely
That's
massive.
a huge round by Zelsis.
Win
Massive.
the bonus off the back of that. Huge round now. I wonder what Zekken's analysis of the situation is going to be. Because again, Zelsis just kind of did a great job of shooting them.
We're about to find out, I think.
The reclear called. And SEN completely punishes it. I think that's a spot where G2, you know, by swinging, by taking the tempo,
low-key,
going to be favored, but
I think SEN got a little fortunate that when Leaf got that kill on Narrate, he continued to come out. Because if he just took that kill and left, I think this round does not play out well for Sen.
Up the tempo in A main.
But regardless, great
Flash through the
bonus.
smoke with the hold.
Lay it down with a hold on top of
shit.
it. This eco definitely has legs, but okay, it's navigated. Tumultuous at times, but Sentinels already.
Sen just need to get their mental back in this
where
shit.
Sen hold on. Feels like G2 are constantly pushing, pressuring them, trying to force the fights on the defense, and Sen's job is just to stop them from accomplishing their goals.
Not to be faked out. Jonah P. tucked to the side here. Chance! And a weapon handed over, but already getting a bit of a move on.
That actually could be really important, though, because when this Vice Wall gets triggered over towards B, there's going to be an opportunity to pick up some guns in A main. Now, is Leaf going to go for that? Probably not, because he'd have to take such a circuitous route.
Wall here on the
But
flank.
he can be pretty deadly with the Stinger. And Jonah now has that Phantom.
Trips the wall.
So once more, Sentinels just have to stabilize and shut down a threat.
And Leaf only has the Stinger, though. It's a long-range fight, tripled up by Sen. As you said, they only have to stabilize. Are they going to expect Jonah P right behind? And that's
to
the question
stop the
here.
swing.
Move to the sides. Spraying them down. Good.
All right.
Salvage again. Zelsis
4-0
fully on
for
top of
Sen.
most of this round.
They're in control. Maybe a
doing a
timeout
great
from
job.
Josh here, if not after this
4-0
goes
lead.
down.
And here's that flash haunt kind of play.
Damn, that's an insta-popping
That
haunt.
didn't end up actually going much
Dope play.
of the distance. John did a great job there of anticipating
Yoru flash with that haunt.
dancing under the chaos. And now they've built up so many ultimates that even if Jorgamo picks up an operator, even if Jorg goes for the op on the defense, they have Yoru ult, Cosmic Divide for a B exec that would just ruin it. Instead, though, John is calling for maybe a bit of a control play over towards A.
Bring them down.
But you've got to imagine this is the round to use these ults for Sen.
Right,
Because you're
early
going to break
Prowler
the
to clear out
economy of
Street
G2.
for G2.
Oh, yeah.
Also have someone aggro on this B line. So they prowl early through door to
this
clear
one splitting
Street,
into-
and they have this.
Over towards
Honestly,
A.
it's pretty
Cosmic
obvious it's
Divide.
A, and you can see the
As
rotates
you
already
mentioned,
early.
Josh, now's the time to let
Playing
those
off.
ults shine here for
Double
Sentinels.
Thorns haven't been popped
Full
yet
clearance,
because
though,
this
G2.
wall's here. Doesn't come out
control,
all.
but backside
Double
is-
Thorns popped.
Played bare. Second. Happy to
Wall
play around
still
this
hasn't
spot
been
here.
popped.
Needs a bit of an evacuation policy though with the TP, and he could just be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Steel Garden, it's even better. It's all being slowed down. Sentinels, full access. Still haven't been able to get the plant on. Okay, and that might be a bit of a problem.
This is worrisome.
This might be a bit of a problem. Jorgamo coming from the flank.
Yeah.
The
They
Vice
think
Wall
it's
was
there 'cause of this.
put in place to stop a flank from mid.
Nightfall.
They have no
Here's
sound.
Armageddon!
Oh my
Can you
God.
run? Can you escape?
They got
right
it.
into the maw.
Oh,
So
Valentine
Panax is
caught.
here with the rifles in hand and still deafened to nothing but
2-on-3.
Sen.
Big flank.
Happy to just all
No one's
the way
open to it. Good awareness by Sen.
stand up tall and proud here. Yeah. Jorgamo's flank, not a problem anymore.
And he's got to just save the operator. He didn't give away where he was coming from. Sen might have some kind of an idea because they haven't seen him the entire time. But what an ult
Ooh.
that was from John Cutie.
John's
I
ult was
thought
goated.
somehow G2 were going to be able to avoid it and frag out.
It just made them go
Sen just had
off
so
pace.
much control there. The ultimates were everything. And this is how you snowball. G2's economy is going to get knocked down apart from that op. They were forced into this fight. They did a decent job at the beginning, but then got pushed into narrate, and the crossfires on site were just too strong.
And that's been missing from Sentinels, I think, these last two maps. Just trying to think one level ahead for what G2 are planning, but that extra Armageddon, like you said, place it down when a Nightfall comes out.
It was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good. And the Yoru ult, the Astra ult are such excellent combos at being able to get into sites and not have to worry about stuff like operators, people playing in anchor positions. Now, though, the ult bank is expended from Sen. It was absolutely worth it to be able to knock G2's economy.
Do I think using 4 ults was too much?
But now that when we go into the
I
next
don't think it
rifle
was.
round, in round
No.
7, Josh RT's taking a timeout to...
I think they're in such a good spot, and they should keep front running. And the second you allow G2 to like feel comfortable in this game, you know, like fuck it, whatever. If G2 need to go on a run by using all of their ults right now, get like a couple rounds, that is fine. Like that's fine. I would rather try to play scrappy as fuck on those rounds, just knowing what I'm up against, than having like 2-for-2 ult rounds. Like I think this is the way to beat G2. I think you just have to close out these rounds.
Weirdly enough.
Yeah. And was it relevant? No, because of the crew. Right?
Now this, historically, this is like the bullshit that G2 wins, right? This op is saved. They get a couple stingers. Like, this is the bullshit they win to come back in games.
But yeah, the point being reverse sweeps extremely difficult.
Bait set up for the op.
Sen with a good start though towards one. Jorgum. Oh, okay. Done some
my god, he jumped even and got out. How the fuck does he jump and get out?
Drop down to barely anything in terms of health here, but an opening pick might be exactly what G2 needed.
And G2 are so good on these light buy rounds. When they played against Evil Geniuses, they were winning so many rounds like this with lower weaponry on Pearl. But most of the time they had stingers to work with, and 3 players here with just sheriffs.
That's what I'm saying, Zerimo. How did he jump with those things?
The drone's not going to be dealt with there, so... Okay, Jorgmo's position is noted. He has to TP back it away, so open to the A site. Conventional drift forwards, pinging out into the smoke. He's expecting a little bit of spam here, but there's some util as well to accompany it. To seize and a horns up towards the top.
He can't.
Delaying it.
All right, alt forces
being a possibility alongside that Armageddon. You're rolling out the red carpet at this point.
Flank.
It's up to Sentinels if they can hold this one down. They're calling a reaction. They want to clear these mid players out and away, but they missed the corner. Valin.
33.
It's only the one. Traded out by Bang.
Big fight right here, big fight.
Again, he needs to try and find that big
out A flanking, waiting for it, waiting for it, waiting for it, waiting for it.
Just missed the timing onto it. Sentinels are going to be aware of this.
Good help from Narrate. That's exactly what Bang needed, an escort to be able to get into sight safely with
Bang needed an escort.
Time barely there. Any more delay from G2, just not quite.
10 seconds left.
No, they've run out of artillery at this point. They did have salvos to try to work with, but I think Trent wants to save them.
Smoke propped. Horn dealt with, broken here.
He's a pure little boy.
Scattering around towards the back of the side, Bang. That rifle player, nice spam, what a flick.
2v2.
Jorgmo, operator in hand, he's adding level of danger towards this one. Fake TP forwards, they want to know and spot where these players potentially could be, and he's seen when a raid is at least the C's. Up and over, Horn reveals all.
The C's, the fucking loose sound, the haunt. Oh my god, well played, well played.
Taking away all of the sound and then throw that haunt up there, making sure that it can't really be broken. And they take the op out of Jorg's hands. Because this op, it already did work on an eco, and I don't think Sen would have wanted to navigate around it without a Euro ult or an Astra ult.
Yeah.
Having said that though, Bang is having such a game. He's 1 away from Astra ult again. So all of what I was talking about the ult situation now favoring G2, even though they're down 0-6.
Good listening skills, my brothers. Good listening skills, my brothers.
Is he trying to trial to replace Kaplan?
Oh god.
He's trying to become the superstar.
What are these listenings, bro? He's trolling.
He's going to be giving him back rubs and bananas next.
Guns in the hands of G2 though. Was a half buy on the last. Spiny operator.
Fighting A main potentially here as well.
Yeah, really clashing. An attempt towards it though, but Jonah P's already cleaned up. Out towards Art still. It's an important fight to take.
Great trades by Shanzo.
Monstrous from Bang.
The spacing is a lot better right now. They're getting better with it.
Controlled all of that
they
aggression.
Really are.
They even got the pick over towards Art, and Sen looking like they're going to
last map those trades weren't there.
There's no stopping them at this point. Wonderful beginning. Leaf though, Zelsis off, but okay, seconds there.
That could have got weird.
Can't let that go unchecked. Valin.
1-on-2.
It's nice with the angle. He was pushed
Swinging
up.
behind him.
So slightly, but in that 1v2, Bang! Okay. Again. Perfect with the timing and the shots as well. That fight into A main, we already mentioned it, but that was the important piece.
Kiara's rooting for Sen, right?
Bullets.
She said she bought the jersey.
This one's going to be for the history
new one?
books if they pull off the reverse
the hockey one?
13-0 on Pearl. Yeah. I mean, at the moment, it looks incredible from Sen. This should have been the round where the momentum starts to turn in the favor of G2. They got more ults.
That's what you told me.
On him. I'm like,
yeah, that's what it was.
The movement's good. The aim's better. He's 12-4. Meanwhile, Zelsis was still getting some really big rounds earlier on, 10-4. G2 fighting mid on the eco. Super classic plan, and they've caught Bang in the corner. Oh, yeah, sorry, Zelsis in the corner.
Still, and dealing with them.
They got the stingers.
It's an aggro play by G2. Bro. On their own half buy, potentially something to turn the tide of the way that this map has been going.
John might be stuck. Or he might find the timing on the timing here.
When Sen go bar for bar, broken comp for broken comp, they can hang.
Supplementary. Bit more bits and pieces of lead here. And Valin, oh my, it was a silent hop up, so he wasn't quite ready with a gun up, but eventually gets it. Just John QT, 1v4.
Always leads to 7-1 though. Of course it's your
Trent,
fault.
Unfortunate with the timing there, he was watching that for the longest moment, but just turned his back towards it. John QT has got a lot more to do, though, in this spot. The spike has been definitely dropped and isolated, but so are these fights. John is picking them apart here. 1v4.
He's actually still got drone to work with as well. It's tough to want to drone in any of these spots because you don't know that your back is even going to be safe. But if he gets a bit of info, if he spots a peek, and Valen keeps walking forwards here.
Yeah.
Just a world.
No, got up here, but the timing is missed.
Oh,
Re-exploration
why knife
by
out?
Valen.
Why knife out?
John had chances
All
for
good,
sure, but
NT.
in the end, G2 play with a little bit more discipline. They tighten up. They finally get a round on the board here for Pearl. It's a map that not just eluded them, it's been haunting them, I think, as well, throughout our entire history so far this year.
It's definitely the most
Alex
dramatic
so
map
by the way,
for
that
G2,
kill.
isn't it? You think about big moments for G2
Yep.
in 2025. A lot of them have happened on Pro. But a lot of them have been
boys.
close. Either heartbreak, crazy overtimes. Thinking about T1, thinking about 100 Thieves.
You open the game and this happened?
It's just.
Did you hear when Zekin told me this?
Sean, what a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
You hear when Zekin told me that? He tuned into my co-stream.
Another scrap over towards A main.
A lot of bodies.
And Jorgamo getting posted with an operator. He didn't play with the op on this side of the map previously.
G2 trying to reclaim some of that space. What a shot. Snaps it.
Dude,
Bullet to the
Jawed
chest.
A
Zekin
main
is
has
gone.
been pretty valuable, I'm not gonna lie. Sen have
Scurrying
dealt
now
with
from
it
Sentinels
well
to try and
in
reclaim
the
some of that
second
space,
part of the
but
round,
already the call
though.
is made to try and refight towards Art, and Zelsis is the next
double
one up
clear
on the
Art
chopping
now.
block.
Okay,
Double
G2
stars
getting a
laid
lot
down.
more
This one a bit
proactive
more
now.
pace potentially injected or hoped to by Sen, but they're being slowed down
Could
by
they
all
use
that
these
util.
ults? These are big ults. I don't know if they should waste them. They need a kill before they use
He's
them.
going to be slowed down himself.
He had no
Get one
spot
kill,
to
use
cooldown,
ult.
so he had to
One kill, use
recall.
ult.
That means Art is so open. Instant.
They need the next
There,
kill.
Jonah P with a trade.
They just need to get closer.
This time the discipline is reigning supreme
Great
here from
swing.
G2.
With the
They make
honk.
sure to leave no gaps for Sentinels to play around.
And Jonah P, he's been punished a couple of times trying to defend Art. This time gets a lot of help and gets a 4K. Jorgamo's op-in has been really good today. It was a big turning point for them on Split as well. And despite his individually good opping performances, G2 have not really been able to string it into rounds until just then. If they close out the rest of the rounds in this half, though, it's gonna feel like the damage of the 7-0 is almost completely repaired.
That's crazy.
G2 getting active.
Going through this.
All the way through. Doesn't care about the team damage from their own salvos. The horn.
Oh,
A little bit
God.
delayed in the making.
Shanzo, hold it down.
Clone into the face. Will bang be baited. Not quite. He's
My goat.
swinging. Oh my God.
My goat. He has
That's
16
collateral
kills
damage.
right now.
Difference maker for
Okay.
it. Leaf now.
Just a clone, all
Let's
good.
try and get ahead of this timing, but this is all fake pressure. Just a clone that was laid down prior. These players at G2 are going to be trying to re-clear some of this space, but they're going to get their answers a little bit too late. I think Sentinels are already making their way over towards A.
Money in the bank for G2, so it's worth still fighting. Even though they're in the 3v5. You're hoping just to force ultimates out, if you can. I mean, winning the round would be amazing, but at least make it dangerous, make it costly.
Full exec, missile in
Util
dugout.
spells it all out here towards Leaf. Oh, the bullets.
Damn.
How is that possible?
That was kind of a
He
silly
rattles them
peek
into
by
the chest of
Zekin,
Zekin,
but
and still he wins the
all
fight.
good.
That's such a good kill for Zekin to get.
Backside controls now theirs in a 2v5. Highly unlikely here for G2 still make a good go of things here, but there it is.
Low key, that was a great kill. That was a great kill for Zekin to get, because if he doesn't get that kill, I promise you they used an ult. So him getting the kill on Leaf is actually bigger than just like one kill in that round. It gives them a better chance this upcoming round. That's a fucking big kill, actually.
And not just get
Flawless.
Jorgamo posted, and not just have
I
Drake
just see
thrown
you
it.
and Zach in front of me, and I feel young again. You know what I mean?
But they're trying to really push through and apply a lot of pressure onto the player that's holding that extremity.
Okay, they're
Bang is just-
vibing
he's got
now.
their
Now they're
It
vibing.
can't be denied. He's rooted to the spot and still winning these fights.
16 kills in 10 rounds. And G2
Unbelievable.
fight mid again.
This is it. It worked for them last time, but they got to try and make another go of it. This time, though, bit of trouble because Zekin, dimensional drift forward, spotted out the players. Gives his team
Doesn't
the
know if he should
information to
go
work
through
with.
You are divided.
Even clear out most of the way.
Really good ult combo again. The Yoru
crash
ult
all
into
the
the
way back
Astra ult,
in.
and you just get the whole side for free. Zelsis still has his to work with if things get difficult, but Bang fell.
Yeah, finally, yep. top
It's a big find in
section of
mid.
mid here. Jorgamo with his own ult as well. He's trying to flip this one all the way around. Zelsis is isolated in towards the back, and Jorgamo has cleaned him up, but it's still got
the ult off,
still
right?
lay it
Yeah, he got
down.
the ult
Overlapped
off.
sound
3v3.
cues. Could away
Steel
here from
Garden
Sen, but finally
in effect.
fading, returning to their senses, and Narrate got
Big
walkabouts
kill.
rewarded. Haunts up and over towards the
Vice
top.
ult went crazy. That's also
Difficulties now
spot.
for G2. They still want to try and make a go of this one, but the reveal is big.
no.
Trent snaps to the side, a quick 180, dodging, juking, Armageddon though. Lays it down by some time,
God.
sidestepped, he's low enough himself. Salvos, Jonah P! He's denied for it, but he's
Oh my
earned
God.
himself at least half his team for it. Potentially a chance for Trent time
Got it.
of the essence ticking down!
Well
And
played, John.
QT! He's dragged to his grave most likely at the end though, just out of sight of it. And 9-2 now for Sen. One more round left in this half.
They're back. They're back.
It's so difficult to beat Trent in these clutch situations, but John
That was a kill
does
top
it.
mid.
Tucks into the corner, masterfully plays with the sight lines to bait Trent off the defuse multiple times. Look at him jiggling, only unveiling a shoulder.
I put my body on the line to kill that guy. Just want you to know.
We're gonna play too hard.
They're feeling good out there.
Yeah, they're
though.
feeling a lot
All
better.
of the stress and the pressure of being down 0-2 in this series seems to have evaporated off their shoulders. They're playing loose. And they're doing a good job at controlling G2, who are
All
once
right.
again trying to force the fight.
Prowl out.
Yeah, forwards up here, trying to take this one with the bodies, and they do have the guns. At the
4v3.
hand here, obtaining a couple of upgrades, but that's a big presence to showcase. No fast reaction from Sentinels.
Well, fairly quick reaction, though, from Narrate, who manages to get himself all the way deep. He's past this drone reclear.
It doesn't click on. There's an awareness here from G2 that they have lost control of this one. You can see it in the way that Jorg is holding towards sewers.
But the Sen players are super confident. You know, Zelsis is walking all the way up, triggering the wall, not worried about being punished. It feels like Sen
That's a good
have
lurk.
the liberty to walk
Gets
around
the
and take
missiles out of
individual
Trent.
fights because they've been winning
No
so many
rotate
of them.
though. Guess because they have the
ults,
long
though,
player.
are in G2's favor. The players as well. The numbers.
Still very good pressure down street.
But for some reason, I feel like
Flash
this is going
up
to be a 10-2
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels have been winning so many of them, and it keeps rolling.
It's just moments like that.
What a
Leaf should have
kill.
had him dead to rights.
There's no stopping them. Plants down. Two big ults to use if you are G2, but Valen has been damaged in the process towards this round. Still alive, though, for now. Sentinels are forced to play deep tucked onto the side because of that Cosmic Divide. It's just been laid down now, but Trent does have the right tool for the job
Right,
again.
double
Push them
ults.
forwards, out into the open. Salvo spraying and praying.
What the fuck?
Celsius has gone the way with murder.
Bro is feeling young again. He's right. He's right.
He did it earlier in the
Let's
half
go.
as
The
well.
timeout.
And he's rocketed up to the top of the scoreboard to join Bang. The two of them have been untouchable here on Pearl.
Where is it?
You might have thought earlier today that it was going to be the second show. And it was on the maps that they ended up losing, weirdly enough. Here, a 10-2 half powered by Zelsis and Bang, shutting down aggression from G2. Sen right now look like the kings of Pearl. G2, a mere
This
copy.
is what they're doing, by the way.
Absolutely no denying the player form right now from Sentinels. They've earned themselves 10-2 here.
Just
Reverse
right in the
sweep
ref's
somewhere.
fucking
What a
face.
Great way to begin.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Chat. You guys want to see this fucking clip? All right, here we go. One sec. G2 with no util.
Y'all check my dog.
I don't know. I don't know if it's safe. Bro, ain't no way this is real. Surely this ain't real. This can't be real. Oh God, this can't be real. This can't be real. No. Yeah. That's so embarrassing in front of a whole arena. Oh my God. He don't even know. It's watched on co-streams in Valorant. He don't even know what Valorant is, probably.
Well, now both of these teams have already secured their tickets to Toronto, but you can too as well. And tickets are on sale. Make sure you scan that QR code that's on your screen to secure your spot at the second biggest global event of the year. And we're making sure that we're buffering out the playing ground ever so slightly. No bumps, making sure it's all nice and even.
Yeah, Dan the Penguin doing his job with the Zamboni.
Great job.
Dude, that Penguin, he just loves the attention.
He does.
It sickens me.
It does.
It sickens me.
Interesting response.
This moment's about the players, Dan. Get off the stage. Yeah, it's going to be a joy to watch these teams playing a Masters Toronto. And this is another opportunity for them to entertain
This guy's casting.
and grab a trophy before they get there. But also, in context of that tournament at Masters Toronto, whoever wins this gets to skip the Swiss stage. And you were mentioning earlier, Brent, we're expecting a pretty big meta shift heading into Masters Toronto. Whoever skips the Swiss stage gets to watch what all the other teams come up with and adjust without having the pressure of maybe being eliminated from the tournament early.
And that's that extra element.
3 straight pistols.
It's a huge advantage. You'd love to have it, especially a team like G2, heavily reliant on the Tejo plays. We know he's going to be nerfed. Meta will be shifting drastically heading into that event.
And I'm sure it's going to affect all the teams. But here and now, this is the composition that teams have settled on for Pearl.
Would you put on the back of the jersey
They are
again?
the masters of
like someone like Kiera QT, right?
a 10-2 dismantling in the first half.
That was her
G2
favorite
playing
player.
a very slow beginning here. Looking to see
The new one.
where Sentinels are playing. Zekken set up to try to punish any kind of bait play on the ice wall in B-Link.
Crazy.
Now, just judging by Jorgamo's positioning, I'd imagine that G2 are heading in his
scared.
direction. But Sen go for a reclear, looking to try and grab some information and just miss it.
Salvo's onto the corner, trying to punish potentially with it, but yeah, walls up and over. Again, you can navigate it, it's going to slow you down.
Are they going to ulti tree?
A flash for Zekken, could go crazy.
Refighting right into the Salvo stone, there is
Oh my god!
The
The timing on those missiles were literally perfect.
Spike's going to be dropped down but recovered. 25 seconds left.
Ran
Your
into
options to
his
pivot are
teammates.
limited if you are G2.
But there's nobody actually defending A.
Oh, it's full evacuation, isn't it? Sentinels have just been reinforcing, but now they're going to hear it. And yeah, okay, noise being made.
But they're going to be late to it. This plant is going to go down
By
without a
flashing
hitch.
dugout for this flood.
G2 with an opportunity of winning a 4v5 post plant.
Like a heist before our eyes, to be honest.
Don't know how they got away with that. Valen, he's looking to try to make the play. And John thinking about it, watching for it. The two IGLs trying to find the timing.
It's all about the mind games here, and what a flash as well. Leap forwards with the fight. Crossfire setter's going to be set up with him, and Trent as well. Just a slight peek, backing away. Trying to hope that these players open themselves up into the more, into the classics in hand. Reloads but saved. Trent off to the side, and Leaf has not been denied.
Well played by
Nothing
Leaf.
to take this guy
It's
down
over.
now.
3v3,
1v2,
3-3 pistols.
John. 3 bullets left to do it all. Raps his way. How the hell does that happen? Leaf! It's ridiculous!
3-3 pistols.
He's gotten away with murder in that pistol round. I
He's
mean,
so
G2
slippery,
in
bro.
general have
How could no one kill him?
25 seconds to pivot all the way from B to A. Sen just didn't think they would go for it.
No.
Instead, 4v5, they get the plant down, and Leaf picks up 4 kills. Valen even finding that timing through water. So, okay, G2 with a pistol. But they're going to need so much more to make this any level of a contest on Pearl. The gap is still 7 rounds with Sen in the lead.
Yeah, it's the first step in potentially hundreds that need to be taken for G2 to have a chance here.
And we've seen big individual moments from the Sen players. It only takes a couple.
They're stacked up. Doesn't matter that they're on an eco here. They can do some real damage, especially with that
Oh,
util.
wait a
Sentinels!
sec. Wait a sec.
Filled up the feed in their name, dropping guns towards their back.
Leaf with only a ghost to work with and a drone in his face.
Spotted out, overwhelmed, swarmed into the spot, and this is it. G2 just really rushing into things there, not navigating the spot that they were in, and Sentinels are going to be calling for this, and it's going to be a 3-2-1 swing together.
Wow.
And that makes 11.
Well, if there was any hope of a G2 comeback from a 10-2 half,
Damn.
I think that should have put the knife in the back.
Hold up.
Sen with a great anticipation of where this one was ending. And they just all swing out together.
Almost a grade there.
Yeah, G2 super stuck inside of them, right? They couldn't find a safe area to stand. And Josh RT He was talking to us in the coach interview about the fact that G2 need to close things as early as possible. You have to think about it as a map one, because it is possible for SEN to come back in this series. They're going into really good maps for them. Pearl, excellent. Ascent, that's the next map, and that's where they crushed the...
I want to say, remember yesterday, or maybe one of the days, where your streamer was fucking talking about these teams that all jump off the map and kill themselves, and how you should always give yourself a win condition before you do it? Take a look at SEN's setup here when they do it in C9. Oh, that's weird. They have a win condition for this thing where they kill themselves, and when it doesn't happen, the other team still wastes a lot of econ. They still get an orb. They have a chance to win the round, and we get to see them win the round now. That's why you give it a shot. You always at least see if they're going to go into the stack before you fucking kill yourself. You make them waste money. Like, there's just like low-hanging fruit that you should just go for. Like, why would you just spawn and kill yourself? It doesn't make any sense. Like, economically in the game, it doesn't make sense. At least sit and spawn for like 20 seconds. Like, at least sit here for 20 seconds, then do it. So that way they might use like a prowler.
Force
or like,
up here from G2, there's really no other options. Sentinels tripled up in through A main, drone as well. Sets the tone towards the round. Using arm control in the process, a bit of spam.
Time to jump.
A lot of presence here from G2, they're making it known. Not shy, are they? Knocking straight at the door, to be honest.
They're trying to catch a player that might be playing over towards mid. You know, somebody that's playing in that connector.
Cramp in my leg.
But instead it's a vice wall here. And they've managed to find the other side of it. So full mid control for G2. A little bit strange as well that when Sentinels took A main, they didn't feed the orb to John QT. Because he would have had the tail ult online.
But they got straight past his timing. I don't know if Zelsa is going to expect this one. Might be fast, but okay, here's the footsteps. Valen!
Valen's stinger is gross.
Pure disrespect.
Drive-by, bro.
Gun pick back up here, ferried back. They can't let that one get into enemies' hands, but
Valen's stinger actually is disgusting.
Onto the side here with a bit of a plant of their own, as long as there's no funny business.
I thought I was playing box.
Those go down, straight bullets, slowing down Valen, but he's still alive. And now post-plant begins once again.
Has a star for Grabwell. Has missiles recharging.
Yeah, you have pull, you have salvos, you have people at close range with stingers.
They're even playing cringe post.
It's a hard retake for SEN to win. John's going to be that thorn in their side as well.
You gotta go through the smoke, bro.
Who's that?
John didn't even get a look in.
Just shuts the door in the face of Sentinels. No chance for them to even get going.
Well, at least he got his tail ult online. Silver linings. But G2, if you give them a sight, their post-plant play
Silver
is
linings.
almost impossible to deconstruct.
Call that shit.
And I think that's why they
Chat
match up
drawing
so well
lines.
against Sentinels. Because SEN, historically, since they've become excellent at the beginning of 2024, it's been about that kind of retake prowess.
Yeah.
And this is the post-plant meta. Pulls, salvos, stingers in spots. But SEN still have a 7-round lead.
John,
and a 7-round
John
lead
knows there's
really,
so much
really
work to do. He's like, oh, I can't even get happy about this
All
shit.
Sentinels need.
They really do have quite a bit of kills on G2 considering the scoreline.
Recently.
Like 11 on 3, 7 on 2. You would think someone would be having a dog shit.
Full sprint forwards, trying to catch a time and pass the
Jesus. Does bro know he has a TP?
Good early kill onto the drone as well, so he's not worried about being suppressed. Still has a gate crash to be able to get out. But he's taken 100 damage. He's down to only 50.
Yeah.
Both Yorus just kind of staring off at each other. A wall in the way.
Have they tracked the money well enough to know that Zekken has opted into the operator? Potentially, but could be missed here. Don't think Zekken's revealed his hand. He's going to try to get posted up onto the A
they got
line. A lot of
control.
util expended. TP back. Joel gives up the space.
Good reclear right there. This
Because
is
that
a
gate crash was
huge
so close,
fight.
Zekken now
Oh
feels pretty confident
god.
just walking all the way up. He heard the audio.
Should be clear
Yes.
here.
Timing. Oh, it's
Oh
missed.
my god, what is
Both
this
ends here,
timing,
there's two
bro?
players.
What is this
Putting the pressure now,
timing?
Applying it onto Zekken. Can he deliver? Shot missed! Oh, right.
Holy
Evacuation
shit,
there with a gate crash again, but it's watch 4 as well. These lurks. Realization by Sentinels that they have lost that mid control.
A little bit timid there from Chong QT. Might have been able to catch a kill.
Quick tap. Looking to try and force some of this util and buy a bit of time and space for the rest of the team forwards. Somehow Leaf gets that one. Zekken.
How did Leaf get
Big
that?
dropped here. Plant now down.
Where was that dugout? Yeah.
To the post plan we go. John was not baited
15 and
into
6
using
on
this. All means they
John.
can use it now for the
Oh,
retake.
forces them
Jorgamo is forced to step forwards, and he's only on single digits almost of
Pushing.
HP.
Oh,
Trent
God.
with that fire over
Are
the
they
shoulder.
aware? Not
Just takes
really.
out Bang, and he's caught a timing of his own, wrapping all the
Bro,
way
this is
around. This is going to be
scary.
so unexpected for these Sentinels
Yeah,
players.
I don't think they're ever
Still
going to
got
expect
pulled.
this.
Here
Oh,
come
wait.
the salvos. I say it's going to be unexpected, John.
How
He's
did
aware
you
of the
expect
fact.
that?
Zeltz is forwards. He's going to be done. But here's those salvos, like you were saying. Delay, the stall. Dragging this one into the bitter end. Jonah P. Finds it. Time ticking, though. So is the spike. Chance is nigh impossible. That's the trouble. We were talking about it. You let G2 get into these...
I mean, truly, the reason why I didn't think he would expect it, chat, was because they were down a player. Like, when you're down a player, you kind of have to take some risks. Like, you have to move a little bit faster. You have to try to even things up. I never expected John to just, like, stop for a second and hold the flank. I just never expected that. Especially after tail ulting and, like, holding back sight and shit.
And then you've got
crazy awareness.
Jorg in front, trying to find
And with a
timing to create
teammate, like,
distractions.
taking art control through
SEN,
mid.
They get dropped down onto a low eco. They lose all of their rifles, including the operator that they were going to work with. And I think they've also got to take a bit of a strategic shift. It's one thing to say they're massively in the lead. It's absolutely true.
Cap
They
looks
had
like he's got a
phenomenal
headache or
first
some
half.
shit.
But you still need to be fighting people as they enter the choke points, as they enter the sites. I think it's pretty
Okay.
similar analysis.
Sen's
to what we're
first time
talking about
out.
Split.
G2 have none
You
remaining.
can't just play off. You can't allow yourself to be pushed away too much because the G2 post plants are so good.
Kaplan feeling the need to take the time out here because, again, the advice that's obviously Josh RT was trying to offer up to his team before they got into Pearl, can't let your foot off the gas. Same can be said here for Sentinels. Doesn't matter how close you are to that finish line, to closing out Pearl, getting it into the next map, which is Ascent. G2 are also aware they can run it back one round at a time. That's all it takes. You cannot give these teams ins. They're too good for that.
Sen, along with a strategic adjustment, might just be thinking, let's build up to ults. Let's just try to get to map point on a massive ult round. The problem being there that John just used his Teho ult, and the others...
You know what it's
a
time
little
for,
way
chat? We need a fake clone round. There's been too many Yorus lately, and not enough fake clones.
The better they'll be.
A fake clone would go
It looked like
crazy.
John was maybe making a little play for it there. Got pushed
We're
back.
due. It's about that time.
Teams. Back to the beginning.
It
then,
would
looking
work
around,
at this
aren't we?
point.
Where the barriers started for both of them, no space.
It's not on anyone's mind. We haven't seen it in a second.
And they're troubled up looking, hoping that somebody will walk in.
Some haven't been shot lately.
A different spot.
We're so far away from Durka doing it in kickoff.
Barrier drop through mid. So I think Sen are just doing a variation
We're
where it's a
due.
lot slower.
We're due. I'm telling you, we're
G2
due.
wanted into them, as you said, but that Vice Flash in the mid round gives Leaf a lot of information that nobody's pushed up. And now, after the Vice Flash, this is where John calls for them to go and move forwards.
I'll find you. Bring them down.
Utah's going to be seen at this point here, so they're aware G2 making moves over towards the B site. Players are a while away. Nothing used by Sen either to push this one back, and Bang was hoping that there was a
Dogma
potential
one off of
opportunity in
ult.
that window where nobody was going to be watching for him, but he's swiftly dismissed.
Sentinels are hoping for kills so that they can get closer to ults, so that they can force them out of G2 in fear. But
Dogma is ult.
G2 just looking really solid.
Oh, bro, I feel like
on every single
if Sen don't get this next upcoming round,
really step over that line.
this is
here.
gonna get
Celsius
close.
Gonna have it in his mind. He doesn't really
It's
want to
also
go down to the
17-11 right now.
Let's go down to the spike, but he's revealed. Round to the corner. Trent even gets it. G2 in spots like this. Doesn't matter that they're down rounds. They're still thinking about min-maxing.
They are. That's one of the worries. It's all well and good to say, well, Sentinels at some point will just get up to a huge amount of ultimates and they'll win a round. But if you're never forcing them out of G2, that round's actually going to be dead even.
Yeah.
It's just going to be chaos. Ults on either side.
G2 right now, chat.
I love it.
Excuse me? What?
Is this round 18 the spot where Sen tried to invest?
What did he say?
Or do they want to save it for something where they've got a bit more backup? These are the difficult spots. These are the tough decisions for John to make. Because G2, they have everything.
I thought he was
to win
singing a
this
song.
round. I mean, Jorg can crack open a site for them, and they've got good.
I thought he said fentanyl. Yeah.
Stop retakes from.
I thought he was.
Even Leaf. Him and Zekken, two players who have been opted into the outlaw.
Is that what he said?
Money.
Yeah, there's 4
players.
It's
Sentinels on half armor.
just a wild listening, bro. That is a wild listening.
Clears the way, spots out 3.
What did he
Do you
say?
cancel? Do you want to hard commit into this? Back through into it. Bang. He's not shy, he's not scared, but now we'll have to back away here. But there's a Thorns by his side, stands up, spam into the corner. There's no real chance for him there. Too much util.
See that fake clone? No one shot that shit, bro. See that fake clone? No one shot that one. I'm telling you, chat, it's time. It's time.
It's called for here by SEN. Wide face, John. Just step up to it. Armageddon out. Lay it into the back along with the pull. No player's going to be falling prey to this one. It's up to John.
Big 3 on 3.
Down
Oh my god.
3
on 2.
G2 starting to get their footing again. To this side.
Oh my god.
There. Making sure that they can. And an unfortunate 140, but flips it back around. Zelsis doesn't expect that. G2, they are clawing this one back. Their start, at least there has to be a bit of a worry, I think, at the back of Sentinels'
Oh
lines.
yeah, they're worried.
Absolutely, there's going to be a worry.
G2 currently on this dog route. Dogamo right
so many
now.
ults out here. And John realized when Bang went down, okay, we are not playing a retake of this.
We're going to win?
There's no smokes.
Oh, okay.
So he wide swings out, tries to take the fights at Art.
That's him.
But they forced out 3 ultimates for G2. They made it costly.
They're currently on that dog path.
Themselves to force up with a Guardian, with a Bulldog, with light armors on every player. And they're going to try to
I literally thought the crowd was the Astral
Boys.
Boys.
Where they stop the G2 comeback.
I mean, it's a hell of a gambit. You lose this, your money's going to be butchered here. And even though it is only 2 rounds, brings G2 one step closer to equalizing. There are no more second chances if Sentinels end up losing this map that goes out of their grip.
Bro, there's no challenging this shit. Perfect timing too with the Prowler connecting with these guys. So if you were like challenging those guys coming through, that Prowler would be like literally hitting you.
It's a deeper wall though being placed by Zelsis. It's not going to make the same mistake as last time where they took the time and passed it.
You can see this guy's not overcommitting. He's jiggling. He's letting these guys take first contact down street. When they get close, he finally makes the play out the door and goes behind them. That allows for good trading.
Zelsis.
It's still guarding.
Getting a bit of a move on. He's still going to be caught though, so he's not going to have a gun to try and help Zekken out into this
Fake
spot.
TP, Zekken's staying.
Util used, all forced out of him just to try and get the hell out of there.
G2
Spots the 2
back.
plays, making a bit of a wrap around and a move around. Sentinels haven't given up a lot of map control though. If the pivot is called for, G2 might find themselves in a bit of a trap.
Oh my.
Wall cords, it's fakes on fakes, obfuscating where the intention is. G2 running their
What
way
are they
back.
going
Zekken
for?
though spots it out. Space is still being held down.
Weird
He can be
wall.
that difference maker. TP in, and it's not expected. What a play!
Dude,
That's
that
so
TP
sick.
is
Past the
insane.
cosmic divide.
Oh my god, they cook
Completely
so
hides the
hard,
intent,
bro.
Jorgamo. He wants a little bit more.
They might have just delivered a bit of a death blow here to Sentinels.
And they need to win this one. It has to be the
2
full
hit.
investment. And what's the case with the economy? Nightfall up and over. A lot of queues cut away, but the Util's going to be broken down anyway. Up through the top, Sentinels are going to be doubled up. Valen can't hear a thing. You have to rely on it. Raw reaction times, and a crossfire setup is there. G2, they let nothing slip.
Holy shit.
They hear it scurrying away. The rifles to remain. At this point, it's becoming a reality. G2.
That is an
they're feeling
insanely
empowered.
cooked wall. Because they could easily hit A with that wall.
Such a nice play out of the strat
That's
from G2.
beautiful, bro.
Astra
No
ult,
sound
wow.
because he's on like that. Oh my god, we haven't seen the Astra ult Yoru play in a second. G2 used to do this a lot. But it became so obvious that teams stopped doing it for a while.
Gun.
Jake, your wall was insane, bro. I think behind him. You didn't even know.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
They
not
didn't
from
even.
the start, bro. Improvise.
Dude. That's what I'm saying.
Josh is writing that one down. Wait, we've got to run that
Dude.
one again.
That is exactly what I was saying yesterday, chat. Remember what I said when I did that desk with Leaf? And he was like, he told me. He was like, a lot of the shit we do is on the fly. Like, their communication is so fucking good. They do this stuff on the fly. It looks immaculate. It fucking looks like they dry run it forever. He was telling me all this shit like, yeah, man, when when Split, what the fuck did he say? Something about the double TP thing that Sen do into the vent. He's like, dude, we literally did that the first day we busted out this comp, and like we were literally clowning on. I can't say who. He gave a couple names. I can't say who. And then he's like, yeah, then they were doing it later on. But like they just like fuck around with all of these like these type of plays. They're constantly cooking even in practice, and so it looks just very fluid. Their comms are great. And again, like when I said before, like when Josh was like, "Oh, we're not playing well, we're slumping," and everyone in the scene was like, "What do you mean you're slumping? Like Trent's one-shotting everyone. Trent's insane." What he meant was this shit. This shit was missing.
Here, you're up against the weaker buy. He is so far forwards, but immediately backing away. Could have been dangerous if Sen were ready to really jump on the opportunity, but seeing it salvos into the
They're
back,
all just so cringe, man.
All in. TP back, salvos.
TP into your own
team
salvo.
damage. Jorgmo sets the clone forwards first. That's a stinger in your face, and the team does help out.
Oh no.
Strap on the side. Tucked up onto the corner, though. Zelta's eventually cleaned up there with a trade.
Shaw's gonna get ult again, bro.
Plan an attempt to disrupt by Narrate. But this was their half by round. G2 though will be up to 9 as a result of it.
And I said previously, round 19 had to be where Sentinels stopped the G2 comeback. But this next one, with 3 ults for Sentinels, assuming that John doesn't just die to Spike here. Okay, with 3 ults available for Sen, rifles
Sen
online, and
absolutely need this round. It's literally like they're at a point where like
because this has got to be the most advantaged they've been in the entire half.
It is so scary because they're now in a point where like if they win 1, they're gonna need to win 2 because I don't trust that it's gonna be a clean like flawless win, right? It's gonna be a grind out round. They're gonna lose 3 guns, and if they lose the next round, they're broke. That's what's gonna happen. They must win this just to get to 12.
They're down 0-2 in the series.
Oh,
and G2 are pulling off a monster comeback.
All smiles earlier for Sentinels for good reasons, but as you said, it's
reset at B. Leaf holding A.
G2.
Jonah's in mid pretty fucking aggressive. He seized in art, which is like very aggressive for Jonah to do, right? Like you don't see Jonah making these plays alone very often.
G2.
This is what I call like making presence.
In the hope that there is a wall here.
This is making presence.
Now, Bang's position I quite like.
It's like one player acting really big, like he's running a default.
Which means that the rest of the team isn't really going to have that Yoru flash to go through the smoke. Do they mix things up? Bang takes the timing inside.
All grouped up, Bang. You've been a playmaker, and you are once more. 2! Immediately ripped away.
2 HP.
Dodging and
Oh
weaving
my
his
God.
bullets, whistling past his grave.
Shit.
Limping out of the fight for now, but he's bought time and a lifeline for Sentinels themselves. It's what they needed.
They so desperately needed Bang to be a hero.
Dude, this is the type of round they need too, where they don't use all their ults.
Any player at G2 could fall at a moment's notice, but now here it is. Second wave of the Utah once more off to the corner. That's a stun. Bang! Still, where's the response? Still, Garden is there. No weapons at all.
Okay.
Nothing to work with. Shorty in hand. Trent does.
They saved 2
the best that
ults.
he possibly can.
Beautiful. And 3 alive. Dude,
it wasn't the ults that made the
massive
difference
round
in
by
the end.
Shanzo.
Celsius throws his in, but it's all Bang. Finally, after 6 rounds in a row from G2, Bang figures out a little gap, a small window of opportunity, where Jorgmo was prepping that flash to pop out through the smoke. Bang catches them.
Oh, nice. Nice, boys. Let's go.
That's a scream of relief. That's a release
Yeah,
of tension.
it is. It is.
Building for Sentinels.
Bro,
A bit of a scrap.
that's a relief stream right there.
Facing up here, Sentinels. It's almost everything thrown at them. On either side here for G2.
That Sean's ult gone.
They get the advantage now. Dimensional drift. Can set the pace a bit differently here. You could speed up on the backside of it here, especially with Jorgmo spotting out 2 of the players. Thorns drop down. Dimensional drift is going to be faving. And now that Armageddon paves the way potentially to success for them. Jorgmo, though, you got to try and get the hell out of there. The clone's going to be eating the bullet for it. And the call is made to try and fight forward. Sentinels.
4 and 4.
It's about how they
This
absorb
flash
this
has
now.
to hit.
It's a gambit to be played, but the round swings on its head. Jorgamo rips away 2 lives. Sentinels have got to get it done now with just Celsius and Bang. Spam into the corner. Spot and over. Bang. Still trying to spam them down. Leaves it just down to Celsius. It's too much to overcome. G2 not done yet.
Deciding to turn up the tempo massively there. Putting crazy early round pressure on with the Tejo ultimate. Sentinels tried to throw the kitchen sink at G2. Here's those 2 kills though. I really like what they're going for. A Prowler
This is
so
that
that
no
you draw
T.
all of the eyes forwards and then a Yoru flash afterwards. The combo is good, but Jorgamo spams 2 of the Sentinel players down as they're trying to retake Secret. The economy's crushed, and this is all going to come down to the final round, Bren, as to whether or not we go to OT.
Stinger by.
Unless Sen can pull out some sort of miracle. We've seen it before. Extra information, narrate.
Good
To bait
damage.
and switch. Hoping that they wouldn't expect him to just be creeping up there, but no damage.
Protecting his
No
wall.
kill, I should say.
It
Damage
worked.
definitely done to leave.
Sen, so
Wall
fast to
stays
try to
up.
respond to this, thinking that it was going to be one of the B execs that G2 have been running.
Pop
A
pass.
re-clear too. They have too many bodies on this side of the map. They needed the info. They need to spread the defense out again.
That's annoying because that's keeping a lot of
Making
people
all
over
sorts of
here.
noise as well.
That's
Pulling bodies
really
straight back. Sen
annoying.
were happy to fast rotate
4
to
at
try and
B.
follow where the action could go.
And they think the action is still coming B. The spike is
Oh,
still
man.
over in that direction, but G2...
I mean,
look like
Zelsis
they've
did
got
put
the read
Thorns on
from
A. So that's
Should be
nice, and
heading
he's
away
even
from
holding
Jorgamo.
it.
Jorgamo
He's ready
fires
to
a couple
pop
extra
it
shots,
off
just
of this
trying to keep
contact.
bodies secure on the B site, and he has.
When
He's
John
getting them there.
spots, he'll
4
pop
players
Thorns.
for Sen, none of them budging an inch.
From QT Dodo. Does have the salvos. When he sees this one coming, he's going to be able to at least respond to delay this plan from
There it
going
is.
down.
Okay. That's the
Thorns
stall.
as well. Yeah, Thorns. This slowed, time bought.
But this is going to be a plant. This is going to be post-plant setups.
Into the side!
What?
This could be it.
That's
Talk about a turning
fucking
point. All it takes is
what?
one more round, and John QT delivered them a world diva round so far.
Oh
Enough to
my
potentially
God.
Take them to the finish line. Oh, it's expended at this point. Jonah
You gotta be fucking joking me, bro.
rips
You
away
gotta be joking
2.
me.
But he needs more where that came from. Off to the side of Jar with a movement. Weaving in and out. Sentinels. They've done it. Still alive. And Pearl is
Holy
theirs to
shit.
claim.
John getting 2 with that
The
stayer. It's
11th
crazy.
hour, 2 heroes stepped up for Sentinels.
Man.
Bang on a rifle round, and John Cutie with a 2K spray down with a stinger in secret.
Yeah.
Kind of player I don't think I've seen to win 13-10. But that was a 10-2 half, and G2 almost pulled off a comeback.
And the heart's going to be pumping, man.
Pretty reminiscent, actually, of the last time we saw these 2 teams
Whoever
play
made those
on a
is
set,
goated.
where a ridiculous first half from Sen and an almost comeback for G2. That's the map we're headed into next.
And Sen have got the better of G2 on those next 2 maps coming up. Of course, Ascent, you've already...
All right. Chat, I called it earlier that there was no way Sen went on Ascent. That has to be the most colossal jinx I've ever laid fucking pre-BO5. I still stick by it. I stick by it. There's no way Sen are going to win on Ascent. With the adjustments that G2 are probably going to do, the way that Jaw died on the... Look, wait. So here, let's first, I'll wait for Pearl, I guess. The stats to come in. Damn, man. Zelsis with an amazing map with Shanzo. It wasn't even off the back of the Zekin fucking hard carry, which is what honestly kept them in maps 1 and 2. Like, Zekin was playing so well. What an odd scenario for Zekin and Neri to have a poor map and the support players just go crazy. Load in, fuck. Okay. While we're waiting on that, we could go here. What I was going to say is our last 2 maps are indeed Icebox Ascent, right? This is how SEN beat G2. This is how they beat them. And so there is a world where this can happen, right? Our last 2 maps are Ascent and Icebox. And it just seems so unlikely that Sentinels, of all teams, are going to win on Icebox and Ascent. But they've done it before. And so you think it's possible. The thing about this Ascent game, I think SEN could win on Icebox. Like, if we go Icebox, I'll be sweating. I'll be sweating because I predicted G2 win 3-2. And I feel like it would be a coin flip. I mean, SEN beat them losing double pistol on Icebox. But Ascent, this stretch right here on G2, like, I don't believe it's possible again. Primarily because of this. Like, I don't think Jogamo will ever have an 0-7 first blood half like this. I cannot believe that that would happen. I think there were plays that SEN did that hard countered him, and he's now aware of a lot of their tendencies. It's going to be very difficult for SEN to be a step ahead right here. They're going to have to be like proactively ahead of what they think G2 is going to do. And that is fucking hard.
G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the
I'm a little worried for them here. If they
Hey everyone, welcome back. I had a chance to listen in to both teams' communications during that last map that Sentinels ended up taking, and I want to give you a little check-in. Starting with Sentinels, if you had not told me that SEN were on stage down 2 in a finals, I would have had absolutely no idea. I swear it sounded like solo queue out there, especially in the first half. They were very goofy, they were silly, they were having a good time. There were people whistling in comms while John's in a 1-on-4 clutch. It didn't matter, they were cruising. Other good news for SEN fans is Kaplan, when he's got his head in his hands in the timeout and he looks really frustrated. No, he's actually very calm. He's not mad, he's not frustrated, he's not upset, he's angry. No, he is just giving the exact plan he wants his team to do, the micro details that he wants his players to execute on. So good news on that front. Looking at the other side, coaching-wise, Josh RT coming out of round 14, which G2 ended up losing after winning pistol to the eco of Sentinels, was frustrated. He gave them a hard conversation saying that they needed to, refine themselves as a team, get back to their identity, and know who they are. And you better believe that after losing that final round against an eco, there's going to be another hard conversation coming in the back rooms. We're going to send it over to the desk because there's a lot more Valorant to be played.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
Couldn't agree more.
That's cool to get that insight from like SEN. I didn't know that this would happen, but when I Google Sentinel's #1 Glazer, that's crazy. It's all Ender. That's weird. Huh. That's crazy. Look at this guy. What the fuck? Okay. All right.
At this point, at least give us that game 4.
Yeah, it's huge for SEN to win this one out, because now they're getting into the 2 maps where they managed to beat.
Bro was literally, he was out there coping so hard for Sen City. Listen, Sen City, I swear, their comms, they're not giving up. They're.
Yeah, way to go.
That felt like a fucking cope sesh.
Several 4Ks in this game between Bang and Zelsis. That duo, who have been mostly quiet, at least on map 1 and 2, came here in a big way on Pearl. They got them off to a hot start, and then
I don't hate SEN. I hate everyone equally.
To close
Chat
out
knows.
that half in super dominant fashion.
To me, it looked like Sentinels had a really clear plan that Leaf is oftentimes playing this like solo anchor setup over towards A, and they had great ideas of how to circumvent his utility, isolate that anchor, and absolutely decimate him in that first half. Leaf has probably been G2's best player in this series thus far, and they did such a good job of running him over on the site, getting into advantaged post plants, and then winning them out every time.
And just one more note there on the individual side of the game.
Look,
3 players from
would a SEN hater have these on my
One of them
desktop?
had 20+ kills. That's what they needed.
Quite literally on my desktop.
Series. They didn't even leave.
Would I have this on my desktop?
But they were able to close out 10 out of 10 post plants.
Would I have?
G2 were even able to put it in a 5-on-4. It didn't matter. They couldn't convert.
Still, you saw G2 get back into the game at the end there. They nearly brought that one all the way back to have a 3-0 win. So they're still clearly.
This is a banger. I like this one.
And it sounds like to me the thing that
that's
was
actually a
most
banger.
important was that they needed to kind of loosen up. That's what it sounded like based on what Ender was saying.
I miss
Sentinels needed
things.
to loosen up. That could maybe be the recipe for success for G2 potentially as we get ready for Ascent, Wyatt.
It sounded like they were having fun for the
I love,
majority
dude.
of
This is
that
such
game.
a fucking
Like you
cold
said,
shot.
These next 2 maps coming up, they all
From
the
Madrid.
maps that were able to beat G2 on in that prior series, but those were some really close affairs.
And last time they played on this Ascent, this is looking at the icebox as well, which is going to be coming up a little bit later on. But to talk about that one, I think that Sentinels had a very specific.
Why did you spell his name Thyssen?
Played on the entry when he's going to be playing the Waylay coming up on Ascent. He got absolutely rolled every time he was trying to go for one of these set entry plays, and that goes to show how much effort Kaplan and the leadership at Sentinels
You might be in the
put
background
into
of that, just
preparing for that
hating.
game. What I'm looking for from G2, though, is to change up that pathing, come out with some new stuff on Ascent here. They need to have a better attack side.
Find the person sitting down in the crowd.
To pull from that game, which was when Sen were dominating
like, where's
that first half
Waldo?
on defense. Jaw finished
Where's
4
Hater?
for 11 on kills to deaths, but more importantly,
All right, Sen
than that
game.
was 0 for 7 on first kills to first deaths on attack. Wow. 7 first deaths. He was getting isolated in the sites, couldn't
this?
be followed up on, dying alone, no success on the Waylay.
Dogamo.
He ran it back and found success against MIBR yesterday,
Chillin'.
but they did not have that same understanding of how to counter it like Sen.
I don't know what
And the
this
two guys
is.
that stepped up on map 3 of this series, Bang and Zelsis, are going to be when Sentinels
There's definitely a
come in
laser
from
just
side.
like going
They're
all
gonna
over
have
the
to
place.
deal with these executes from Jojimo. If they stay in form, it sets them up for another excellent Ascent defense.
This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one, Wyatt, right? I mean, look, I think G2 now, they're going to be licking their wounds after this one from, yes, they were able to make the comeback happen, but let's not forget, they were getting, raffle stomped a couple of those rounds. In the
Raffle
first half,
stomp?
right, so
Bro
now
said
you make your way
raffle
to
stomp.
Ascent here. The pressure is on, big opportunity, but also I do want to bring us back to when Josh RT was talking in the coach interview, and he had said, we cannot let our foot off the pedal, and it seems like Sentinels force that out of them.
I am curious today to see on Ascent if they are going to opt to switch Jaw to the Yoru.
Would you do it? Would you
I
swap?
think that they were considering running that yesterday. He was kind of flipping between them in the agent select when I was casting, and then ended up going with the Waylay, and they won. So that could give credence to doing it again. But you guys were even speculating on the desk then that maybe he'll be running the Yoru, and I think this would be a good time for him to bring it out, even though he loves playing the Waylay in that way. But just for the sake of his own fun, even, he's like, I wish I could play Waylay, and these guys don't force me to keep playing more Yoru. He said something like that.
This is a very similar position to where G2 were in the finals of Bangkok, up 2-1 in the series, going into a final 2 maps against an opponent that looked rough to start the series, but have heated up towards the end. This time, they've got to prove they're not going to let this BO5 slip. I think they absolutely want to close it out here, 3-1 on Ascent, a map that has been so strong for them all year.
And I think it just starts with the pistols. They got to get those pistols out of the gate real fast. They cannot allow Sentinels, if G2 wants to close this one out, to get those, because those certainly are going to be something that could bite them potentially with how close these score lines are.
That was definitely a critical part of the story on Pearl. Sentinels getting out to such a strong lead that
like a
even though
7-1 start or something
G2
like that.
were attempting a comeback, it was ultimately made fake.
Bro's
because
petting his Red
the
Bull
lead was just
can.
insurmountable at that point. So they're going to be trying to stave that off, but that is a hallmark of Ascent. You can go on such a run when you're on that defensive side that you can just end up not being able to make the comeback because you're down by so many rounds.
By the same coin, John QT was up 2-1 in the series, right? Down 2-1 in the series when they were back in the finals of Ascension, when Valen and the boys defeated him, got their spot in the partnership system, and have now found themselves
I think I saved the
here
second
in their
Bang highlight.
second
I literally titled.
chance to go back to back to win a second trophy in the row in Americas.
Close though.
Would be huge for them, of course. The question is, can Sentinels push this one to a 5th map? Well, folks, Ascent is coming up right after this short break.
Shanzo?
Don't go anywhere.
That Shanzo versus Liquid though. Shit's free for G2. shit's free. Cruising on Ascent, following the waylay. What's up? All the util coming in.
Well, Ascent is the staging ground here.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
Not quite a decider, but it could be a decider for one of these teams as well. Sentinels are hoping that it's not the case, that they can do it again against G2, like they did in the past, and it was a closely fought affair. I mean, listen, a 13-11, I think, was the scoreline in the end, even though it was dominance. On the one side, it's a bit of a weird one, almost like Pearl that we just watched here and now. But everything to play for, really, to stay alive in tournaments and a chance to grab that trophy in front of you. Not just a chance, I mean, you will be lifting it if you can win the whole thing.
We've been gifted as well with some of these maps just starting on the perfect sides for the narrative. When we were talking about Split, we got a rerun of seeing Sentinels on defense and how they'd adjusted that. Now we're going into Ascent, and it's the perfect narrative again. We get to see G2 on the attack side and see whether their waylay, which I think you can spot there at the top right, is actually going to be able to find those openings. They must have made adjustments.
Had to,
but
bro.
Sentinel's game plan was so strong
at
being able to shut down Jorgamo.
Let's see these adjustments.
That's a big thing, I think. G2 is definitely going to be focusing on making sure that that doesn't happen again. Able to get into these fights. When I was watching the VOD back this morning, definitely a case of, like, I think what G2 were just kind of not quite rushing into things, but Sen definitely had a heavy read in terms of where they needed to place most of the players to try and push back, usually flood defending, fighting them often and
Are
early.
G2 better on Ascent? I mean, historically, yes. Historically, yes. G2 are significantly better on Ascent. This core has been really fucking good on this map in the past.
Yeah, you've got to imagine that they've looked at that VOD and have some alterations. Because if you're not going to change the waylay, you have to change how you play the waylay. Sen had so much momentum in that first half of Pearl. Trickled off slightly, but it ended strong with some big individual moments, some hero plays. And so those tough talks from G2 heading into Ascent versus Ascent, who are now feeling like the comeback might be doable. Who's in a better position here as we head into Ascent?
Absolutely.
Hey, what is this John
listen,
give?
momentum might have
Oh,
been
the
taken away
cook
from the
one!
Tail end of that map for Sentinels.
Why is it not a gifted?
They had to drag it over the finish line to get here on Ascent, but
they got the better side. I mean, Ascent is so important starting on defense.
Early
Here we see
knife.
it once more. Knife's going to be exchanged on either side here. Now, position of the knife was getting antied quite hard by MIBR. Aspas was taking liberties, pushing into mid. It looks like Zekken wants to have a chance of his own. It's a flash to try and push past, but immediately dashes back, but he is hard committed! Oh my, almost doesn't matter, but still traded out in the end. That's Valen. Pushed up deep now, and just like that.
A really good anti-push
First domino
protocol.
falls, the rest of them topple.
Yeah, a couple of players over towards Catwalk, really wanting to try to force the fight, hoping that the rest of G2 would still be focused on Zekken.
But that opening, I think, tells me quite a lot when I'm watching this VOD back. And like I said, when G2 were playing against MIBR, the position of the knife and their opening defaults were getting antied hard. They were already making changes and moves and maybe coming to fruition unless John can do something about it here and now, but no. Too much there. Weaving in and out, playing off each other beautifully.
And you talk about momentum. This pistol round on the attack side is hyper important on Ascent. On the attack side of Ascent, you might only win 3-4 rounds on the attack side total. So being able to pick up a pistol and probably the follow-up is enormous. Just changes the numbers so much.
Major difference indeed.
That's
Zelsis
annoying.
looking around here, but almost expected here by Leaf.
Well played.
Info flash.
You think about the run that Sentinels went on at the very beginning of Pearl. They were able to string 7 rounds together in a row by chaining these ultimates, by getting themselves into positions and forcing G2 down onto ecos constantly.
That's just a really good hold.
Really good denial of that mid-fight.
Yeah, they just have...
Yo, we're halfway there.
I mean, that might be a reference to Valen saying that we only need 2 on the attack side.
I think so.
This map is by far and away our most, one-sided map that we have in the pool currently. It's crazy defense-sided. You're running the double Sentinel.
Yeah.
But even when they're not in a match like this, last time we just saw teams rack up defense round after defense round over and over again.
The way it's been shaken out. Sentinels on these eco rounds have been setting up trap plays.
Same style as the prior map. I'm curious if they're going to do the mass.
Yeah, bit of a gamble, this one.
Teo missile.
And looking like it's going the wrong way.
I feel like it's easier to get a couple kills, though, here.
A flash into B main, just for some information.
Back in a flash.
Doesn't reveal a thing here.
There.
Could use some util to at least try and push G2 back into the trap play that they got cooked up a while. Nade into the corners. Found a slight window here, and yep, he takes it straight towards the back, but classic at hands, not the weapon of choice.
Good spacing by Leaf. No,
The
they're not
Teho
actually
drone is so
sharp button.
powerful in that spot to realize whether or not there's a stack on the site. Trent giving tons of info to Valen as to whether or not they should cancel this push into A. Now Sen, honestly, they just, I would say, want to die to the spike, because you do not want to charge up these ultimates. This is the worst map in the entire game if the attacker starts some kind of ult snowball, because you're expected to get so many defense rounds.
It's the play here for Sen. You are right. I mean, the spike might just be the most optimal.
And so, think about this from G2's perspective. You actually want to go and find where they're hiding to try to die to spike. G2 really should try to break the wall and go for this.
Through this one at the final moment here. A lot of util going to be expended though. Jorgamo already up, and that's half on the defuse. He's earned it. Oh!
That's not good.
That could be problematic.
That's not good.
Yeah, if the idea there was to die to spike, not really accomplished. Trent picking up 3 with the salvos towards the end. I don't really think the Sen ever thought there was a ninja defuse on the cards there.
Player standing.
3 kills. Let's go, Nate. Imagine. Imagine.
Zekken living in a world where that ninja defuse happened would have been an incredible moment. And G2 not super close to the ultimate, so they don't have to worry about that too much right now.
All right, double missiles, main and
This is
wine.
the round,
He
I
TPs
think,
across.
Really take a look at how G2 have adjusted their attack
we've
side.
been seeing Valen
Because
TP
this-
across. The counter
they're
is the
probably
knife
gonna
into
bring out
that
a
wall.
set
Beautiful.
strat, a
I love
set
that from
tactic
Sen.
to
So
try
they
to
know
set
right
Jorgamo
away
up
there was
for
no
success.
TP. And you look
Trent
at the
a little
counter
bit of
from
main control.
G2. They
They
realize,
smoke
yo, they
in
knifed.
lane.
They realize Valen's not there. Let's smoke
In
this.
order
That way they
to
can't
threaten them,
repush.
they could be through one
That's
and get ready
fucking...
to pop.
Literally the mind games that just happened at A main from the rematch
How
was
does
fucking
he play
crazy,
this?
actually. What the hell? Okay.
We're going to get set up. No bodies on the Sen side to receive him though.
They're using the Vice Flash so nicely for info. They just flash close mid to let them know that there's nobody here. So Jorg can walk in here without using the Teho drone, without using
this line.
smokes even.
Second on the B line.
Still being saved here by G2. What a util here by G2. They're just trying to potentially pull players. Util of their own. Over the wall, Jorgamo. Just dropped. Celsius has his eye on that one.
That's the most common position for the Vice Wall, so a bit strange that G2 got caught out heavily by it there.
A lot of pressure though still being applied, and that means 3 players of Sentinels are still here. So anchoring onto the side, it's all onto Celsius and Zekken. See if they can stand tall against most of this one.
3 on
Only the one for
4.
Zekken before he does go
They
down.
can't
And a
give
pause
up
is
this
called
next
for
kill.
G2. Don't have a lot of time to work with. They're
Especially if
hoping
it's a
that
Trent.
Sentinels
Trent
will
gets the
play
kill, he gets
themselves,
ult on
potentially into
plant.
them, but now they got to try and make a move forwards, and Celsius could be that win condition. Not quite just a 1, but yeah, right from the side, narrate.
All right.
Nicely done overall.
They need to stabilize here with 2 in a row.
Well played from those B players, Celsius in particular. But I'm a bit confused by what G2's game plan was there. Don't know whether Jorgamo thought that he would get market for free. But Celsius is almost always going to have a setup that's designed around punishing that. Earlier on this stage,
Boys, let's go. Let's go.
Celsius looked a little bit shaky on the Vice. He was putting his walls in
Sen
some
needs
unusual
9.
spots, but he's really tightened up his game.
I don't know.
He's
I
in
don't
a
think they
great
need
spot now
9,
on this
but they
defense side,
probably
where
need
it could
like
be a
8-ish.
nightmare trying to run B splits against.
7 might work if they get pistol second. Again, same missiles from G2.
Another defaulty beginning to
Again,
this.
John's sitting on his knife, right? This time they switch it
Not
up.
going
They throw
straight
alert
into
smoke. They don't do the TP. No point in doing
Not
the
giving
TP.
easy cues for Sentinels to realize where Jorgamo's going to be popping from.
He might have
It's
TP'd.
much
I'm
more
not sure,
about
actually.
working the map. G2 starting by threatening some A main control,
Actually, he
then
might
they've
have
been going
TP'd
back
up.
to mid and trying to run B splits or A splits.
Mike's in the middle of nowhere though. Again, the goal is just to slowly work the map here for G2. Drone push back, make sure that Zekken can't get that mid-round information. Nothing stopping him from re-clearing it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Are the reclears going to come through? And here it is, pop flash into A main, and Bang gets some more information. So he realizes that
reclear.
G2 are not over towards A right now, but this actually gives Valen a good time to end A. because Sen are going to start to lean the defense off
They know
the site
this is
as
the
Bang
float,
clears
right?
A.
So like the float is going either way. So they just droned out mid.
Sentinels. So have players here, and right joining, ensuring that
What tail are they gonna do? Having one?
sufficiently defended there. Up through tree, the Armageddon does need to be watched for. Bang, salvos at your feet as well. That's a tricky spot indeed, but already dashed in, disengaging, and now the double faces there from G2.
Ooh, that could have been really bad for G2.
Takes out 2 of them immediately. Sight potentially theirs as well. The Rage is trying to pick them up.
Damn, nice awareness by Nero.
Trades there instantaneously. Trent finds it 2v2 now. The spot that G2 were in as well, without too much control of anything else. Uncertainty. That smoke fades as well. Zelsis might be caught very unaware.
Second full kit has dash.
Just on a push, and he's already isolated just the one. And Valen low enough that it should just be easy business.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
2 in a row. Broke the econ. They're on the snowball.
Incredibly important round
Let's
for
go.
Sen to convert.
We got him
A
out.
2v2. Those can get really dangerous against G2. But Sen fought them in the choke point. Look how quickly Jorgamo was forced to use his refract. He got in with a double dash and a bunch of util. I mean, G2 used tons of utility to try to set him up, but he was forced to recall immediately.
Look at you go. Look at you go. God.
Now G2 with Stingers and a Guardian. And thus far, haven't really seen that value from the Waylay that we're looking for. Many more rounds here, though, to study. And Zekken was amazing at the start of this series. White hot. And the action's coming towards him.
Parador, nice. Salvos at your feet as well. This is a dangerous spot for Zekken to be placed in. It's already taken damage as a result of it. Straight spam.
See your bye.
In hand, flash as well. Pushes Zelsis back into a potential spot as well where he could do that damage. It's exchanged with the fire.
Great.
Kills are being
fucking
found.
kill.
Sentinels getting it still. It's a double face up in the end by G2. Almost wrangling control of the rifle for the 2-piece, but it is all there. Controlled. Corral, G2. No more options here for Valen.
I don't know for sure.
Drone gives up the position. Still gets to one, narrates. Quick to make sure that that's all it is.
I think Shanzo secured it with the blind though.
And
Surprised
no
he couldn't do
opportunity for
anything.
G2 to get through that choke. Completely stuffed. Celsius with a gorgeous flash. Salvo's coming in from Narrate as well. Jorgamo used his dashes just to kind of avoid the salvos. He double dashed inside B main.
Yeah.
I didn't buy my second smoke. God damn it, Sean. Why would you do that?
Oh, I didn't catch that, but thankfully it didn't matter at all for them. But maybe that's the reason why Sen were fighting so
Good
hard.
vibes coming out
I
of
think it was a good
Zekken.
strategy in
I
the
like
end,
that.
though.
I like that vibe he's bringing. He's like holding him accountable while also like
by Narrate, so
being tongue-in-cheek.
spotted, still has util if needed.
Not a big deal.
It's a round where you can go for a pretty big ult play for G2. The convergent paths can be deadly.
He's got his refract. He wants to try and bait this wall out, which he has done. Back to mid, back to safety.
That's important. Zelsis has been really good at defending his wall from Yoru clones. Jorgamo has to put his body on the line, so it's a little risky, but he gets away with it. And now he's got a good angle to go for his ult. He can ult into A main if they get in for the bangs playing there, or into site if they see John.
Fake TP aim in. Shanzo clears it out right away. He hears that TP, goes clears out corner.
Fake pressure.
Goes
over
back.
Cat.
Good hold.
Control
That
of it.
allows
Jump
Neri
spot
to
gets it.
stay in
Good
mid, feel
acknowledgement.
comfortable about it.
Oh my, that's a bullet to the head though. That you
John on the
not
steep
looking
line.
for.
These guys are
Still,
doing
we're
great
gonna see
job.
it now. Dividing straight up into the side here with the salvos towards the back once more. Jorgamo needs to lead the charge for the rest of his team. They don't have control of main though, and a dash straight forwards into the arms of Leaf. Here the Thorns waiting for Nadi Armageddon. This is going to be chaotic indeed. Swinging from the side though, just finding that timing to steal guard and rips away a lot of the weapons, but the util is still good. Sen have chances and more. Zelsis finally removed. Thorn in their side.
Everyone's vice ulted. That was crazy.
QT, they're here forwards, trying to take that fight.
What an
The plan was
insane
going
like
down, but
triple face. What
all watched for high-low setup at G2.
And it might seem a little bit strange, but the adjustment from Jorgamo in this round was to use his dash way earlier. G2 are getting into sights just by walking in together. Obviously, Leaf gets a bit of a freebie there. They caught Zekken dead to rights in B main.
Great thorns right there, by the way.
Jorg used his dash
That's
just
really
to
smart
cut up
by
the
Leaf.
market angle. He
Making
didn't
sure he
dash
can't
out of
push through.
market.
Even
He'd
if he
already used his
lost
dash
that
and was
fight,
right before he even took a step
he's
into the
making
site.
sure Zekken gets traded.
And this is, I think, already a pretty successful attack half for G2.
Yeah, from what we know, at least how Ascent is operated.
And and with how good their defense was before.
Yeah.
The Waylay, pretty underrated actually on defense. The Saturate is difficult to get through. Sen probably need another hero round here.
All right.
Maybe from Zekken with the Blade Storm, or bang over towards A main, who's been phenomenal.
Mid. They pop wall with just the Vice lurking out.
Leaf's going to be inserted as well into that forward position.
They give him a smoke market.
Here, the flash in the peak. That's a great refight. Sentinels can overextend into this spot, but with nothing watching their backs, they're trying to carve out a path out towards Tree. They've dropped the spike in their laps, though. Definite options here, and Sentinels could capitalize.
So weird,
flipping the map entirely from them.
Damn,
what a
nice
shot by Bang!
Shanzo.
Still, he wants to step up even more here. There's confidence. You can see it in the way that he's playing. Bullets are going to be ringing out.
Holy
but they
fuck.
overwhelm.
That was an amazing round by Shanzo. God damn. He was so aggro when he needed to be right there.
And put them in a really uncomfortable position.
Holy fuck.
G2's game plan in this round was to try to condition Zelsis that anytime his wall is popped in mid, it's a fake. And this time, actually, Leaf just walked straight through it. So they were hoping that Leaf's lurk would pay dividends. It doesn't.
That stressed him out.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
It's
That's
pretty
really
fast.
stressful to watch.
It's pretty chaotic. But it's Sentinels coming out on top, making it look pretty. I think it's got Kaplan stressed in the back over there. You can see
certainly.
See it right over his face.
That's so stressful to watch.
But honestly, that was not a bad round from them. They managed to navigate. Another game plan from G2, another better buy from G2. And now, KO ultimate for Jonah P. Josh RT is going to take attack timeout, the first one that they have access to. And so Sentinels are going to need to do an anti-KO ult setup. So Zelsis playing pretty far away from the Thorns, throw those over to a different player. See if we can get long-range support.
That's crazy.
And possibly
What a
others
dig.
on John to be using his KO ult reactively.
Look at that.
I mean, look at this. This is the post-plant meta,
Yeah,
folks.
it was.
One successful retake out of 17 opportunities.
Now, Pearl, both teams are playing Astra, so you have Pull as well as the salvos to have to deal with. But
The Sen's a little bit different. Bit easier to follow the sound cues, just stunt the hits before they even come in.
yeah, honestly, a lot of the time you're not even in a good spot when you plant on this map. You've taken so
Alright.
much damage getting to the sites.
Early paranoia through
So
A
look,
main.
Zekken
That kind of
is on A
indicates this could be
with
a
all of
really
that
fast A play.
Vice util.
And he smokes mid one.
Zelsis is
They
playing on the other
drone
side of the map,
through
so
the
that
mid one smoke.
KO ult from Jonah P can't catch
This
it.
is like a very, hey,
Prime
we're
self
going over
there
here.
with the
I'm
salvos.
fucking kidding. We're going through the smoke. We're
Held
screaming the fuck out of you.
onto the appropriate angle, saturated into the corner.
Holy
He's
shit, it
expecting
actually
a flash.
worked.
Yeah, he was. Turned to the side, almost expecting it, as you said, pre-anticipated, and watching all the angles as well as
Wow.
that response.
That's a
that
very
Sentinels
scrappy
dragged them
round.
out.
I like that
It's
call
just
out of Josh.
Unbelievably good from Jogamo to be able to pick up that second kill as well.
That's a
5v3.
fucking goated call out of this
Fading
timeout. A
re-exploration
loose ass
again.
play like this out of
Caught Bang has to
G2.
take risks in this spot. It just
Ew.
doesn't clear the right
All
corner.
good.
Whiffy a little bit, but Jogamo gets the job done. And this is all just with 50 seconds left to play with.
Dog v Snake.
G2 just
It's a hard
down
fight
that
for the
ground.
dog, to be fair.
Yeah, there's so much time. G2 have been putting a serious focus on mid, baiting out Zelsis' wall. It wasn't there this time. He'd thrown it over towards A. But I think G2 know that. They're going to be running an anti-KO setup, so mid's going to be weaker.
Can Zekken get it done? He has a lot of util to try and play with here, but already dashed back into the salvos. There's no safety
Low key,
whatsoever.
I feel like the game kind of robbed him on like the first
And
bullet
Zelsis, he had a
headshot.
couple of 4Ks on Pearl, but this, in a 1v4, doesn't seem doable
It
for
looked
him.
dead on him.
The money's still going to be okay for Sentinels, but it gives G2 a much
Like it
needed
took 2 or
economic
3
cushion.
bullets, and that was
The
just
last
enough
couple of rounds,
time
they've had, like,
for
one
that
or
to
two
fall
players
apart.
with a stinger, and they've been Band-Aid kind of
scrapping together
bits and bobs, yeah.
Yeah. Difficult decision to make for Zelsis. He has the money to buy for next, but you don't want to feed up the ult to G2 as well.
No, you absolutely don't. Jogamo could get another conversion path online. Second already. And Jonah, the threat of the null command was actually more important here than even using it.
Yeah.
Zelsis recognizes that there's a null command on the other side, so he changes up his Vice setup entirely.
Yeah.
That leaves a gap in mid that they have to fill with bodies, and G2 just walk down mid and take the fight. So a great identification
a really good
of how
round.
the game changes just based on threat.
The zone flash, I think, as well, they was trying to avoid.
Was it really?
I'm not too sure. Don't know what happened to it. Something exploded on our screens. Missed it. Either way, this is 4-4 now, and G2, their attack side is looking mighty better.
Yeah, a much slower approach.
Putting flash in the window for the re-peek, or the late
really
peek, like all the way through.
Zelsis goes back to the same mid wall, and he's playing on site with his
probably gonna have to
util.
play
So if
off.
Jonah
No, he's
B
gonna play
pops
off. He'll
some
play
kind
off.
of fast B hit, Zelsis will not have access to any of this. But I think if it was going to happen, it would have been the previous round. So he's calling the bluff of G2.
Trying up through mid again. Make sure you clear all the angles. Second, he's been playing up close sometimes in through mid. Dash back with a conversion pass. No risk to be taken this time though. Just trigger the wall and get back again. But Sen look like they're gearing up potentially.
Re-clear on mid, yeah. KO flash might come over.
Salvo's here. Onto the one side and the other. He's going to be used in response there with a saturate. You can see it pushes back. Zekken, barely alive, just has to updraft and scuttle himself
G2
away.
absorbed
But
that so well.
down
Oh,
to low
God.
HP.
One piece of util, this guy's cooked.
And here's a fight to be had. Narrate. Realizing
Dude,
it.
I heard Jonah's flash. Jonah's flash was like a
it.
second late, I
Zekken backed
think.
off to lane instead of B main. Remember last time he got caught in B main on the B split. Now adjusting his setup.
This is a slow siege indeed by G2. Still waiting for that util. The knife does rain down.
If Jonah uses his ult, all of this Vice util will go.
Very pushing forwards. Here it is. Ults. Now use suppression across the board. And how do you battle your way out of this one for Sen? There's a timing to be taken through the smoke. Does Zelsis dare do it? The side players, they need some help. Supportive util. Or do they? Zekken just the one. Instant with the trade. Again, G2. Reign supreme across the site, but no extremity control into it. And time is of the essence. They need to get this plan down and it needs to be held. In a 3v3, definite chances. And Sen, we're going to take
blind,
it out.
Needs to hit. Here we go. It's going to hit two.
Tempo without no command. Up forwards as well. Jump spot gets the acknowledgement. These players are, but Bang is just holding his ground. Util into his hands. Snappy
Great kill.
from Celsius. Blind is even better. Up towards lane and a swing from behind. Very drilled by Sentinels.
Really good retake.
Now that is a lovely retake from Sen. We saw there was only one successful retake attempt on Pearl.
Holy fuck.
But here, what Bang was doing, jiggle peeking to see whether
Sen
the
need to
threat
close them all
upstairs
out,
was
I feel
actually
like.
real
They
or
need
not
8.
before deciding whether or not to invest the paranoia.
Because G2 are playing
so
really well right now.
And can use it for a much better opportunity onto the site. Combos it with that KO flash and blinds up Jonah P at the same time as all of Sen move forward as a pack. Both teams actually playing the spacing game, how far away you are from your teammate, really, really well.
Yeah.
They're moving together as one unit, as a hive mind. And that's a big adjustment from how G2 were previously playing. But Sen sticking to what they're great at. Leaf is coming into this one with only a Sheriff.
Delay with the paranoia.
To stop the blood
All in your face and a flash in the face of Zekken. Took him all the way in. Oh, he's ripped his way back. Okay, refract.
Yeah, realizing that the Vice wall was here in B main. I don't think he actually realized that he was about to die from logs. Gets a little lucky. But now that they've triggered out that wall, they know that there's nothing in mid. So you're expecting there to be bodies in mid, right? Because the wall isn't there.
Absolutely. They're gearing up to try and get control of B main again. It's a flash and a peek.
I would imagine that G2 are going to try to... Oh, hello.
They heard it.
Fig.
Yeah. So Trent wants to re-clear this area. Push back Zekken.
Yeah, realizing they can't really threaten the rest of the map if they've lost B main control the entire time.
But is this going to end up being a pop onto A with the convergent pass? Because Jorgamo, he doesn't have refract, but he still can close the gap and do a lot of damage.
Yeah. He might take a tree.
Positions held here. Bang.
I wouldn't be surprised if, honestly, he dies here.
He's going to be under crazy pressure because when this comes in through A main, if he turns his back for a moment, there's a backstab on catwalk.
Already laying down the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, look, he's doing
cleared. Narrate.
He's doing it.
You stand against it, the heat's going to be turned up now straight away. Convergent path's going to be slowing it down to a crawl double dash up and over towards the side. Safety there, Bang. Paranoia, brought enough time forward and even dodged that one to saturate to the side. Bang! That's
what the fuck, Sean's? Oh my
Just
god.
Like that, scattered to the wind. Jonah
3 on 2, still winnable for G2.
Smoke's in your face as well, and bullets are raining down on you. Umbrella's not going to be saving you much from that one. Leaf. Very awkward spot indeed. ISO's one. Position noted though. Expecting a second updraft over towards the top. How the hell do you control that? You cannot. So well played in the moment.
What movement from Zekken. No,
bro. No, no.
That was masterfully played by Bang. The paranoia, I think, caught onto 3 people. Throws down a smoke to play around.
Wow, what a round by Sen, man.
I mean, probably shouldn't be jumping in that spot.
I'm not gonna lie.
He's trying to
entertained.
play in his teammates.
I'm so entertained.
Just get sprayed, transferred. He is going wild. A nice round from Sen, because there were 2 players under immense pressure there. Narrate got ulted by the Waylay, and he managed to back off into a corner and avoid getting punished. And they also...
Okay, 1 second.
Bang on site.
Yeah.
He's been so good, Bang.
He's been unreal.
Hold up, let's listen in to Sen real quick.
Best smokes player that we have in Americas, I would say.
So far with the way that he's playing, yeah, and almost kryptonite to the way that G2 are as well.
Yeah, and think about the difference between these 2 smokes players, right? Valen has been talking so much. He's been so open and vulnerable in terms of discussing, after Bangkok, the journey mentally that he's been on, trying to figure out what he could do individually to improve, and then realizing, actually, it's not about him as an individual. It's about him as a leader, as an IGL, to help the rest of his team improve. Now, Bang doesn't have any of that. Bang doesn't have to worry about leading the team and being the caller. He can just focus on playing the best individually he possibly can. And he's playing incredibly.
You can feel the, I think there's pressure for G2 here. This is, I believe, both timeouts expended at this point.
But again, if you zoom out, this is still a good attack half.
Right, exactly. The point being that so much emphasis placed on the attack side, G2 feel like they don't need help with their defense. If they can get an extra round here or there, it's going to make all the difference.
On the
for them.
6-4
Already a better
timeout.
look. When they last
I like the 6-4 timeout.
Clashed on this map.
One more round for G2, this shit's over.
He was doing this earlier in the half.
Josh knows exactly what I said.
Might be waiting for
8-4.
well for the setup, but
Sen can win this game.
John QT.
G2 get 5.
He's on towards Cat, and Jorgen must be dealt with. Dash back again. Flash forward straight from Cat just in case there is that follow-up and that pressure, but Zekin is not out of the woods just yet. Thrown out towards, into the bottom. Did they expect Zekin to be dashed into this angle? Looks like it. Hard clearance by Jonah P. And yeah.
Oh, good trade though. Through the smoke from Narrate. Just working off minimap to be able to get that.
Couple of bullets. Does the job effectively enough. Zelsis now at his turn to try and step right up to it. And again, that spam.
Dude,
Smoke's going to be fading in the end.
The wall in B main chat. The aggro wall in B main. That is a fantastic.
The wall isn't even there, by the way, but because it has been in so many of the previous rounds,
fantastic
G2 are conditioned to walk down mid and try to get rid of that Vice wall as part of their default. And first they meet Zekin inside the smoke, then Narrate is there spamming to, and Zelsis also playing from market.
My soldier ran in there blind. And someone else's.
Soldier.
So now massive ultimates for both teams to close out.
No wonder. Bang is the IGL. He's sitting in the middle.
Again from Zekin.
John is his little soldier.
Deep position, same smoke down. Okay,
What?
straight shot.
Just a 1 bullet?
Right to the noggin.
That's wild.
They're aware of the danger.
Smash over the top of an oak man. Okay, you're going to be taking contact first here with the drone. Ah, this time there is no escape. Suppressed that there is no dash out to safety. Zekin finally taken out. TP into the back. The reinforcements arriving over towards B, or are they, to cancel into the ult. And it's thrown.
Good cancel by Shanto. Stay
for a
there.
bit of a loop here. G2 calling for a bit of a cooldown and now speeding up over towards A, but the Armageddon.
Okay, Tailwall.
Safety net granted here for Sentinels.
But these B players can't really rotate over towards A.
Still Garden.
It's
switching over towards the side here, but this is all just fake pressure once more to saturate. Oh my, light speed. And he's out of there. Bit of a squeeze being placed now up towards tree and just a shorty into your hands, but Bang, you got your weapon
Great
back.
flash. Oh my
Impeccable.
god.
In and out, round to the side. Jorgamo with the movement, but Bang cannot be denied.
Oh, no, 2 on 2.
Time in the sun. It's already that 2v2 in this game. The timing's right from behind is taken. Bullet to the back there, execution star from Leaf, and it brings it just down to Zelsis to see what he can do in this spot. Steel Garden, even better. Leaf going to be backing away now, doubled up. Discipline to be played for these G2 players. Wrapping around all the way as well, not...
He's just baiting.
Anticipating, yeah, it is just bait. Trying to pull this one out all the way. Now they know he's not on it. Very difficult task indeed for Zelsis, so 7-5. It's where we stand here on a SEN G2.
Jaw a little whiffy.
As we already said, listen, they are 2 rounds down.
5 is a lot, chat.
And I think overall,
5 is a
they've
lot.
got to be really happy with this. A much slower approach to Ascent. After having lost in dominating fashion to Sentinels just recently. They've
Oh,
made
the
the right
Mixwell
adjustments on their
era?
attack
Oh my
arm.
god. That was
And
the
they're at
plane.
precipice, to be honest. If they play their defense
Remember the
well,
plane that said
the trophy
fuck
could be
Sentinels?
theirs.
That was insane. It was
Send
actually
it down to the
insane.
stage. Riv is standing by with Cloud9's Imi and 100 Thieves EU.
Yes, I am down here for a little bit of
Holy
halftime
fuck.
fun with these two to figure
We
out
made
what they
it. We
feel
made
about
it to the
game.
finals.
How are things looking? How you feeling? Are you happy with the results so far? Obviously, we know the results. You're not feeling too good. You just said it to me, but how about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather won, but the game's looking good so far. Hoping for a close game between the two, but I don't want to root for either team for the sake of Bang's family and for the sake of Trent's family.
Okay.
I've been pretty unlucky recently, so I'm gonna keep out of it.
All right, who's impressing you so far, though? If you could be like, all right, yeah, they're frying.
Zekin's playing kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, Zach is playing kind of crazy. We'll see if he can keep it going. Now, Emmy, I gotta ask you. Week 5 was a game against G2, the Icebox match. We're going to Icebox here if Sentinels win. What did you kind of identify about them, and what maybe will we see the Sentinels have to do to take that match?
I mean, I think I said it. We were scared of them, but I think here, G2 just need to ante them well. If G2 ante their comp well, I think they'll take it.
All right, and what did you mean before by saying G2 wins the map before they basically get into servers? How do you combat that, or how do you just go against that power?
Teams just usually go in very scared. I don't think Sen have done that today. I think Sen have handled it really well. But most of the teams just go in, they're scared against G2, they give them the respect, they don't fight them. And that's why I'm gonna play it.
All right,
Yeah.
awesome, gentlemen. Thank you
They
for
respect
the
the
info. I
util
appreciate
too
it
much.
We're going to throw it back to the
You
casters.
have to
and
take
get
the
this one
fight to
underway.
them. You
Take
have
it
to
away.
break the util. You have to get numbers. Like, you can't respect the util so much that you're like 5v5 retaking, right? You're gonna have to take some shitty 50-50s.
No, they've been very happy today to
And those 50-50s don't feel good for pro players.
those engagements to G2, but the adjustments strategically that G2
Like,
have made here and how well they played a
Shanzo has done that
way.
several times. Zekin's done that. Like, that's how Sen are playing them close.
With an
I
opportunity
think that's
to
how all these NA teams are playing them close. MIBR2.
chances at this America's Trophy. The victors at this year's
People have
kickoff.
kind of solved this style, right?
And after a
And this
tough,
is what
grueling road
now we're in like the sweet spot of Valorant, where we get like the scrappy teams versus the stratted up teams. It would have been so money to see like set like 100 Thieves make deep runs with like their comps, because it's such a different style than this shit. I'm not gonna lie.
And I think Sen,
It's fun
despite
seeing all
being
these
up by
styles.
2, they'd love a pistol here. It would mean everything to them.
Put him on the right foot forwards here. Knife against the back. It's going to force that nade out nice and early. Support.
Dash used.
Okay.
Dash used in the first 20 seconds to disengage. So that makes it really tough to send 4 players through A main.
Might have spotted on a minimap, I'm not too sure. At least the suppression came through, so...
Yeah, they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they caught him. And here it is, recleared core 4. Flash over towards the top of that. Salvos the rate. Does fantastically to even get one in that spot.
But again, take a look at Leaf. All the way behind here in spawn.
Oh my.
Dude,
This is a mad timing. He's got the read so well.
They're watching for top mid pressure, thinking that somebody could have...
Oh, fuck.
Looked all the way up today.
He knows not to fucking make first contact.
Yes, Bang saw Yeah, it's pinged. Bang. Notifying the rest of his team. It's doubled up and held here now. Get a bit of a move on once more. Marathon sprint across the map.
Well, you just know that B is undefended. If Leaf has pushed all the way out through B, then it's empty. These rotators for the defense are going to be trying to race you, and it's a fake. Sen are sending the footsteps in this direction while the spike goes back into A.
One
it's
step
all on
ahead.
Valen.
All on Valen indeed, and he's just caught that timing against it. Second was hard, clearing onto the one side of things. It's caught out now. Reinforcements are going to be arriving. Desperate at that for G2, but time is of the essence again. 12 seconds. It's counting down into the round.
Good
and a
double face, goddamn.
Trent and Valen putting a stop to all of this here with only seconds remaining. There's no more chances now. It's run dry and shy, and all they have to do is live. Kills a consolation at this point. It's a pistol round win for G2.
Mixwell decides to go now. Oh.
That should allow
There's no
G2
time
to
on the
close this
defuse,
gap.
Lauren.
Sen-
You fucking melons!
To go for the force. They won some important ecos earlier on. There's that little jiggle that just gave the game away on Leaf's lurk. But in the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
And it was Valen's decision not to overcommit. After Leaf died, he stayed on A just in case John QD was cooking up some kind of elaborate fake, and he was.
Man.
So once more,
They just
Valen,
needed to stick
with the
together and do
slightest
something
of
right
better
there.
reads,
Use the numbers,
ends up winning a
and they
massively
gave
crucial
the
round.
even numbers back. Brutal.
Creeping all the way up here from Sen. Nothing to really work with in this
3-2-1
spot.
the smoke.
giving up control at least towards mid. Cloudburst dash forward.
Pretty good timing at market right now.
The name of the game here for Sentinels, at least hoping that they can pull some
Full
G2
vice
players
setup
out, potentially get a pick off of it. Jordan
before they ever get
seen
to
it. That's a no-scope. If I've ever seen one. Even a little too fast to register for my eyes, at least. But Jonah P
Banger coming in.
seals up potential weaknesses in their setup, and the wall has really just delayed all of this here. Bang, still accurate as ever. Classic in hand, but peppering them now with a bit of lead. The backside player of Leaf as well is going to be able to anchor this one nicely. Still mistimed. It was Utah by Jonah P to flash to try and help him out entirely. Spotting this one out, but running away with it. And yeah, here it is. Finally, flooding all the way back in for it. So G2 now even it up 7-7.
Sen have got a massive uphill battle here.
Yes.
G2 won both pistols on a Sen and got 5 rounds total.
This
on
is
their
an
attack half.
absolute must-win bonus, obviously.
It's going to be brutal. Sentinels need everything. They need the hero.
Dear God,
from
this is
Zekken.
literally the grand finals this round.
Zelsis 4Ks from Pearl.
And we'll have about
The
3
reads
more of
from
them.
John. Narrate to step up. They need everybody
G2
online.
just playing
And they
back.
absolutely must win this round. Of
Jaw
all of
jumps
the rounds that you
mid.
get on the attack side, this anti-bonus is normally your best shot at generating some level of momentum. Zekken
Right
down
through
mid, very early.
And he's going to be met. There's plenty of bodies.
Oh, bro.
Ready to receive here on G2 side of things. Going for that refight as well. The Paranoid sweeps past, but it was a window. Slider set gaps to Zekken plays in, and he
That
was
was a
not blinded up.
weird clear
That's
by them.
a bit of a
This
gun diff as well,
paranoia,
because Jorgamon
what?
does actually hit him for 1-4.
There was like nothing in this zone.
Zekken survives. He's used his dash though, so he's not really going to be useful at breaking through these choke points.
I
And
feel like
going
they
through the
probably
body
wanted
here
Valen to do
could
this
be
paranoia,
utterly
because
brutal.
Trent Stun would have got the
Few
middle
things of this,
zone.
Narrate doesn't have drone.
Airplane Bucky on a Sen. We've all seen the damage done.
God.
And that might
10
just put a stop to
HP
what
on
Sen were planning.
Zekken, 59
Called
on
for a bit of a
John.
pause.
Holy
Zekken's
fuck,
deep
this
down
is
mid.
a huge
Balance fighting
one-on-one.
back. Smoke v smoke.
Holy shit,
As it
Shanto.
dissipates as well, there's timings and fights to be taken on either side here, and Zekken is still doing work
What?
once more.
Oh
Doesn't
my.
matter. And Bang just slips his way all the way in. Turn of the head.
30 seconds.
Valen expecting it in a different direction here, but Sentinels are making moves now over towards B.
And it looks like they've managed to thread the needle and find that gap. Trent with it all to do. He has
Holy
won some
shit.
bonkers 1v3s this stage. But here he has no information about where the Sentinels players are. And Bang alone should checkmate him
Oh,
in
you're
this
not
spot
rage
towards
baby.
mid.
I see.
Then you'd have to deal with Zelsis in B main and John on
We
the
should play
site.
tonight.
Doesn't really seem doable. Especially not with a Bucky. I don't think that's the gun that you really want.
Looking for that one.
There we go.
But it's going to be heard. Sound cue from the weapon dropping. Bang immediately snaps round, so.
And it's actually important that you do not feed the kill into John QT, because he's 2 away from null command, and that could be Sentinel's ticket to winning this map.
What % chance do I give Sen to take this map?
Footsteps. What? Okay. Expected by Trent, apparently.
I think it's like 20%.
And it doesn't look like John's going to have an
I'm not gonna
opportunity
lie,
to farm
like,
up this ultimate.
I don't.
Do they play a slow
I
round?
do
Go
think
for ult orbs?
if they win
Feed
this
the plant.
next round, if they win the next round, the
problem is, if you feed
20%
the
will
plant
go
and
to
he gets
40.
ult, you've already got on site, so you've done the hard part already.
Because it'll break EG's econ, they'll get 9 on the
Zekken does a
board,
great job in this round.
which
He
means they're
perfectly
so
plays
close to 10 because
the
no money,
mid-pressure.
have
He
ults.
knows that a retake's coming. Puts
This is
himself
a
in safe
really
spot,
big
and then
round for
still manages
Sen.
to find a mid-lurk for a second after being hit for 140.
Sorry, I said EG, Sen. So, Sen. So I give Sen a 20%
Zelsis
chance
is
from
not-
here.
sorry, Leaf
But if they
is
win
not
this round to
using the
break
wall
the
for mid
econ, that'll
information.
double to like
They're
40.
playing
I don't even know
crossfires
where I
instead.
said EG. I don't even know where I said EG. But
It forces a couple of eyes of the G2 players at least to be watching
know what I
that
mean.
direction. The drone dodged and timing. Leaf is going to be making sure to shore that one up. Back through market.
Another
Returns to
mid
the salvage
clear.
spot. It's a dangerous position to be in. Narrate.
holy
He's looking to at least
shit.
make it a bit
Dude,
harder.
G2's crazy
One
for
before
going for
the
these
damage is
mid clears.
Sent flying forwards and through. Leaf. Snappy. Just taps away, rips the head clean off, and even giving up that space. They heard the spike drop down, but they're willing to relocate anyway.
Leaf is so aggressive, so confident. He's the vice player. If he goes
That
down
mid
in
clear
that
was
spot,
way better with the missiles deep.
massive
Yeah, that
percent,
was like
But he's just
the
he
first one.
believes in
Trent
his
didn't
own
missile.
aim and his own read on the game so much. A has been
Double
weak for
clear
G2. It's
of
only
B
had these two
main,
players
so
defending it
proactive,
the entire
man.
time. And the net is
They know
starting
these
to
two at
tighten.
tree on A can't really do
Valen,
much,
Jonah,
so they
they
get
still have a
active
lot
on
of
B.
util to hold this off, and Bang goes down.
They have a high-low on tree. They get the lurk out
as well,
in.
though, with that deep push out through B main. Missed the timing for the backstab onto the cat players, but G2 are happy to play a bit further back. 2v4. Play the numbers advantage. Have faith in the retake at this point.
I'm a little bit surprised they even want the door closed, because they've got to find a pick here before the retake comes through.
Door's going to be broken at the moment's notice. Down to red. Alarm bells ringing. Zekin in through main, but he's going to be pushed out into the open. This drone, he's got to expect it. With the position,
Damn,
the stun is a good
dude.
connection. Trent, though.
Crazy
Still doesn't open
Trent
himself
is
up.
annoying as hell.
Salvos, and he lets his team do the damage. Still Zekin. One to the grave with him. But Leaf.
Bro.
This guy's
You
all
full
over the place.
kitted
So
him.
damn active across the map. And still hitting shots like that.
Leaf was the key player in G2's victory over MIBR. He dominated, and he looks like he's doing it again here on Ascent. The scoreline's close.
God, dude. At 2v4, you get Teo drone, Teo stunned, and
teams
missile.
have done before on this map, and how difficult it is to get the job done on the attack.
They're going to call timeout.
I mean, he's wrong with that read, but he's been right with everything else. Sen not going for the tag timeout just yet, but they're knocked down onto an eco. Yeah. It would be a really normal time for Kaplan to hit the panic button. Are they unaware? I mean, yeah, slightly. They've been allowing some really heavy walkouts. G2 have been pushing out and re-clearing the map, pretty similar to when we started on Haven. If you think back all the way to map 1, G2 were just pushing out constantly through A lobby, through mid, through garage. And Leafs finding those same opportunities here on defense.
Just super
clearing up some
disciplined, deep
map.
setup. Kind of playing anti-null command, but really, not really, actually.
Players here for Sen. They didn't really have much to work with. They got the knives earlier. We saw that. Zekin turns himself up to this Blade Storm now, and it could get explosive up towards the A side. Might put a lot of pressure onto Valen.
They have good timing. I think this tail might rotate off. Oh, they popped early.
Flying forwards here with a paranoia. Just about dodged and avoided here, but Zekin's in, and the knives are taken away. Yeah. Great flood attempt here from G2.
Good knife.
Coming to the corner here, and a pop flash was anticipated. Valen tucked to the corner. One step ahead is G2, expecting the plays that Sen were trying to make, and Zelsis.
He's just forced to scurry away, isn't he? 30 seconds left. Love that 0 point from Jonah P.
My blind is dead.
Usually, the KOs are going to be throwing that kind of early on in the round. 20 seconds, 2 plays in A main, no chance. Jonah picks up the final one, but it's his 0 point, the knife that just takes away Zekin's Blade Storm, and with it, any opportunity for a clutch for Sentinels, if we're being honest. Zekin had to be the playmaker, and he just got put in an impossible spot. He's got a classic in his hand by the time the exec happens.
I'm not going to lie as well at this point, this is a very difficult ask for Sentinels. They're only down by 1 round, but the ultimates are being built up here on the G2 side.
It's rough, dude.
One away for some critical ones as well. Trent and Leaf to be getting theirs online. Jonah P has that null command waiting.
And an anti-KO setup here for G2. So if you do decide to run some kind
I don't
of
know
fast
how
speed
Sen
pops,
bring it back from here.
Leaf's going to keep all of his util online.
Knife hits him, so they might use a little bit extra to clear it out. They don't give a fuck.
I'm not moving the wall either, keeping the wall in mid. So
Leaf puts Thorns down.
You still have really good information.
This is like an anti-null command setup. Now he's playing anti-null command. Thorns, wall mid.
Or potentially about a response
kind of playing
G2,
deep.
but they are passive enough that there's nothing coming their way. Wall's going to be taken out. Forces the drone out of G2 here, but it's these G2 players right here.
Very late A main smoke
under the threat here. Heat's going to be turned up out of the pan and into the fire. It's Sentinels. 2 quick ones earned as well up through heaven. You got to try and deny this perch that Leaf is sat upon. They do just that.
Nice early use of the ultimate. Completely caught those players on tree. And bang, he holds heaven.
All watch.
Dominated.
9-9. Sentinels, that could have been a very dangerous round indeed. And
G2, 2 people low
econ. Up to a
econ.
couple of big ultimates themselves.
Ooh, that was a huge round.
It's a huge 1% to get on the board. You actually saw Jorgamo swap over to his shorty, because I think in his head he's probably anticipating the Vice ult coming through as well. And he's thinking, all right, I probably need to be swapping.
Jumped on Jonah, I kissed him on the lips.
Is it against the rules?
To kiss your opponent on the lips.
Opposite side of the stage, yeah, probably.
The NBA fans are wondering.
Yeah, they were. They were at some point.
There's no rule a dog can't play.
But now that big null command removed from the attack side should make things slightly easier here for the defenders.
Saturate slows it down though. They know where the drone's coming from. With elbows, he's barely out of there. Zekken, he's still alive.
Combo.
Bang, forwards. Oh, he's blind as anything. Doesn't matter.
Oh my
He's
God.
been magnificent today, hasn't he, Bang? Just catching the perfect timings with the perfect off angle. And G2 react with Jorgenly.
That's a double entry, no
util,
no ults.
Yeah.
They're saving their ult.
Been able to backstab multiple times here, but Leaf is watching for it.
Oh, the Tejo ult.
Hold on, Armageddon's going to force these players forwards as well. That is a pick your poison situation. You are stunned up, and my goodness, what a way to deal with it. Oh,
3 on 2.
From Trent to 2v3, turned on his head immediately. Celsius, you have the ult to work with again, but look at this, the positioning of Leaf. He's already here. I think you can hear it. Rumble of somebody's footsteps, convergent pass, just to slow them all the way down. There is that uncertainty.
I think
trying to slow this one down. Hope that Celsius will be offered up a couple of picks here, but with the util out in the open, doesn't expect that.
What was Neri cooking over here?
What a turnaround in this round.
They tried to get him going mid to B on that fake ult, but it got heard, so then they just wasted it.
And Narrate can hear a waylay fast behind.
Yeah, put in a squeeze now, a device script here.
Yeah, just a vibe ult.
Pathing, it's going to get predictable.
That's crazy.
You want to get the plan here, just taps, hoping that it just pulls one of these players out wide. And Leaf is just smart. Too smart for these games as well. Doesn't really open himself up for it. Spamming, spraying away, but time is already going to be played. As long as Trent stays alive, it's going to be another one added to the tally.
They're so good at identifying what they need to do in these clutch
bro
situations.
has red missiles? Trent, did he not use them there?
Never a risk there of putting his body on the line.
Wait.
So that Narate could win the 1v3. Right. Take a look at the replay here, though. It's a perfect off angle to stop a play like this. A 5v3. And then Lee with his classic push out, and Trent with an immaculate 2K. I don't know how they get the perfect read that they're all in A main at that exact timing, but the combination of the ult and the stun.
If he never used his missiles there, I feel like that could have been the difference maker of the round.
It's a brutal one for Sentinels here. Immediate reaction with the timeout. You can see it. Well, Sentinels players' faces, they are feeling it potentially. This is a difficult spot to be in, even though they're one round down.
And they've actually been doing a decent job. We keep talking about the fact that it's going to be uphill.
Let me see.
But Sen,
I think this is it right here.
They're kind of going 1-for-1 with these rounds.
Yeah.
Ever since G2 won the pistol, it's been
Sean, what a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
3-2.
Sorry. No, that wasn't it. One more.
But if they lose this next round, Sen are going to be on an eco.
Where was he at?
Players swapping over, we can see, to light armor.
So yeah, he didn't even use his missiles.
Do lose this round?
The question is, where was he during this ult?
Tried to keep the economy going for as long as they possibly
can. He could have like counter missiled the door, and I think he should have. He should have used his missiles the second this ult was used.
Not just the sense as well, it's best to find
either that or Shanzo should have TP'd past it. But like, oh, he didn't. Oh, he did have it to be TP'd out.
In part, both of these teams.
This was not the play by these two. They fucked up. These two fucked up.
And in the map for now, Sentinels.
But I will say, Narate could have saved them. Narate could have definitely saved them with util right there. He had ult and missiles. He could have immediately counter-ulted, immediately counter-missiled, and they would have been fine. They would have probably traded out the kills.
The util, knives thrown at the beginning.
Knife clears over towards Catwalk. Thrown into A main. And they push Jorgamo out of middle. So Sentinels using their utility to try to create safe avenues for them to split into sites. G2 look for a little bit of info. Don't see too much. I would expect ults to be expended massively in this round because it's super important for both teams. If G2 win it, they're going to be feeling elated.
You guys are so ridiculous.
Like the trophy's already theirs.
We'll sprint up through mid by second, just hoping that the wall was there to potentially.
Hey, don't make fun of making Subway sandwiches. I worked at Subway for 3 years. It's the fucking assistant manager.
And he is weak. And the hand with the flash. G2 are playing passively enough though that this is a chance for them. Jump spot, Jonah P.
What a hold.
Yeah, they're willing to give him that control as well. Now Refight is called for with a paranoia, but up through mid now. Door in your face. The rate. You have the salvos to instantly break this one. You can pop out onto these players, but a Steel Garden is again going to be lying in wait here from Lee. He's going to be slowing down these players out towards the back of the side and dashing over. Jorgamo denies him at the doorstep. Saturate, potentially even better, but Zekken does put him in his place. All the way forwards now with only 15 seconds left. This is G2 jumping on the chance. Death by 1,000 cuts indeed. Sentinels between a
Death
rock and
by
a hard place. There's no
1,000
chance to get this
missiles.
fight down safely, cleanly whatsoever. 11 rounds now for G2.
Bro, death by 1,000 missiles.
G2 hoist the trophy back-to-back winners in Americas after making 4 consecutive finals.
I'm sweaty.
We've never had even a repeat winner in Americas. And SEN have got to scrap together a bye. They have to. It's pointless
Of
trying to
course
let
it was a
G2
show,
get to
of
12 and
course.
hoping you can win 3 attack rounds on Ascent in a row. Even though the bye is going to be bad. A Stinger, a Guardian, a Bulldog,
What feed are the
and a
coaches
dream
watching?
for SEN.
They're observing live in the game.
Somebody has to make the play to right the ship. Otherwise, they, with double map ban, are going to fall short. We saw plenty of hero plays when he Sentinels players, and again, as you said, Josh, this is ass off once more. Oh, he's got stuck. He's out of there, but he does. Oh no, no dash available. No dash available, and he needs to deny this, at least with the kills.
That's fortunate.
Second, forced into
How
a
the
difficult
fuck?
spot.
In mid, just a dry death in mid? Oh my god, where's our smoke?
Right from behind! No smoke over towards Market. I think Second assumed that that was being covered.
Oh my
Then again,
god.
it was all chaos. Bang up towards Kart. Just with the movement as well, the refract in the back pocket, Chocomo. Tail end of the duration of that one still, he's alive.
Pro mid Waylay look
Means
good
a player
as fuck
advantage
right
for
there.
G2 to play around. Narrate has been holding this ult for such a long time. Can he find some value out of it? They've got to turn a player disadvantage. Otherwise it's going to mean G2 up to 12 here. Up to series point in our grand finals. Push forwards, pop flash in, and this is it, Narrate. Just being swarmed and overwhelmed. G2! One step away.
I fear it is over, SEN fans.
3 chances, 3 tournament points.
I
They
fear it's
already won
over.
in kickoff. It was a 5-map blender between these 2 teams. And Sentinels beat them for the first time in VCT recently in the upper bracket semi-finals here.
Woo! Let's go, baby!
But now G2 can feel it. They want to establish a year of dominance here. Just a week ago, they were thinking whether or not they'd even qualify for Toronto. And now they've got 3 opportunities to lift the Americas trophy again and come in, skipping the Swiss stage in a phenomenal spot for Toronto. Carving themselves into the history books.
One more
Americas,
break.
at least domestically. To be one of the
Fast
first teams to get the
market
back-to-back.
split,
It took the
4-3
second to
mid.
try and put a stop to that. These dreams and hopes of G2 themselves, but already dashing forwards. This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being isolated still.
Wow.
They deal with Leaf.
They got
Armageddon
it.
in through the back.
3
Finds
rotates
a bit
through
of
spawn.
time, a bit of
Jonah P.
space as
Banger
well, but they
coming
have to
over
deal
right
with
now.
Trenton.
Here it
There's
is.
a stun against the back wall. He's penned himself
Oh
in.
shit, they're
Skipping
in.
and hopping all the way through as well. Second isolates it, finds that fight in DG2. Just relentless. Making a move on now, still with that player disadvantage. Jordan
2-on-3.
Mono cleans it up onto the side. It's all down to him into this spot. Sentinels earn themselves that breathing room.
All right. G2 have money.
When you watch him
Leaf
through
doesn't, but
Second's
the rest
eyes,
of the
it
team
looks
does.
chaotic. He's been tangled up by Leaf's
Jesus.
setups in a couple of these rounds now, and yet the value provided from that Tejo ultimate completely isolated Trent, and he did whiff on the stun. He's almost stunned himself. A little bit of nerves in the final moment. And brick by brick, track by track, the SEN train at the moment keeps chugging, but 2 more opportunities for G2.
Holy man.
On a massively favored half, and they're taking attack timeout. My
okay.
goodness. I mean, if Kaplan doesn't take it now, he might not have a chance to even talk to the team. Everything has to be perfect. Or at least the outcome has to be perfect. Yeah. Actually, the way the Sentinels got that round was a little scrappy, but it got the job done, and that is what matters. They've run out of ultimates, though.
Currently.
Narrate was holding that Tejo ult in his back pocket for so long. And Kaplan, he's
No.
actually not
You're not getting that
so
banana
much
back,
giving
bro.
the info here as just
It's
giving
over.
his team
It's over,
time
bro.
and space. It A seems breather. to fill something out. It's John that you can see
It's over.
calling out a couple of ideas. Some
As a
adjustments.
reminder, chat. As a reminder.
2 rounds that stand for Sentinels. Every single round that they've been able to earn on this attack side.
If you are a SEN
It's
fan,
been torturous, man.
I
It's
have
been
something to tell
absolutely
you.
Torturous. If you take a look at the timeline,
You're
only
just
3
like
so
us.
far on this attack side round, and now
Welcome.
they have to do
Welcome
2
to hell.
back-to-back.
Welcome.
bring this one all the way to OT to stand a chance as well, to not go out, just to even
Welcome
get a
to hell.
chance of competing in that 5th and final map.
You were baited once.
So much of
That's
Sentinels
all you're gonna
competition
get.
recently in the last few rounds has been around B and B splitting. Leaf
Their hell is
adjusting
indeed
the
better
setup
than ours.
slightly, but gets
Look,
caught by the suppress.
look, if we were judging Hell's,
Sen
ours is a
messing
lot
with their
worse.
heads.
I'm not
Instead of
denying
going
that,
for the
okay?
B-split,
They've
they
got a
make it feel
pretty
like
nice
one.
Hell. But
And getting ready to pounce on
But-
A. But G2 are already getting good
it's
information.
kind of
Boosting
close.
Chocomo
It
with
is Hell
Trent
nonetheless.
to clear out this angle. The drone goes deep, and Leaf can start leaning A.
Joel could take a peek here if he wanted to, at least with the refract, but not choosing to. Center quite open as well to that push, the potential of it at least, in through mid, just holding for now.
And G2 look like they're playing A for retake. I mean, they want to use, by the look of it, Trent and Jorgamo's ultimate to close this out.
God, pop the fucking
Tricky
wall,
wall
bro.
to try and at least break down. Spam coming his way on top of it. Eventually, removes it.
Well
One
played.
obstacle dealt with, but Sen have got plenty more waiting for them on the other side of the A side
Heaven,
here. A
blinded
lot
by
of
that.
util expended.
Okay, they're out.
But
They
again,
got
I
the
think it's
site.
going to be a retake. We're
Full
looking
retake
towards
table,
Trent and
Waylay.
Jorgamo and
Oh,
how much
God.
value they get out of the ults.
Oh, God.
Sen are controlling Catwalk and Tree. They're
How
not
do we get
closing the
past
door and
these
locking
ults?
themselves in on site.
Because they know they have to find
They're gonna
forwards
style
here
on
as
us
soon
with
as
the
ults are
fucking
used.
Waylay ult.
Find
Someone's
the
gonna get
timing, a
knifed.
window of opportunity here against G2, and here it is. First ult going to be sent out.
Oh
John
my
QT
God, he
already
gets
catching
everything.
it. Conversion past second. He's isolated on a bloody island. Slow to a
Wait.
crawl, but he still gets the one. Sentinels, can they do it? Pull it back from the brink, but again they're isolated, cut out of the sight, divided away from it, and spammed. And stuck away! Sen! Dropping like flies! And for G2, in all eyes! Into the hands of Trent! And he delivers them
that's
a
heartbreaking.
back-to-back trophy!
Holy fuck, bro. G2 is insane. That retake looked
An outrageous way for
unbeatable.
the map to finish. Much improved over the last time that they played a Sen.
Damn, bro. What a fucking
And
win
this
by
team,
G2 today.
like I said only a week ago, were grueling through the lower bracket. Against 100 Thieves in OT on the final map, against an EG team.
They deserve this. Just for the sake of silencing the haters that were fucking talking mad shit about them. Saying they were solved, saying they were washed, saying blah, 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 blah. Like, this team is actually so fucking good. They're actually so goddamn good.
And Ender had talked about it again a week ago. There are only a few games that set your legacy in Valorant. And they managed to avoid elimination in the lower bracket and cement that legacy again today.
G2 making history, and
Holy
here
fuck.
it is.
These guys are probably
The
so tired
Stage
right
1
now.
2025 America's
But it's all worth it.
champions. G2.
Fuck.
Doing
Congrats,
what everybody
you two.
expected of them, but started to doubt. This team has been dominant throughout the whole of this year domestically in Americas and just started to slip up in recent weeks, but they fixed it at the perfect moment. The input from Josh, the reflection from Valen, the individual brilliance coming out from people like Trent, Leaf, and fixing the errors that they've made on maps like Ascent, for example. Poetic the way that they finish.
Absolutely. Grueling is what they'd probably describe their path to even get here.
One
Each
lead.
player getting their time in the sun.
An awesome moment as well, you've got to imagine, for Jonah P, who's going to be probably the sole Canadian heading towards
Dogamo.
Masters Toronto, and with a trophy in the back pocket as well, waiting to see which teams are going to escape
Teo,
from the
if you're there.
two-stage
No, I'm just kidding.
to march into the blender that is G2.
I actually
They
can't
get
wait to
that
see Trent back on Sova,
opportunity to
bro.
look at the rest
Trent
of the squads,
Sova's disgusting.
figure out the meta potentially too.
Absolutely.
Trent will have time to revamp if he wants to move away from the Teo.
Well, with all that being said, we're going to send it down to Riv on the stage with our America's Stage 1 champions.
Real quick, though, before he does that, I just want to give a heartfelt fuck you to Sentinels for sending G2 to the lowers. Fuck you, Sentinels. You finally beat them, and it's to send them to us? And then EG? You traitorous fucks. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Feels right to start with you. I'm glad
Just had to
you're
get
on
that
this
off my
side.
chest.
You get to go home. What are you excited to show
Good luck in
everybody when
Toronto
you
to all
get back
three teams,
Canada
though.
and get into the game?
Just the amazing culture there. Everyone's super friendly and nice. and playoff hockey in Toronto right now. So hopefully Toronto makes it to the second round.
Fucking hell, bro.
Heck yeah, that's actually my little question for you. What are people?
Why'd they
what should be
send them
looking
to the
for? What do they look
lowers?
to do when they're out there? What
God
should we-
damn
what
it,
should we have fun
man.
with?
Honestly, you can do anything. Everyone's super polite. You just gotta be polite yourself, and everyone will respect you. And it's just a nice vibe there.
All right, be polite.
Actually
All
true,
right, man.
though.
GG's, great game, and good luck in Toronto. Valen, we got to
G2's
touch
so
on the fact that
That's so likable, man.
we got to touch on the fact that you
I can't wait
were
to hear
pretty
leave.
hard on yourself at the end, saying I wasn't being the leader I wanted to be. What was that for you?
Wholesome.
I think I was focusing too much on myself, and I should be focusing on the little details for the team. I want to make sure all guys around me succeed. And
this guy's gonna go
me
crazy.
winning these last couple games and getting into the Masters Toronto was credit to Josh for kind of opening my eyes on that. He said, Jake, you're being too self-centered. You're being too self-focused right now. You got to reopen your mind to the team. You want to win games. You want to be the best IGL in the world. You got to lead the 4 people around you to do so. And I kind of remembered that, dialed it back a little bit, and I'm back, so let's go.
That's what I'm talking about. Were you the IGL you wanted to be today?
Yeah, I was the IGL I wanted to be today. Back-to-back champions, couldn't have done it without my team. I love these guys. Let's go to Toronto and win that shit, too.
Dude, what a great
Congratulations,
IGL.
my
Seriously,
man.
great IGL.
Congratulations. The hype is screaming up here on stage.
Great
Leaf,
leader.
we've talked
Not
about
IGL.
it before,
Out of game
and coaches
leader,
past and present have talked about, the flexibility in your play, how much you study the game. What allows you with this squad to bring that info to the team? We're hearing you talk a lot and hype people up. What is it about all that study that you bring?
I think everybody is also individually very smart, and they just have we have a lot of belief in everybody. If somebody says something, we try to do it, and even if it doesn't work out, we go next. And I think that every single team that we play against, we know what to expect for the most part. There's some curveballs that hit here and there, but I think that we are just one of the most prepared teams in the world.
Awesome. Best of luck.
Damn, he kept it humble. Props.
You
No
have
shit
been
talk.
a major core of this
like
team
that.
since the beginning. Did you think that these would be the results, that this would be the stack as you guys started to get on that dynasty train?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the guys around us. So, I mean, it's honestly surreal. Like, having all these guys around me, they're honestly the best in the world, and I just think we're going to keep this going.
All right,
Dude,
man. Thanks so much.
He
Best
is
of
so
luck in Toronto
confident in
to
his
you.
team, man.
Jog.
I love
When you
hearing
came on this
how
team,
they
you
talk
said,
about each
I want to
other.
bring a trophy to the squad. Now you have 2. Why did it mean so much to you, and what does it mean to be able to get another one for the squad?
I mean, these guys came from Ascension except for Nate. So getting that first step of Ascension trophy, that was the first step, right, for them.
Right on.
Me coming in, getting the kickoff trophy with them, another step. We were so close to Bangkok, unlucky, right, whatever, but, I mean, this is the start for everything right here, right? This split right here is going to solidify the rest of our season, so yeah.
All right, awesome. Very cool stuff. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in Toronto. Josh, usually here I ask you kind of to talk about the guys, but I actually wanted to talk to the guys. Tell them why they've been so great. What are you feeling about it, and how happy are you for them today?
Honestly, I'm just happy that you listen to me. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, I'm just a slightly older guy just telling slightly younger guys how to play this game. And, I was pretty bad when I played. So it's just like, yo, try to do these things. And, I know I can't, but, but they believe in the bigger vision. They know that the team play is, paramount. And that's how we, destroy teams. But, I just want to cap off at the end. Big thanks to my coaching staff. They're not here. Anders and Shaq. They've been so pivotal in these back-to-back games and getting the analysis done, and we work overnight preparing the boys. So really big thanks for those too.
I mean, with the bye, you guys still played some of the most rounds we've ever seen from you in a playoff. So congratulations, coach. Best of luck heading to Toronto. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for your back-to-back kickoff and Stage 1 champions, G2 Esports!
It is pretty crazy that Shaq is giving strats to G2 though, no? Shaq?
Don't go anywhere. We got more coming. We got the post-match, but right now we got the draw show for Stage 2, so check it out.
Ooh.
With Stage 1 in the books, we've got a sneak peek at the future of VCT Americas and what lies ahead when our teams return from Masters Toronto. On July 18th, the doors of the Riot Games Arena will open for the start of Stage 2. And this one is a game changer because we'll have all new groups. Alpha and Omega will be redrawn based on the final Stage 1 standings. In Stage 2, all 12 squads will battle for 5 straight weeks of single round-robin play, and the stakes are massive. The top 4 teams in each group will qualify for the Stage 2 playoffs, and the top 2 finishers in playoffs automatically punch their ticket for the year's most prestigious event, Champions Paris. Every match counts in Stage 2, because Americas has 2 additional slots for champs, and they go to the remaining top 2 teams on our championship points leaderboard. Points are up for grabs every single day of regular season competition, and will also be awarded to the top 4 teams in playoffs. With new groups and new matchups in Stage 2, any team can make a run and qualify for Champions Paris. But only one will lift the trophy and go down in history as the region's best. Who will rise to the occasion and become VCT America's champion? Tune in to find out. The next chapter of VCT Americas starts July 18th. And you can see the drama unfold live and in person at the Riot Games Arena. Tickets go on sale after
they
Masters
switched up
Toronto.
the format.
We'll see you there. Follow us on X, Instagram, and
So they did
TikTok
2 from playoffs and 2 with
for
points
all the
this
latest
time
news,
instead of 3
exclusive
from
video
playoffs.
content, and more.
Right, last time it was 3 and 1.
Will he grab the 4 for the 1v1? Yes, he will!
4 from each region.
All right, everyone, welcome to the Stage 2 Draw Show. Now, half of our teams are going to be switching groups following Masters Toronto, and it's time to find out who is making the move. Now, I'm going to be assisting Nick Weatherlow here from the Comp Ops teams. Guys, give it up for Nick if you don't mind. I told him I was going to do that and embarrass him. Totally worth it. Now, of course, let's go over the rules real fast and how this draw works. Now, using the final Stage 1 group standings, teams will be paired up based on their final placement. So you got Alpha 1 and Omega 1, Omega 2, Alpha 2, so on and so forth, right? We have 3
Top
bowls
2.
here, and inside of those bowls is number 1 and 2 teams, number 3 and 4 teams, number 5 and 6 teams respectively. And it sounds a lot more complicated, but trust me when you see it,
Sketchy
it's going to be
team
pretty
right
easy.
here.
We're going to be drawing
Like
teams from
also
each
could
bowl,
get-
and those
could
are
be
going to be the
sneaky
ones
good.
that will be switching groups. So in the end, half of the teams will have swapped. That is important to keep in mind because
Audio
we
sounds
did this
fucked,
test,
huh?
and oh my God, the results can be crazy. So, Nick, let's do this, Papa. Pool number 1, what we got?
Why does his audio sound fucked?
Oh boy. So now this is going to be, and remember, we swap the teams around. We swap them around, and it is G2 and Crew. So now G2 goes to the Alpha group, and Crew goes to the Omega group. There you go. All right, Nick.
Get
let's
us
hit it
out.
with the second one.
Get us out. Get me the fuck
Now
out.
remember, it's only halves.
Get me the fuck out of there.
From the
No.
bowls.
No, 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 no.
See something. See something. Number 3 seed, 100 Thieves in Cloud 9.
What does that
100
mean?
Thieves now
Yes!
across, and
Yes!
59 are now Alpha Boys.
Yes! Everyone loved that.
Boom.
Everyone loved that.
That's crazy. Okay.
That's so
Nick,
crazy.
wanna do the
That's
honors for number
crazy.
3?
We're out. We're fucking big out. We're fighting. See ya. See ya.
Someone's excited. Oh, da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. It's the 6 seed, Loud and Furia are going to be swapping over.
Wait, that's not good.
So there we go.
Wait,
there.
we kind of wanted them to stay
There
though.
we go there. And here are your groups for Stage 2.
That's not.
In the Alpha, you
No.
got G2, our champions of Stage
No.
1, Sentinels.
All the
Cloud
matches
9,
are hard.
Evil Geniuses, 2G.
Wait.
I think Spike's coming
They
back.
rugged
And
us.
Furia también. Oh
They
my
rugged
God,
us.
That is crazy. And then on the other side, the Omega group.
At the
you
finish,
got
what?
MIBR, 100 Thieves, NRG, Leviathan, and Loud, folks. Guys, give it
I
up
feel
for
like this
Nick.
group-
Thank you so much.
Dude, I feel like NRG is going to come out improved. I feel like Lev is going to come out improved. Fuck. I'm a little bit nervous about him.
Guys, give it up for our players. Give it up for our players. Come on. Come on.
I think he did.
All right. EU, start with you, my man. What do you think of your Omega group so far? Feeling good? Feeling concerned? Anything you're thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. We never really beat this team, like, ever, so this might be like an insta loss, but we'll see if we can beat the rest of the teams.
Hey, I respect the humility, man. It's awesome. Oxy, you're in the shark pit over here with the boys. This is going to be quite problematic. How you feeling about this?
He has nothing to worry about. C9 is regular season merchants, bro. He's got nothing to worry about.
This guy's mic's not even working.
I'm happy. This is great.
Zels is saying you guys are regular season merchants.
Facts.
listen.
That's crazy, bro. They're just ganging up on him.
I appreciate that. All right, Zels
That's
is
crazy.
you got here. You got G2 in your group with you. You guys just played an incredible series. You got C9, G2G.
Actually jumping his ass in the middle.
I mean, the only team I'm worried about is G2. The rest are dog shit. So.
God damn, bro! He just lost the finals. He's trying to fucking kill everyone.
That was too much for me.
He's
This
pissed.
is a children's show, Zels. Come on. And Valen, okay, he said
God
the only team he's worried
damn,
about is you
bro.
guys. How does that make you feel, man?
This guy just.
You think I'm worried about anybody? Back-to-back champs?
Back-to-back champs.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well,
What are we
guys,
talking
look,
about?
this is it. These
What
are
are we
the
talking
groups, and we want to thank you all so much, not just for the work you put into the season,
Fuck,
but for
bro.
taking the time with us here today, guys. Give it up for our players one more time. Now, of course, we want to thank everyone for tuning in and watching Stage 1 throughout the season. We appreciate you so much. We want to thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you watch Masters Toronto June 7th, and then we'll be right back here, baby. Stage 2, July 18th. And, of course, that's going to do it for our show here today. We thank you so much for tuning in. Best piece of advice I can give you, go get a library card, read a book, treat someone with kindness, and I will see you guys soon.
What?
Enjoy your Samsung SSD.
What was
Fast
that?
replay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas. It's
Oh, that was
playoffs
fire.
time here at the Riot Games Arena. I never get to pick or
That was fire. What a fucking split, man. I can't wait for Toronto. All right. I'm signing off right now. I'm getting dinner with the family, and I might not be able to make it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm getting lunch with Shaz. So it's kind of 50-50 if I can make it. And then Tuesday I'm going to be here. So, yeah. Pred payout. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know tomorrow is GC, yeah. Let's see. G2. When's the Pred? I'm trying to send you guys to Anders before you fucking raise me right now. I'm going to Anders right now. Go, 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 go. I see you guys. Love you. Bye. Thanks for tuning in.